Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood.
Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube. Children of the Metaverse. JG. So, it's an open, fortuitous night just to experience some pure rat blood. Maybe have a chat, do the fat, share the contempt, and barrel on into the ever-coming present moment that precedes the next. Fellow lab rats, dissidents, seekers, wanderers, drifters, and all manner of degenerate, debaucherous, psychopathic, less than socially acceptable behaviored people. Welcome. You are all invited for this rare occasion of celebration to a lesser god. First, start this wonderful charade of integrity, and endeavoring, persevering. We will introduce a phenomenal individual who, for the sake of the pronoun king and lord, yes, those are recognizable pronouns, and they are pronouns, developed a following that exceeded his presence and was put to death for pronouncing himself with the pronoun king.
Within sight of the Almighty, you speak blasphemy. Repent at once, child.
All right. Nice little ditty about pronouns and the extensive effect that it can have on one's well being. This particular ditty that I wrote here was about the intrusive thoughts of the devil, evil, the darker side of self, that moment where sin becomes pleasure and you embrace it with both arms and accept it for the nature of what it is. Though you may be scrubbing off the remnants of it in the morning, it is always an enjoyable endeavor at the time.
my mind. He creeps up from behind. Then he takes control. He guides my mortal soul. Demons laugh and play. My soul is where they stay. It only takes two, the devil and you. Demons laughing, devils laughing, churches burning, Satan churning, pits of fire getting higher somewhere in my head. Thoughtless raping, killing, hating, lying, stealing, evils willing, fornicating, devils waiting somewhere in my head. The devil is in my mind. Look and you will find he jumped right in my soul. Now he has control. I do as he says. He dances in my head. It only takes two, the devil and you. Demons laughing, devils laughing, churches burning, Satan churning, pits of fire getting higher somewhere in my head. Thoughtless raping, killing, hating, lying, stealing, evils willing, fornicating, devils waiting somewhere in my head. Demons laughing, devils laughing, churches burning, Satan churning, pits of fire getting higher somewhere in my head. Thoughtless raping, killing, hating, lying, stealing, evils willing, fornicating, devils waiting somewhere in my head.
Well, hello, esteemed guest. How are you?
Yo, Act, when you get a chance, can you play that first song again? That shit was fucking sick, man.
Absolutely. Not a problem. I'm in an auspicious mood tonight. I'm celebrating some of the darker aspects of being the renowned actress Rattblood. How you doing, JG?
I'm just chilling out, but you said you did that first song.
Yeah, all this music is mine.
What year is that?
That would have been 97.
You made
Yep.
that in what, 90 what?
I'm sorry?
Ah, man, shit's breaking up. Yeah, that shit's sick, man. If you could play that again, that'd be pretty cool to use. If you want to send me that, I'll use that shit, like the full version.
Yeah, all you gotta do, man, is go, well, my email is actressratblood@gmail.com, and that's Ratblood with two T's. And throw me a line, and I'll hook you up with the track itself for your use personally.
I can't hear what you're saying because it's breaking up. I got a bad connection, but I'll replay what you're saying.
And for everyone else out there, I hope that you take the time to embrace the darker self and express your more deeper confined thoughts and feelings Face them for what they are, accept them as a part of you, endeavor to persevere and proceed forward in your understanding of balance between the dark, the light, the ebb and the flow, the positive and the negative, and the observation of both of them in form and function. This is a necessity if you want to understand the greater work. Uh-oh, I feel the darkness coming upon me now. Oh, rat blood in dark places.
It doesn't.
It's pretty cool, that music.
Yeah, it's the prelude to the darker side of insanity.
Yo, you ever get into
Silence.
like movie soundtracks? Like you ever see Escape or To Live and Die in Los Angeles? That fucking soundtrack.
JG, I had my time in the industry. I'm not that slave anymore. I
Say
can't.
again.
Oh, I had my time in the industry. I'm not that slave anymore, and I'm not that cooperative. I don't play well with others.
I can't hear what the fuck you're saying.
Well, how about now?
Yeah,
Any
yeah.
better?
Yep.
I said I had my time in the industry,
Right.
and I don't play well with others.
Yeah, I'm the same way. What I'm saying though is like old movie soundtracks. Like, what's one of your favorites? Like, you ever listen to Live and Die in L.A. That soundtrack?
I think one of my favorite soundtracks would have to be Blade Runner.
Yeah, for real. Even Most Def's in there. Most Def, Eye Against Eye.
Mm.
That song's
Also, Tangerine Dream and Risky Business. I
yeah,
thought they were pretty awesome.
hell yeah,
Um, some of the earlier 80s theme songs to such as Knight Rider and that techno industrial sound that was coming across.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yo, you know why
Inspired me.
movies are great because people suck in real life, and when you watch a movie, it's just cool to watch. You know, they're not your friends. They're not family members. They're not around you. It's just something to watch. Like we know people are fucking fucked up in the head, right? I think that's why I like movies so much.
Well, I like to think of myself as being a little fucked up in the head. You know, I
Oh, fucked. People are the
don't.
worst.
I don't follow the norm or the social etiquette procedures that are generally ascribed to one with an upstanding morality, but I do make my own way. There, by the grace of God, go I. Quote from Glenn and Glenda, Ed Wood, pioneer of his time.
Have you
So,
ever have you ever seen Rumblefish? The movie Rumblefish?
um, I don't think so.
Oh man, Stuart Copeland from The Police. He did that soundtrack. Dude, it's like I'm obsessed with that soundtrack, man. It's so fucking dope.
Really,
Yeah, yeah.
I'll have to check it out, man. See
You
what it's
fucking
about.
killed it.
Yeah,
The movie's kind of corny, but like the soundtrack, the fucking filming, the editing, time period, like that time period of technology and filmmaking like the stars aligned for that movie. You know, it's pretty fucking sick.
kind of a little before its time, was it?
Well, it was groundbreaking. You could say groundbreaking back then, right? It was new shit. Like back then, it was all new. You know,
Kind of like Natural Born Killers and Heavy
kind of.
Metal, Pink Floyd, The Wall. Um, yeah, there was a few types of movies that came out. Even Tommy by The Who prior. You know, Concept, Ideals, Clockwork Orange. You know,
Right.
that
Just
off
the
the
way they
beaten track.
filmed Rumblefish and some of the fucking like the motorcycle crash scene when the motorcycle goes into the dude, like the it's all different. They kind of changed the game, you know. It wasn't
Was
CGI. It was all real effects in real life, but it's cool how they pulled it off.
yeah, I think with the intervention of green screen, CGI, and now AI, the day of the true art of filmmaking will be lost.
Yeah,
So,
film movies were fuck this digital shit, man. Like I'm kicking myself. All these fucking travels I'm doing, and I'm thinking to myself, damn, this would be even fucking doper if I had film. If I was shooting all this shit with a fucking film camera, taking film
eight
photos.
millimeter.
Right, right. an 8 mm, but you know, that's a lot of. I can make it happen.
Well,
Totally,
JG,
no problem.
if anyone could pull off a, I don't know, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas via the rail line, I would say that you might be able to at least equal, if not rival it, if you approached it the right way. Put some satirical annex in there, some, maybe bizarre experiences that aren't in the norm, and put it on 8 mm and remember the day. Speaking of remembering the day, were you ever a big poet fan? A fan of pre-ceremonial possession? Actors, method actors especially, embody characters and characteristics. And as many people that are characters on the metaverse, and the majority of them who claim to be demon slaying, high vibing, positive influences, I dare to endeavor into the poetry of madness prior to possession.
If the devil doesn't exist, but man has created him, he has created him in his own image and likeness. Their sighs, lamentations, and loud wailings resounded through the starless air, so that at first it made me weep. Strange tongues, horrible language, worlds of pain, tones of anger, voices loud and hoarse, and with these the sounds of hands made a tumult which is whirling through that air forever as sand eddies in a whirlwind.
Possession, the physical act of taking over a person's body. Possession. 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 the physical act of taking over a person's body.
All right, now that I am fully possessed and I have encompassed and embodied and embraced true darkness, and I have fallen to the depths of my evil, and I am the personification of the devil himself. Come to share my darkness with you. I hope that you all have some appreciation for that darkness in yourself, that deep crevice that lies between the light and hides in the shadow of the mind, the foreboding place where all your desires come true and are fulfilled. But yet, you deny yourself. And you hold fast to that ever-calling moral compass that others have inscribed in you through indoctrination and through safety protocol, fear, and superstition. You deprive and deny yourself of the feast of the flesh, the sharing of the self, the indulgence of one's being. To what end? Depriving yourself of that fulfillment of being an energy and a body that is capable of feeling sensation, embracing touch, sound, smell, taste, or even the potential indulgence into the forbidden realms of spirit. Yes, you, the moral right. Those with the directional compass to point at others and say, how dare you? You offend me with your behavior because I am the right. Well, I decline and I indulge and I engage. And just as a little reminder of the line that led from Seth into Ham and Noah's other two wonderful sons that somehow managed to bring their iniquity to the house of Dan and the worshiping of serpents. Let us rejoice. Yes, I have handed myself over to iniquity, and I have fallen to a lesser god. But a god that serves as well as addresses with honesty its potential for peace and the soft, warm hand of death. For it is a representation of the passing of oneself into the calming state of the cold hand which grabs hold, grips you, and pulls you into the warmth of the God of this earth. Guest. Hello, my most welcome guest.
Hello.
You come to endeavor in the darkness with me.
I prefer the light, but either way, I can see in the dark too. But to heal the sick, to raise the dead, that's a wild one, bro.
Well, it seems there are times when I become at peace with my lesser side of light, there's a peaceful nostalgia that comes over me and a calming. And I find that it's easier to see in the dark, less distraction.
Well, I have to admit, like in the dark, if I hear a noise or something, it's easier to pinpoint exactly where it's at than visual. You know what I mean?
That is true. That is true. And I think that is a metaphor for society at large. They're all in the dark. They have no clue where they're at, what's going on. And they're trying to pinpoint this echoing sound, but they just can't identify it.
I just always thought functioning in the shadows was part of it. I mean,
It is the greater work.
I'm just saying. I mean, that fucking now that I'm thinking about it, because like I even painted my motorcycles a special color and didn't use chrome because I didn't want it to shine. You know what I mean?
Ah, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. People have been indoctrinated and conditioned to a understanding of engineering that best serves a religious organization, a political government, uh, all the way to law enforcement, to how you conduct yourself in general public, to the way that you should speak, dress, your mannerisms. And when you learn to toss all that off to the side and you clear your mind and you reinvent the God and the host of the heavens, you get a fresh new look through baby clear eyes as to what the relevancy of your existence here is.
You know, it's funny.
And
I've been thinking about exactly what you just said for probably a couple months now, on and off, you know, for years. But I just watched a military fella talking about that, about what, you know, some people are here just for that specific purpose of swiping your card at the register to give you your bread. You know, that person's only here to give you your bread, you know? And that's kind of interesting to see, you know, what aspect of it, because even if you look at it, your, you know, whatever your religious belief it is, in order to have that belief, you have to have your side of it, right? Right? For that
you
belief,
would
you have to
hope.
have your side. Yeah, but no matter what, you have to have your side of that belief, and then you have to have the other side of that belief, no matter what.
Well, that's the cohesiveness of living in this plane of existence that we call the third dimension. If it does not have an opposition of equal balance, it cannot exist in the third dimension. There is nothing that cannot be measured. There's nothing that cannot be proportioned. And there cannot be light without dark. There cannot be left without right. There cannot be anything that we substantiate as understanding without an opposing force. Thus, the positive and negative creating the flow of energy and motion. It's when you can step back and observe both with the discretion of a God, then you start to understand the workings and the nature of this particular realm. They don't
Oh
want
no,
you to know that.
I get it down to the whole like matrix part, number part of like the religious aspect of it. Doesn't matter what side, whether you're left or right, you know, God or Satan, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's both a control realm. And the thing is, you still have control even over that, and that's what they don't want you to know.
That is for the daring of heart, the free of spirit, and the abstract of mind. That is a part of the indoctrination of the Christian, that rebellion was the fall of Lucifer. He rebelled against authority, wanting to be more than he was. And that was stifling to who and to what. For if truly you are a God, you cannot be replaced. And if truly you have created all things, there is nothing that could seat that throne. And for that ambition to be set in the heart of one of the most esteemed counsel of the Most High just goes to show that even that understands balance. I don't see Satan or the fallen angels as being anything more than a justification for God Himself. For without that fallen angel and without the rebellion, what significance does God truly have? What defines God? What brings Him into a state of solidification but opposition? And I am
Oh,
that opposition.
oh wow, motherfucker, dude. You just clapped on something I was thinking about for half the fucking day. About how we've gone so far with evolution as far as like our tech and our knowledge and education. That the stuff we're doing is spell casting, and people don't understand that. Like, you're casting a motor block, then you're building the block, and then you're alchemizing a fluid to make fuel. You know what I mean? And then you're
Yes,
spellcasting, putting it all, yeah, then you're spellcasting, putting it all together at the right time to make it run. Then you're time traveling because you're going faster than you can actually go in that spellcasting. You know what I mean? And if you understand it
there
like
is
I do,
metaphysics and there is science, and there is no division between the two, for they both walk hand in hand in harmony, one expressing the existence of the other and the other's existence. Therefore, you have movement, you have cohesive energy in motion.
well, I think what my personal experience of whatever I had an experience with, you're not supposed to worship any of that shit. You're supposed to live,
Well, a
and that's
peculiar thing that Christians overlook is that the one they call Jesus, he didn't ever once ask to be worshiped in any of his understood interpretations. Not once did he say, kneel before me. As a matter of fact, there was an incident that took place where he had to humble an individual. And there was an angel that was also knelt to, and it had to humble the onlooker to the angel.
what do you know about earth angels? Is there such a thing as human born angel? How's that shit work? I don't see. I've never studied the Bible. I've never studied any of that shit. None of it. At a
Well,
young age.
according to the Bible, it says that you will entertain angels unaware, which means by indication that they're here, they're amongst us, but they're not going to make their presence known, and you will entertain them unaware, good or bad. And everything works for the first cause, the great work, whether it be dark or light, demon or angel. Regardless, they are all servants of the first cause, creation.
Was it you that I asked what happened to the Elohim? What happened to them? Where'd they go?
They are amongst the heavenly hosts. There are two types of angels by classification, the seraphim and the cherubim. The cherubim was set at the garden with a flaming sword to protect it from the creation of man and his helpmate when they were cast out. And the seraphim being a more astute form of angel. Which brings me to a particular song that I wrote about being poisoned by indoctrination, poisoned by religion.
Poisoned by religion. Your mind is numb, your thoughts are cold. Poisoned by religion. By gods of new and gods of old. Poisoned by religion. A serpent spittle from days of old. Poisoned by religion. To which God did you sell your soul? Gods will come and gods will go. Poisoned by religion. That's the way they want you all. Poisoned by religion. Distorted truth won't save your soul. Poisoned by religion. Your life's deceived by strings of gold. Poisoned by religion. It's the end of time, so you've been told. Gods will come and gods will go. Question what you can't see. Question your reality. Poisoned by religion. Your mind is shut, your eyes are closed. Poisoned by religion. Blind faith is what you hold. Poisoned by religion. The gods you make are all you'll know. Poisoned by religion. The fear of hell enriches your soul. Gods will come. Poisoned by religion. Truth from life, how will you know? Poisoned by religion. In a world of unclean souls. Poisoned by religion. Don't believe all you've been told. Poisoned by religion. To the temple and damn your soul. Gods will come and gods will go. Question what you can't see. Question your reality. And in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God.
Thank you for your patience with that. So, are you a pursuer of biblical scripture or some type of theology, maybe spirituality, something that binds you into morality? Are you seeking or have you found? Maybe you're lost in the haze of alcohol and soft middle age.
Who, me?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't drink. I quit drinking decades ago.
Why would
2000.
you deny yourself such a wonderful thing as occasionally basking in the spirits themselves,
I do here
feeling
and there.
every inch of your body,
I've done it a couple times.
tingling?
It's I like keeping my fucking body in shape, so
Well,
the day after, well, I'm one of them Jagerbomb guys, and like after a half gallon of that shit, ooh, man.
I don't know if you got to see, but I'm entertaining Kentucky Spirit tonight. It's
Sour match, baby. Nice, get it done.
wonderful, wonderful, warm, top shelf bourbon to warm my soul. And we
That
must
was it.
not forget the ever present state of the most wonderful present that was given to us to help us experience this wonderful experience we call life and all that it has to offer. Lest thee be confined by the restraint of indoctrination and shame. For who can overcome their shame amongst the crowds and the peers that you look to please? Do you serve them? Are they your master? Do you bend to their will to comply? Do you dress for other people or do you dress for yourself? Are you so vain that you must be seen in a special light and way that you may conduct yourself with some dignity amongst the depraved? Shame on you. Shame on you. And for the offended, may you be offended. And may you carry that to your grave. Conformity, submission, compliance. These are just forms of slavery. Mental prisons that you're placed into, that you confine yourself so that you may experience this world with least resistance. But it is that resistance that solidifies your struggle. It solidifies you and who and what you are. I embrace my darkness. I hold it true to me, for it is the release of my prison. It is the release of the restraints and the shackles that society, government, and religion choose to put on me, that I shed like the skin of a snake into fresh new skin, free of the old, and by darkness I proceed. You caught me on a very auspicious night. And apparently, didn't have the fortitude to remain. Many come, few shall be chosen. That works both ways. For if we were all righteous and we all walked in the glorious basking of light, then what would define one? Would there be a definition? Would there be coherency? Something to make you real? Something to solidify you that you can resonate against to perpetuate your state of being? I dare dread see the day when conformity becomes protocol and those with the abstract approach to a strange angle are removed, and thus freedom of expression is lost, as well as the art and identity. Shameful days come upon us, shameful days indeed. Peculiar, very peculiar to watch the offended as the numbers move, the algorithm flows, the ebb and the flow of perception, one's lack of understanding proceeds them. And it will also be that which destroys them.
And it is from this world of darkness which come the evil, destructive forces in man's nature. darkness which come the evil, destructive forces in man's nature.
You know, it's peculiar to watch the numbers rise and drop and to observe the offended. For these are the ones who claim to prevail against darkness and to be able to tread amongst demons and dissidents. But yet, they run at the sight of nothing more than a song and a dance. And these are supposed to be the strong of heart and faith. I don't put much stock in that, especially seeing the reaction and the demeanor of those who run from such things. Hello, Stephen.
Hey, bitch. What's up?
Would
What's
you
up,
like
demon?
to share in some lustful music with me?
What are
I
you
have
doing
a
on?
wonderful lustful song that I wrote, and I
Oh,
believe that
good.
the little portrayal of feminine, tender meat would absolutely appease someone like you, who has a harem, even.
Does that bother you?
My,
Does my harem bother
no,
you?
no, because every time that you engage in them, they're remembering the loads of cum I put in their gut that spews from their mouth.
What are you talking about? Shitty song.
Does it turn you on, Stephen?
Shitty
Are you
song.
feeling that wonderful
No.
fire
No.
in the naughty place?
It sucks.
You say you want to suck. Is this the wrong gender?
Your music sucks. Your music sucks.
That's because you have no appreciation for the finer darkness in life.
Your music sucks.
But it does
It's not
sound
dark,
like
it just sucks. No talent.
I didn't write this for talent.
Just a jumbled
If
mess.
you're looking for talent, go listen to your Black Sabbath.
Yeah, I like Black Sabbath. This is an incoherent
Well, then-
mess.
Then go the fuck away and listen to your Black Sabbath.
Why are you...
Your
Take the stupid image off the screen. Why are you on camera tonight? What are you doing?
I'm basking and reveling in my darkness.
You're not dark, you're just stupid. You're degenerate,
And
you're
you?
not dark.
You are the uninformed, intrusive nature of that which deems itself to be self-righteous.
I'm the king. I'm
prevailing above
bow down and worship.
What?
Worship me. Worship. Call me
Well,
King
you
Stephen.
can bow down and worship my cock if you wish.
No one would do that. No one in this whole world, especially not me. Bow down and lick my boots.
Then why are you here? Unless
Lick
it's
my
to suck
boots.
my dick.
Lick my boots. Listen, you said you don't even like blowjobs, for one thing. For another thing, I'd never do that to you.
I'll tell you
I'd
why I
end you
don't like
first.
blowjobs.
I would end you first. I would end you. I would end you. You sicko.
I will.
Psycho.
Oh, did I
Yeah.
claim to be any less?
I'd put you where your son is, in a dirty, filthy cell, cage.
You know, Steven,
To rot.
the fact that you
Your
have
son's
the
rotting, isn't he?
truth.
Hey, is your turd son rotting? Your evil shit stain of a son? Is he rotting away in a smelly prison?
And that's the best you have.
Is
to
he?
try and browbeat me with the truth.
Browbeat you with the truth. Listen to that. You don't like the truth, do you?
If I start lying, none of you will be safe.
Do you like the truth or do you hate the truth? Does it make you cry at
You
night that
claim
your
to
son,
know the truth.
your son's rotting
Steven.
away? Is your
Yeah,
son
does
going to
that
rot
amuse
away
you?
there forever?
Does that amuse you? Do you find joy
It
in
is,
that?
no, I didn't say it amuses me. He
It
deserves
sounds
it.
like you're finding
He
joy
belongs
in
there.
that.
No, he belongs there, bitch. You belong there too.
I see. So you're
You
resorting
belong in
to
prison too, don't
demeaning
you?
comments,
Demeaning.
trying
Your
to
son is
browbeat
rotten.
me
He's
with
a
the
rotten,
truth.
dirty, murderous rat.
I don't care how many people my son killed. My only regret is that he got caught.
See that? I know what you are. You're showing what you are.
Do you? That's
You're a
right.
demon. You
I'm
only care that he
basking in
got
my
caught.
darkness.
See? Darkness. You're evil. You're a demon.
Oh, I'm beyond that.
You're a demon.
So far
You're a
beyond
demon.
that.
You're a demon. This guy wishes he was me. Both of you do. Rattblood and JG. I can tell it's JG. I love it. I love dominating you fucking demons. I'm winning. You'll never be me.
Is that why you
You'll
had
never
to
be
humble
close.
yourself on your channel because of your abusive
Humble
nature towards the disabled and the less
Humble
fortunate? Yeah,
myself.
I
What are you
heard it.
talking about?
You took the stream down, Stephen.
No, I
don't
didn't.
find it anywhere on your
Liar.
channel
I didn't take my stream down. YouTube
where
did.
you were.
I didn't.
Oh, YouTube did.
I
How
never take my streams
convenient
down.
for you.
I'm not a coward like you, bitch. You take your streams down. You do that. You're afraid. You're like Dexter Large. You take your streams down.
You know, you should show more respect for the devil.
You're a coward.
Am I?
Yeah, you are. You
I
take your
let-
streams down.
I let your ass up here, didn't I?
You take your streams down out of fear.
And you repeat yourself
I don't.
like a stuttering, stumbling child.
I'm not stuttering or stumbling at all, bitch. I'm calling you out,
Why
demon.
are you repeating yourself?
You're
And
gonna
I'm
rot
telling you,
in hell. Listen
you are
for a
just
second.
as much, if not more, than a demon than I am.
Listen, dummy, you're gonna rot in hell.
Am I? I'll be holding your hand there, Stephen.
Don't say am I. Yes, you are. Say yes, sir. Yes, king.
How about fuck you?
Say yes,
Does that
king.
ring a bell?
Say
How about
yes, King
kiss my
Stephen.
ass?
Say yes, King Stephen.
Would you
Agree
like
with
more
me.
of my profane platitude? You cum guzzling piece of homosexual garbage.
You're a
You
cum guzzler.
closeted
Look at you.
faggot.
I'm not
Why don't you
closeted
come
at all.
out
Fucking loser.
and express yourself to your male
You're a lying.
persona?
You're a lying little demon, and you're rotting away, and you're dying. Yeah.
Am I? Do I
Yeah.
look like I'm dying?
Yeah, you are.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I would beg to differ at this point in time, Stephen. I
You
have
even said
felt
you were a
that.
couple months ago. Now you're lying. You're a liar.
Well, maybe
You said
Satan
you were
healed me.
dying. You're a liar.
Maybe I was divinely blessed by the devil
You're getting
himself.
caught up in your lies. Your lies are going to catch up with you, bitch.
Or maybe your Jesus healed me through the power of the one true God.
What are you talking about?
My miraculous recovery through metaphysics and spirituality.
You don't look like you recovered. You look sick.
Do I?
I just said you did. Yeah, you look sick.
To who? You?
You look like
You
a
look
sick
like an
cockroach.
underdeveloped child, and you have the mind of one.
You look like a sick
So,
cockroach.
only in your eyes, Stephen.
Are you going to get in the
Only in
coffin when you're
your eyes.
dead or while you're still alive? What are you going to do?
Probably,
You're a sicko.
had I not moved from my previous position, I would still be sleeping in a coffin. But unfortunately, my coffin is no longer available to me, and I had to trade it in for a comfortable and very accommodating bed.
You speak like a dork. No one's impressed. Nobody watches your shit show. Nobody watches your
Really?
channel. It's meaningless. Your channel is shit. It doesn't mean anything.
If it's shit, why are you here?
I'm here to mock you, JG, Beetlejuice, faggot. You're
That's
obsessed
you.
with me. You're obsessed with me. You're obsessed
yeah.
with me, bitch. Yeah, you are. You're obsessed.
You know,
And
Stephen,
I'm
I'm going to
winning.
pour a
I'm
drink
winning against
to Satan
demons.
that
What are you
Go pour a
winning?
drink. Go
What are you
pour a
winning?
drink.
comes to you with his
Put some
wonderful,
pills in your
forgiving
drink.
darkness.
Put some
What are
pills
you
in there.
winning? Steven, what are you winning?
I'm winning. Put some pills in there.
You don't even know. Like you claim you're winning, you don't even know what
I'm
you're
winning.
claiming.
I'm winning.
I've seen his numbers dropping. I've seen his participation on his channels dwindle. I've watched him beg and plead.
I got his
Don't
address.
you understand me? Don't you get me? Don't you understand? If not, then go somewhere else.
I've got millions of views. Millions.
You're a bitch.
You can't even get 3 people to watch you. You piece of shit.
You ever look at my
Nobody's
numbers on
interested.
TikTok?
Your channel sucks. Nobody's interested. I'm right here on
Ever look-
YouTube. I don't use shit talk. Shit
Do you
talk?
think you're crazy, Steven?
Chinese shit talk?
Do you think you're crazy?
Do
I
I
don't
think I'm
operate on
crazy?
one
I'm a
platform
mad
channel,
Viking.
Steven.
I'm a mad Viking.
I
And
share
I
my
am a true
darkness with
speaker.
everybody.
You guys are losers. You're zombies. Zombie demons.
Do you think you're a loser, Steven? Do you think you're a
You're a
loser?
loser. You're a homeless bum. You don't have a home.
Steven, do
You
you
live
think you're a
outdoors.
loser?
I'm a king. I'm a winner. You're a loser. You live
Do you
outdoors.
think
You're a
you're a
bum.
loser?
You're a homeless bum.
Do you think you're a loser, Steven?
I said, no, you're a loser. You're a homeless bum.
But
And
you're
Chris
a
is a
loser.
loser too. He hangs out here. You hang out with scum. You hang out with demons.
But you're the scumbag, Steven.
You're a demon. You're a douchebag. You're scum.
You're the douchebag, Steven.
You're a douchebag. You're scum.
No, you're a douchebag.
I'm winning.
Steven.
You're losers.
No, you're a
You're
loser and
losers.
you think
You're
you're winning.
demons. You
You're
don't
a
have a
loser
pot to
and you
piss
think
in.
you're
You're a
winning.
homeless bum. You're a stinky bum. Homeless bum. Chris has an echo. He doesn't know how to use YouTube. He's
You're a
stupid.
loser.
Grow up, Chris. Wake up, dummy.
Let me
Got an
snort
echo.
some devil
Dumbass.
dust that your soul may
Dumbass.
burn in hell.
I'm winning. Look at these demons.
What are
I'm
you
winning.
winning?
I'm
You claim
winning.
you're winning. What
I'm
are you
exposing
winning?
you fucking demons.
We're exposing you.
I'm exposing you demons, you
We're
losers.
exposing you. Look how
Fuck
worked
you
up
all.
you get. Look how
Fuck
worked
you
up
all.
you get.
I'm not worked up at all. Rotten hell.
Yeah,
Rotten
you
hell.
are. You're worked up.
Hold on. Look,
Rotten hell.
You're
Rot
worked
in
up.
hell.
Hold
Shut
on,
up,
hold on,
Chris.
hold on,
Shut up.
gentlemen.
Shut up.
I
Shut up.
won.
Let
You
us
won.
give
You lost.
Shut
a
up.
moment of
No,
prayer
Shut the
to the
fuck up.
horned God
I'm winning.
himself.
You're a
Shut the
loser.
fuck
Our
up.
Father who art in
Loser
hell,
demons.
hallowed be
I'm
thy
winning.
name.
You
You
lost.
loser
Thy
demons.
kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in hell.
Fuck your Satan.
Give us
Fuck
this
you.
day our day to sin, and allow
Fuck
us
you,
to
demons.
trespass on others as others trespass upon us. In your glorious name,
Rot in
Father
hell.
Satan,
Rot in hell, demons.
may you prevail.
Burn in hell forever. Fuck you.
Axis,
Fuck
please follow
you.
me. Axis,
Burn
please
in
follow
hell.
me here.
Burn in hell forever. You wish you were me, JG. You're a loser.
Loser.
You're a loser.
Loser.
Burn in hell forever.
Loser.
You're both
You wish
cursed.
you were me,
You're both
man.
cursed.
Hey, man,
You
you
do.
wish
You're
you were
obsessed.
me.
You're
You're a
obsessed.
douche.
You're
Only douchebags.
obsessed.
Only
You're
douchebags
obsessed.
say things like that.
Burn in
You
hell.
wish you were me.
Burn in hell.
Only douchebags say shit
Burn
like
in
that.
hell.
You're so
Rot in
bothered.
hell.
Look, he's
I'm
so
gonna seal
bothered.
you in. I'm
He
gonna seal
lost.
you in.
Look, he
I'm gonna
lost.
seal you in.
The psychopath lost. Oh,
I'm
the
gonna
little
seal
baby
you in.
lost.
I'm not
The
sure
little
whether
baby
he's
lost.
stuttering or he's stuck.
Little
I'm
baby
thinking
sleeping
You don't know
lost.
what
stuck.
stuttering means.
He's losing. Yeah. Woo. What a jump.
His numbers have been dwindling something fierce. My
That guy's
prayers
such a
to the Dark
fucking
Lord have
goddamn
been.
piece of shit, punk, loser, fucking weirdo, kook, goddamn cocksucking weirdo.
Why would you give him that much energy? Why would you allow him that much emotional energy?
Dude,
Say
he's
that for yourself.
he's a troll. He's a psychopathic mother. He's a nut, right? He's one of these freaks, right? You say you're a freak. That kid's a fucking freak. Look at his
I
photo.
do
Like,
love
look
the
at the
loss.
photo right here. Look at that shit.
It looks like an underdeveloped
He looks like
man-child.
he looks like he molests rats and fucking like pees on himself. And, you know, it looks like he was raped by a fucking chipmunk. You know, some fucking dog raped him in the ass. Look at him. And then he's got
Have a
this
little.
bravado, right? He comes on these panels like he's somebody, and he talks like a fucking punk, just constantly. Oh, you're late, man. You're fucking retarded. First off, Stevens, you're mentally
Okay,
retarded. Right?
JG.
And now you're trying to
He,
act like you're a
JG,
mob boss. It's insane.
JG, please listen to what I say. He is representing everything that the adversary stands for: pride, arrogance, persecution. He is the envelopment of all that Satan expects one to be. Observe it. Look at it for what it is.
Axis, you can't tell me anything that I don't see myself, man. People want to tell
Really?
me. I sit back and I watch, man. I watch you. I watch everybody. I got Steven
So
down
you see it.
science. Yeah, of course. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I see all this shit. I don't have to word it to you that I see it. I don't have to,
So you see at strange angles then.
Axis, I see the
You
sun. Do I gotta tell you I see the sun? No, I'm human just like you, right? I can see the sun. I can see right through Steven. Better than most. The guy's a fucking bitch. A straight up weirdo loser that runs his mouth and he doesn't
sounds like
realize
he's
that I have
living
his
rent free in your
address,
head.
that I have his address and I have his information, and now I'm gonna start playing games with him.
I've had that, JG. But the fact is that he's living rent free in your head.
No, he's not. that like you're literally making a claim here.
You're the one displaying such emotional distress over his presence. Didn't bother me a bit.
Well, you're
As a
making
matter of
claims.
fact, may Satan be with him.
Look, motherfucker, you're making claims.
I will.
Right, so now you're fucking up.
Am I? Did I say that I don't fuck up?
Charles was rent free in your head, Axis. I just started saying random shit like that, right? I'm kind of fucking up, aren't I?
I don't care what you do, JG. You can
Well, that's the
come and
thing.
go
You
as
don't
freely
care.
as the day
You're
to
not
the
coming
night.
correct here. You're not coming correct here.
I don't have to come correct. And especially now, JG. You're just lucky that I'm being honest. In this
Dude,
state.
how is this guy rent free in my head? I hear him fucking with you, so I come on here and troll him.
Why? Do you think I needed someone to defend me?
Angle. Right, then you have this angle and you got a Steven angle. Ooh, he's rent free in your head. Now you've the fucking angle.
Look. You made your point on Charles Wes's.
Right.
When Beck
So
come up and
with
made
the
a cunt
claims,
of
right?
herself.
Keep your friends, right? Keep your friends, Axis, and stop having
Did
angles.
I ever claim to have friends on here, JG?
Right, we're not friends, right? So stop making claims and stop having angles.
Then quit insinuating
It's not
issues
good
for
for your
trolling. It's not good for you.
If you constantly have angles and claims like Steven, you're gonna end up getting played out because that's dumb. That's foolish.
And you have contributed what? What have you contributed? Philosophy, understanding, insight, some profound thought.
You're getting
I'm sharing my darkness.
You can't beat me. You can't psychologically toy with me, man. You can't pin me as this and pigeonhole me as that.
To.
But
I'm
yet
trying to pacify you.
You don't realize what you're trying to do, what you're doing. You don't realize the words you're saying and what your angles. You don't understand, or you do understand and you're just bluffing. I'm not doing this. No.
I'm pacifying you, JG.
Right. You can't
just like I pacify Steven, Charles, Beck, Dom. I can go on and name a whole list of trollish assholes that I pacify.
You don't want me rent free in your head, I'll tell you that.
Is that a threat?
No, I'm just that's
I'll
just
play with you. I'll play with you.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. I'm not here to play games. It's like you want to play games and have angles and claims.
Then stop while you
want to play games with Bex. I see you playing games with other people, but don't play games with real people.
I wasn't the one that come on stage and called me a liar. Bex was the one that done that.
I'm just
the one that took offense.
Fucking advice, man. I'm trying to bring you back to reality, not to fucking have an angle and make claims and fucking gaslight and pin people and pigeonhole them as something. It's foolish. If I started saying you're a fucking pedophile, that would be foolish. Because I'm making a claim.
You would sound like Snafu then. I wrote a song for Snafu.
So see what you do when you make claims and have an angle, it kind of fucking makes you look like a fool, right?
My angle is that I can't be measured.
When you make claims about other people and you have an angle and you're trying to fucking have this perception pushed on other people, it's pretty foolish.
To defend myself?
Like this is Hollywood mentality stuff you're doing here.
To defend myself?
Don't make me get vexed, man. Don't make me get vexed, Rattblood.
Here you go. And this will pacify you before I remove you.
Crawling through the webs of my mind. Step into yourself to see what you can find. There is naked truth I cannot hide. I reflect your face in mine. The movement of a dream inside my head, the things I have seen that happen left unsaid, what is soon to be. The vision is not dead through space and time, somewhere in my mind. Unspoken words. Just time in the past. Begins to rest, the vision is retained. Deep inside my head, I'm still alive. The vision is not dead. Crawling through the webs of my mind. Step into yourself to see what you can find. There is naked truth I cannot hide. I reflect your face in mine.
Wasn't feeling that one.
I don't care whether you were or not. You missed the message completely.
You do care.
No, I wrote it to fulfill something that I wanted to express.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm not feeling it.
I don't care.
Okay, well, thanks for allowing me to say that.
If I lived to be accepted, I'd be a slave to everyone else's ideal of what I should be. Fuck that.
Hey, well, I'm gonna speak my mind. I think that was bad.
And I expect no less than opposition from you to solidify what I do.
I'm gonna make a claim here, and I think that you were biting Depeche Mode there.
Well, if Depeche Mode would have been
I
using
think Depeche
sequencers,
Mode is rent free in your head. You know what? Depeche Mode is rent free in your head, Axis. See what I'm doing here?
I think KMFDM Kill Motherfucking Depeche Mode was a much better form of entertainment.
I think Depeche Mode is rent free in your head.
I would say I contribute most of my endeavors to Uncle Al Jorgensen.
Now I'm gonna make a claim that Depeche Mode, right? I'm gonna push this off. Depeche Mode is rent free in your head.
And I'm going to make the claim that you're Hobo Harry. What have we
What?
accomplished?
Hobo what?
Hobo Harry.
What's
Don't
that?
you remember Hobo Harry? He was
Nah,
a
I don't.
character back in the day. He lived
I'll
your
look him up.
lifestyle. Yeah. Hobo Harry.
What was the negative of Hobo Harry?
Oh, there wasn't no negative. He was just a vagabond that rode the rails and kind of led a vagabond life with a vagabond state of mind.
Is
He
he rent?
had
Is he
no,
rent? Is he rent free in your head?
just a memory, just a fading memory.
You might need a doctor if he is.
Well, doctors these days are now optional for me. I pray to a lesser God.
I'll give you a pass, all right? I'll let that one slide, but never say that shit. Someone's rent free in someone else's head. Never try to play their fucking games on somebody that has your back. You're playing a Steven game by saying that shit.
And careful how you voice yourself when you're not involved in the conflict between me and another person. Do you understand me?
You're still trying to justify your fuck up.
What in the fuck up? It's the
Yeah, it
truth.
is.
She's a troll farmer. And you?
Look, this
You're
clown
a troll
says
in
you're
disguise.
Look, this clown, Steven, says all these fucking things to try to persuade other people, right? It's a gaslight. Do you know what a
Look,
gaslight is? Do you know what manipulation is?
I've had my own interactions behind the scenes with Beck, as well as those on panel and in chat. Now, if I have to reveal this to show receipts to you that you are out of line, I will, and it will humiliate you and Beck. Do you want to push it?
Now you're bringing
Do you
back
want to
something.
push it?
You're going from
Do you
this
want
to
to push
that.
it?
You constantly have some try. You're trying to win.
No, I'm trying to pacify you. You've become trollish. You
I'm
are no
not
better
trolling.
than Steven now.
Nah, see, you have another angle. I'm not trolling here. You're coping.
Then shut the fuck up. Move
You
on.
shut the fuck up, man.
Do whatever it is you're going to do. But if you're going
Look,
to
you
sit here,
go in the hood running your mouth saying nigger, right? You shut the fuck up. You get what
you
I'm
think
saying?
that,
You want to run your mouth, Rattblood. You shut the fuck up.
wow, you are very hostile. Maybe you
No,
should get in
it's
touch with your
real, man.
darkness.
I'm one of the
Maybe
only fucking people
you're
in these
so
fucking panels
old.
that has fucking given you advice and try to help you, man.
Are you?
Yeah, all
Well,
these
you put
people don't
yourself
give a
in.
shit. They don't give you any fucking help. They just say, "Hey, Axis, good to see you, Mike. Good to see you, DeFree. I try to help you out. I fucking told you, like, hey, don't let people into your mind. Do this, do that, right? You weren't
Well, aren't
fucking
you the
helping.
saint? You
This is the
truly
thing. When you got a
are
real
your
fucking
brother's
person that
keeper.
can work with you, right? You don't play games with them. You don't fuck up, Axis. This is the problem I have with people is I'll have people that I'm friends with or acquaintances with, and they start to fuck up. And I'm saying, hey, man, remember all these times I had your back?
And who are you to correct them? Who are you to play judge and jury upon their character?
Hey, I gotta stop fucking up. Hey, I gotta stop playing games with this person. Right? You ever think that? You ever think that I'm around people? It's like, nah, I don't want to fuck with this person or fuck over this person because this person's solid and has helped me, or is a solid person and they don't deserve bullshit, right?
Do you think that maybe I'm content and comfortable with myself and who I am, and your opinion is just that?
But you constantly want to fucking run with angles like a dumbass, like a flunky.
So you say.
No, it's on fucking camera. It's live.
And your contributions to this has been what?
What kind of
Are you
contribution do you
innocent?
want, asshole?
Are you standing there with clean priestly hands,
Hey, butthole brains,
scalding me?
what kind of fucking compensation do you want?
You should go to your corner, bask in your darkness, and pray to the Dark Lord that you humble yourself just a little.
The Dark Lord, imagine me praying like a fucking idiot. Here you go with your
Maybe
kook
you should.
fucking weirdo spider eater fucking talk, man. Go eat some spiders, Axis.
I might. You never know. I've
Yeah.
eaten worse.
Yeah, go tell that spider it's fucking,
Do you feel crowned?
go tell that spider it wants to be you. Go gaslight your fucking rats, man. Real people, I can get your address. I can send you bombs, Axis. I'll bomb your whole fucking building.
If you feel that that's necessary,
The freak, is
then
it
you do
necessary?
such.
Is it necessary to freak?
Are you talking as Steven or as J or as yourself?
I'm talking to Steven. Loser Steven that hates vagina. Claims he likes vagina, but he's probably never seen a vagina. Now I'm doing a bid here, Axis. Don't fucking have an angle. Alright?
I think the only kind of bomb Steven can handle is a friggin' SHIT bomb when he takes a diarrhea every day. Diarrhea of the mouth.
We're here to take down the fucking clowns like Steven.
Say no to the monarchy, right? Yeah. He's one of those guys like WWE, like Ted DiBiase or Bobby the Brain Heenan or whatever. Like one of the bad guys that you like just love to hate, you know.
He's a kayfabe. Like this kid reminds me of a WWE character. Like it's all kayfabe.
Definitely.
I'm as real as it gets. I've been in these panels. I've been around tons of people. I can see right through this dude. He is nothing. He claims he's winning. He claims that other people, he has this angle. He's trying to sway people and, oh, this person wants to be me. Bro, all those fucking mind games you're playing, it's child's play. It's infantile. It's foolish. But he keeps going, and going. And then Axis wants to pipe up. And then tomorrow somebody else will pipe up. And it's like, dude, quit the bullshit.
What was the title of this show?
What is the title?
Yeah, what was the title of this show?
The title is Axis Rattblood.
Pure Rattblood.
What does that got to do with anything?
An extension of me, the part of the character that I envelop, an aspect of a life that I led. It has nothing to do with you.
No shit, Sherlock.
So you're saying that people out here on the panel, the broadcasters, are using vanity for content now?
I'm an entertainer, but I also am a philosopher, an astute student of different types of religions, beliefs, hermetic.
Yeah, what are you getting at, Axis? What are you really getting at? What's the title of what you're getting at?
Me.
Vanity is none of those things, by the way.
I am enveloping and expressing my darker nature, and I'm embracing it. How about yourself?
Thanks for sharing, man.
I would hate to think that you weren't in touch with the darker side of yourself
Why is that?
because you would be unbalanced.
This is a terrible personality performance.
It's not a performance.
Oh, but I thought you were a character. I thought this was all entertainment.
It's an
You're entertaining
aspect.
me with
I
this
am an
contrived
entertainer,
personality. You're going to entertain me
but
with this
right now,
contrived personality.
I
What's
told
your
you
real
I'm
personality, Ax?
basking in my
What is your
darkness.
real personality, Axis? This is mine, straight up. What is yours?
It varies from aspect to aspect, from day to day, from light to dark, from every transcendental state possible. I don't limit myself. I don't confine myself within a prison of measurement.
And what are you going to title that?
There is no title for that. It is only a potential, and that is all. But you have defined yourself quite well, and I have taken measure of you.
I've defined myself or I found myself quite well.
I don't know. Rewind and listen to what I said. I'm not going to repeat.
It's breaking up. I'm getting bad connection. I'm pretty
That's
damn
not my
fucking
problem.
killed myself and found myself. Not my problem. All right. I'm telling you. I'm letting you know. No shit, it's not your problem, faggot.
Are you done?
It's not my problem. Are you
Do you
done?
not feel relevant? Is it some type of acceptance you're looking for? Because you're not going to get it in that attitude and that approach. Not from me. No matter how hard you try.
You
I
don't
serve
try.
a lesser God.
You don't try, Axis.
Well, for me not trying, I've accomplished a hell of a lot. Juvenile.
That's you.
Oh, I'm still a child at heart. I won't dispute that.
No, you're the juvenile. I mean, look at your shit. Look at what you do. Look at your reactions. Oh, my shit's breaking up. I can't hear it. Yeah, well, that's not my problem. Juvenile.
Because I'm
Fucking
trying to
pussy ass.
pacify you. I want to put as least amount of energy into you as possible, JG, especially at this moment.
You better run. 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 Run.
Run? Oh, you mean, are you insinuating something like my armband?
Run, Pink Floyd, run.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening. What's up, everybody?
Hey, it's
Hello,
Buddy
Cage.
Guy. Hey, what's up, buddy guy?
Same old, buddy.
Buddy guy.
I'm wearing my most elect for you today, Cage.
You're wearing it on the wrong finger, buddy.
Well, you better research Masonic history and symbolism, buddy.
You got your Master Mason's ring on.
Buddy.
I do. Do you have your undeserved apron that you have not returned?
Yeah, it's still sitting over there.
Oh, yes. I bet you do.
Yeah.
I hope you're proud of that.
Loading screen. Take your time.
You gotta find the rightful owner if you want to give return it to me.
I told you where they told me to tell you to return it to.
With any lodge at all?
You go there, you either get the most worshipful master and hand it to him, or any proficient master mason, or the historian. Either of the three will take that and make sure that it is put in the proper place in the archive. I told you that. That is what they asked. That is what I told you.
My mom saved it from being thrown into the fucking landfill, so.
I don't care who saved it from what. It doesn't belong to your mom. It doesn't belong to you.
Juvenile.
I'm sure they'll be happy that it didn't go into a landfill either way.
You should
Okay.
stop coming on these panels, Cage.
Why?
I seen you parading it around, Cage. I seen you parading it around on OTW's, Cage.
Break away while you can, Cage, buddy guy.
Yeah.
You know how many monitors I have running now? Do you realize that I can observe 7 live streams at one time while reading the algorithms? I see you where you go. I see you display yourself. I see
I'm barely
the
on
gifts that
panels.
you get. Well, you made quite the introduction on OTWs with your Masonic display of something you didn't earn. Return it. Return it to where it belongs, lest you bear its weight.
You know, most people would just melt it for gold or sell it or something, but I'm not gonna do either of those things.
A lodge will not. You know that. But I'm not going to argue it any further, Cage.
Your tone is
You
very
bear the weight of it.
asshole-ish, Axis. A very asshole-ish tone.
I don't care.
You should care.
I'm not here to appease you.
You should care.
You are the least that I am out to appease at this moment.
Dude, you're a fucking entertainer. You should care about your kayfabe performance.
You're not one of my fans,
How
nor
do you
would
know
I
it?
want
And
you at my
Axis, how
show.
do you know for sure I didn't earn that, right? You just know what I tell you.
I know for sure because I was sitting with a proficient Master Mason when we were watching your channel.
I'm not here to be a fan or be a cult member. I'm not here for the corny shit that other people are involved in, getting coded up or, you know, go along to get along, fucking lovey-dovey bullshit, right? Social climbing, fucking weirdos. I'm not here for that shit, Axis. Yeah, I'm not a fan of yours. We conversate.
Go away.
Acquaintances here.
Classic JG.
How's it classic? I'm
Nothing but
speaking the truth.
criticism.
And how's this?
I can't even dance with the spirit and
If
enjoy
you're looking
myself.
for fans, you're looking for the wrong fucking thing, man. I'm not looking for fans.
I'm looking for nothing.
Why would you even say I'm not a fan then? You're not one of my fans.
I wouldn't want you at my show. I wouldn't want you even in the same arena
You want fans.
as a
That's what you
show that I
want. You
gave.
want fans. You say this is a cult, right? You're a cult member. Didn't
Do I
you say
have a
that
cult?
in one of
Yes,
your videos?
I have a cult.
Why do you have a
I've had a
cult?
cult for years.
Why do you want
3
cult
years.
members? Why do you want fans? Why can't you just be yourself?
Maybe that is exactly who I am. Maybe
You just
my
you
being
want
me offends you because you can't be.
No, like why do you want a cult? Why do you want fans?
I had
And
a
you said,
cult
"I'm not a
started
fan."
so that we could begin a process of influencing the field back in the day, and it developed into its own entity without me, and I contribute to it. And when I need it, we gather together, we influence the field, we express
Right. So, do
and
you want me to
manifest.
be a fan or a cult member or just myself, an acquaintance?
You aren't even that now, JG. I used to have respect for you.
I lost respect for you a long time ago, man. I just
And go away.
bullshit with the bullshitters.
And go away.
Why is that? Why do I gotta go away? This is all bullshit anyway.
If you're not content and comfortable here, and all you can do is present
I'm
opposition,
comfortable. I'm kind of disappointed in you guys.
well, I'm not
The
out
fuck did I do?
to make you feel content about me. As long as I'm content with me, then I'm comfortable. It's not what you think of
Disappointed in
me,
the
it's what
shit
I
you
think of
own, like
you.
you say, the angles, all the bullshit.
Well, take your
We're not
Christed
friends.
saintly
None of us
self
are
down the
friends,
tracks
right?
and
None
preach
of us
to
are
someone
friends.
else.
None of us are friends. Like, I don't consider you guys friends. You're just people I talk to on the fucking internet, acquaintances, right?
Yeah,
In
you're
real life,
intrusive as hell right now.
I'm
You're
just being real.
intruding on me sharing my darkness with others.
You should fucking get your darkness together, man. You should put a
It is.
fucking. No, it ain't. I've watched your darkness fuck you up, man.
Really? Is that why I don't have
That's not.
nurses now?
And
Is that why I don't have doctors and medication? Is that why I can walk and breathe now? Really?
Your darkness is in your mind, brother.
My darkness is a part of my being.
Your darkness is
Well,
your
I
psyche.
know both spectrums, both light and dark. Thus, I can step back and observe energy in motion. I can
Right,
transcend.
you're letting your darkness
You
fuck up your whole psyche.
are imprisoned by your own mind and your ideal and concepts of your own beliefs of how others should be.
It's not a belief. I don't have beliefs. I have knowledge. I'm not a claimer. I don't have beliefs like you. I don't push some fucking angle. I'm not praying. I'm not doing any of the nonsense.
Have I told you to worship a lesser god? Have I pushed a deity or a religion or an indoctrination upon you that I asked you to follow? Have I infringed upon your personal freedoms? Absolutely not.
You've pushed.
So
That's the thing. You've
fuck
pushed.
off.
No, you
And you're
fucked
about
off.
to get pushed off.
Right, because you're a little bitch.
Is that the best you have?
Rex, you
'Cause
leave or
that's
I've
something
been a
Steven would say.
You fucking coward, fucking pussy. Steven's a
Yes,
pussy.
I
I've been
am.
a pussy. Cage, you've been a pussy. The freak, you've been a weirdo pussy. And I'm just being honest. You want me to be fake or honest with you?
If that's your honesty, then it's not welcomed here. Unless I want resistance. Then I will deal with you. Hello, gentlemen.
Classic JG. I mean, he does it to everybody, you know.
Doesn't bother me. He doesn't live in my head. He is another lost individual who is riding the rails to hell on his own demise into oblivion.
Maybe.
Well, you will know the tree by the fruit it bears, and his fruit is very similar to that of Stephen's, if any indication of what his procedures here tonight.
Ooh, that's good. That's a good observation, actually. He should consider that.
Well, he won't. So
I mean,
let's move on.
He's not averting people away like from God like Stephen does, but you know, he's definitely not a believer.
I'm just
Well-
hanging out, chilling, trying to have a conversation, trimming. That's all I'm doing.
Hold on. I've got to participate in the desecration of the horticultural life form known as the indica. Oh, I'm with you, Cage. Hold on. Yep. Are your plants trembling at the sight of this?
They're perfectly cured.
Wonderful. You have butchered horticultural life. You horticultural serial killing deviant.
Oh, at this point, I have thousands and thousands of bodies, bro. Yeah. Thousands of plants cut down.
You're gonna say I'm lost. So Axis, you want to keep digging holes. You're saying I'm lost. I'm telling you, man, you gotta stop with your foolish fucking remarks.
And why you calling me a pussy, JG? Fucking don't run your mouth, buddy, before you find out what could happen to you.
Maybe he'll get hit by a train and he will be served well.
Nah, man, don't say that. That's
Why?
too
Kate?
far.
Does it offend you?
Nah, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Well, you say whatever you like, but
That's right, I will.
yeah.
This show is about my expression of pure rat blood. It's not about the expression of JG, K. It's not about the expression of debris. It's a sharing of my darkness. Either you can handle it or you can't.
Well, like the ideal in Jungian psychology of the shadow self.
Yes.
The integration of the shadow self to create a full being. Yeah.
There you go.
You
The
know,
wisest thing that was said by a guest tonight.
Yeah.
Pretty scary.
Pretty real.
Wow.
Pretty honest.
Yeah.
What? Do you think I'm going to
yeah,
hide
no,
my
I agree.
iniquity
I
to
agree. I
appear
just,
to be a Christian?
What's that?
Do you think I'm going to hide my darkness and my iniquities to appear to be a ray of light and some guiding force of positive aspect? No, not tonight. Tonight, I am the aspect of the darker side of myself. Like it or not.
It's not that bad.
No, because I'm at peace with it.
That's,
It
yeah,
doesn't.
definitely could say that. You're not belligerent or,
Don't have to
full of
be.
hate.
No. People misinterpret darkness. Contempt, anger, diversity with action, insults, antagonizing, belittling. These things are attributed to something other than darkness. That's contributed to self, ego. True darkness is a state of being. Part of the greater work. Walking between the pillars, knowing the difference, being able to transcend that without persecution, without offense, without subjugation by some criteria that I set. These are not my rules to apply to the universe or another human being. I only know them within myself. I never claimed to be a role model. I never claimed to be someone to idolize, look up to. I never claimed to be good. And I never claimed to allow anyone to take measure of me. And I'm at peace with that. Are you?
Yeah, I mean, you're not unreasonable. You know, a lot of people when they go dark, they are belligerent, they are full of hate, they're full of anger, they're incoherent, and you're not any of those things. But what do you think about JG saying that you stole that song from Depeche Mode?
I say it's just his observation. He's related it to something that the human mind usually does. It seeks out patterns, coherencies, and that was the best that he could do.
At least he didn't call you guys a weirdo, though.
I am a weirdo.
How long have you and JG been going back and forth? Like 5 years or something?
No, no. There was an incident that took place on another panel, and he decided to voice his trolling position to antagonize and inflame the situation, and I just no longer had respect for him. I see him as a troll, and he definitely displayed that tonight. I mean, him and Steven are walking the same path when it comes to ego, arrogance, criteria, expectations, and impending caging of someone else's concepts, beliefs, and expressions. He's an authoritarian. That's why I showed the armband. He's a fascist. He's a fascist and a Nazi to his own idealism.
Interesting. So you don't really take vanity
There's
serious
a
either?
vanity and pride goes before the fall.
Yeah. I say vanity, I mean Queen Stephen. Vanity machine.
That is a case of someone desperately seeking to be relevant.
Got him.
There's many people like that on YouTube. You know, I've been running 2 years now. Data. I've been observing channel after channel. I mean, I can pull my camera back and show you my setup. Cage has seen it. You know, I can monitor 7 streams at one time and still have access to being able to do my own live stream. And I feed all this data into a word. It's a text processor with graphs and charts. And it gives me the statistics.
When you
On
say you're watching the
personalities.
algorithm, what do you mean when you say you're watching the algorithm? Are you, like, what is that? What is that? Like,
It's trending. It's
okay.
trending.
Okay, gotcha.
You know, when I broke the algorithm and managed to get 67,000 views, I realized that I had something in the bank. That to me said that if I ever needed to recover from financial destitute, I have the ability to do that through technology. So I'm not going to exploit it. And in the meantime, while I am comfortable, I get to express myself, my music, maybe some concepts, some ideals, some understanding, and even learn some things from other people that I may not know or haven't taken into consideration. The potentials are endless, but I will not entertain ignorance.
Yeah. What was your max peak? You know, I guess the word would be influence or whatever. You know, when your channels were like really, you know, like when you were peaking. I have a follow-up question after that.
I will say that 67,000 views was the maximum amount of views that I have on YouTube. Um, TikTok, I average, between 2 to 3,000 views per video. And then Rumble is a backup in case things go south on YouTube. Um, and I'm opening up new frontiers on different platforms now that there's a new administration in town.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot
But
of platforms now.
keeping track of the algorithm on all those is a real pain in the ass.
So,
But it's worth it.
someone like Steven, you think that, when he's peaked out, or any creator really, do you think that once you start really gaining and influence in YouTube, views and likes and all the other things that, they talk about, that you can easily just get caught up in it? And like now he's at a point where, his content is basically just, rumor rebel, it's just, trash talking rumor rebel, and so like you have to like become that a little bit in order to keep it going, in order to keep the channel going, in order to keep the ego going, in order to keep the money, like how easy is it to get caught up in all that?
What you got to look at is if you're going to take YouTube on as a financial endeavor, you want to appease the advertisers, you want to appease the general audience, and you want to appease the algorithm that's being pushed for whatever criteria. But for the individual, it can become just the same as the music industry. You develop an ego, a prideful state of mind, you start making a little money, you get some attention and notoriety, and immediately, with most people who have not been in the entertainment industry, it goes straight to the head.
Yeah. I mean, because Steven, he thinks he's so smart but I mean, really, he's just an average, uh, Canadian, whatever. Like, but the ego is quite, quite something. Like, it must be just to cope at a certain point. Like, you have to build yourself up to cope in order to, like, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. I think you're better at that than I am.
Well, whenever he started coming around as a binary product of Bex being here, I started running algorithms on both of them, where they went, where they showed up, and it always come out that no matter where one was, the other was. Always. And that's not a coincidence.
Well, I
You
think they were
understand?
attached at the hip for a little while. I don't know if that has gone sour now, but I don't think they've reconciled. But yeah, I think they were, buddy buddy for a good while there.
Yeah, that's none of my concern. They're irrelevant to my development and my growth. They are stagnant because I haven't seen anything productive come from them besides discontentment and conflict. And I'm just not interested. That's why I reformatted my platform.
Yeah.
I don't cater to that. And tonight, the only reason I have is to feed my darker inhibitions.
So I got
evil
the
summons evil.
mm-hmm. Do you think that the dark and the evil is able to utilize things like patience and self-control and discipline, or is it always lash out?
No. True evil is methodical. True evil will present itself as its most best performance of helpful, assisting, guiding in such a delicate way that it appears to be beautiful until, just like opium, that final blow and the unseen comfort and the warmth. The devil's flower. I know it well.
Well,
Very
I've got
jealous.
the book of Melchizedek on the share screen. Whenever you want to dive into it, if you do, if you don't, you can just.
No, I would love to. I would absolutely love to. I'm going to do a study on the lineage from Genesis to present day, and I'm getting things together for that. But tonight,
Wow.
I wanted to address a comfort that I needed within myself, and that was to embrace the darker side of me and know that there's still peace there, and that I haven't fallen victim to something more self-serving than just the state of being.
Would that be something like you would like to, hurt others, but can't or won't, and you just have to live with that, or is it something else?
No, darkness is a universal balance. You're talking action and deed as a response.
Mm-hmm.
That's cause and effect because of opinionated idealism that you classified as evil. The reality is universally, darkness is a state. Light is a state. They accent one another. And without the other does not become coherent. To step back and observe them both as a state and understand the transcendentalism between the two without the interjection of self is the true state of a greater work. If I was influencing people to do things to self-serve in a harmful way, then I may suffer the repercussions for that. But if I just sit and bask in my own darkness as I universally know it, then I affect no one. I just come to peace with it.
When you write your songs and you do your creative art, artist stuff, are you tapping into both, or are you tapping into mostly the dark?
That's generally just raw experience, emotion, and experiences that sometimes I can't put into words, and it comes out as music.
Mm-hmm.
How it's interpreted is by the individual, but what it means to me may not be the same meaning as to everyone else. Perspective. And it's just an aspect of the moment. It's something that I need to come to terms with, and I put it to music.
Well, if you're in the state, quote unquote, of darkness right now, and you're not, getting completely inebriated or destroying yourself, then from the outside looking in, you definitely achieved what I think you were setting out to achieve. But I mean, maybe not quite yet, but like, I'm impressed. Like, because I know, like, when I think about my dark side, I get angry and I do want to hurt people, and I have to repress that. Like,
That's
or I'll get
That's
drunk.
internal conflict. You have a lot of internal conflict then that maybe you need to resolve to find peace with your darkness.
It's probably more of payback for being wronged. Some of that bitterness and resentment or whatever that I consciously and willfully try to purge and forgive, but sometimes it just creeps back in because you see these people in your life, and it's like you just think about what happened. So
If you hold on to such things, but remember, if you go to bed with it, you will wake up with it until you release it. And when you release it, you have to completely let go. And that means to come to terms with yourself and resolve that situation internally, not externally, internally. And if you have stigmata, safety protocol, or even indoctrination that tells you not to entertain this within yourself, then it will grow like a disease and it will eventually consume the soul and the mind.
yeah,
But that's just my take on it for what it's worth.
pretty sound. One thing that a lot of Christians believe in is like just blanket forgiveness and whatnot. But there's two verses that say, if your brother forgive you, or if you're supposed to forgive your brother 7 times 70. One time it says, if your brother repent, and the other times that leaves that part out. And I'm the type that, if someone does you wrong and they don't repent, well, they're not getting my blanket forgiveness because, uh, there has to be some sort of, recognition or reconciliation or something in order for that to mean anything. Otherwise, it didn't mean anything, to them, and they'll just,
Well,
mess with you again or whatever. So unless there's like a
here-
repentance or a regret of something, then I'm not going to forgive someone.
here's an interesting take. And we have Cage here. Me and Cage have known each other for quite some time. We have been at odds with each other. But each time that I encounter Cage, I encounter him as a fresh individual. I encounter him as a new being. And we're going to share new experiences. And I will not hold that animosity. Because if I do, then any possibility that could be arose from mine and Cage's interaction will have been defeated.
That's a good way to look at it. I actually have an example of forgiveness in my own personal life here, if you guys want to hear it.
Yes.
All right. Well, yeah, a while back, it was my birthday. I ended up getting stabbed and shit a bunch of times, and so I called up one of the guys that was involved in it after. And you told me the story, the kind of thing, like we're all fucked up, apologize. I don't even really remember what the fuck happened, kind of thing. I'm like, all right, that's fine. And I seen that he's like, oh, I called him. He's like, oh, Cage, are you gonna kill me? Like, are you gonna do something to me? I'm like, no. If I was gonna do something, I definitely wouldn't be calling you. But I noticed that, like, he got married and started going to church and completely changed his life. So I'm like, all right, this guy after that incident. All right, so like this guy's trying to make a change and all that. And that's fine. So that's like kind of what the freak was saying, like repentance. He showed some sort of repentance because of his actions and the like. So I'm like, all right, just have a good life. I'll leave you alone. Yeah. Yeah, but if the guy
Sometimes
didn't
it
change
takes
his life, if he didn't change his life, then trust me, I would have dealt with this fucking idiot either way. But yeah.
Nice.
Maybe one of the hardest things to overcome for the human ego is shame. And maybe he felt enough shame that it made the difference. I'm not to say. just an observation. I know with me, that was one of the hardest things to overcome was shame. But then I started conducting myself as if though I was constantly being watched, as if someone was constantly there observing my every action. And I eventually was able to shed that shame and present myself with confidence.
We got Sing in the building. What's up, Sing?
Hello. Just
Bueno.
listening.
Close. Singularity. We're
Yeah,
basking in the darker personification of one's self, and not as a action, but as a state.
cool. I
Yeah.
caught that part. I just came in. I was listening in earlier, but I had to do some things. I caught the part about about forgiveness. I could talk about forgiveness. I don't have forgiveness for anybody. For the reason is I don't get resentments. So I don't operate in that duality, polarity where it's the forgive me resentment game. So unconditional acceptance, no conditions for every person, place, and thing, and technological devices. How I operate. And as far as for guilt, shame, embarrassment, remorse, those are just I call them anti-light programmings that if one utilizes certain actions, deeds, behaviors, does certain things, say certain things, then they're going to play that game of guilt, embarrassment, shame, remorse, etc. And like you're defining, for a while I was operating where there was somebody watching me, and still sometimes that does engage in, and it's a very interesting perspective you brought in, Axis.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Sing. That's
Yeah, I appreciate everybody here sharing too, and your experience, Cage, too. Things do happen, and either we can go gung ho or have a resolve, right? But sometimes there's like you defined. Sometimes there is different resolves that need to be dealt with, determining and defining how it may escalate or de-escalate.
Yeah, and with that story there, with that incident, yeah, he was the only one that changed his life, and I didn't do anything to anyone else. Like they did it to themselves eventually, and yeah, they're all either dead or in jail, except him because he changed his life.
Right. Yeah, and that's the way it works. That's the way it works.
It's the universal balance to the state of darkness and light. You know, if you put opposition against the light, then you're going to have to experience the same equivalency of darkness. How you react to it, though, that determines a completely different state.
Definitely. Yeah, I step back from all reactions. I look at the variables represented. It's almost like a video role-playing game. I step back and watch all and review all the variables. If I take this variable, is it going to go to the anti-light? Or if I take this variable that I prefer is to go into the darkness that is actually illumination where one can't see.
Yeah, it's transcendentalism.
Right.
It's an internal balance that you have to step back from, and you can't apply self to it. You just have to look at the state and nature of it.
Right. And what is represented as variables of scripting, either choice, either way one goes, there's going to be variables of scripting represented, and one is going to basically play out the scripting of their option of choice they made to that experience of event that took place. So I perceive this place it's almost like variables of a role-playing game, but a very interesting, sentient, symbiotic. It can take many different routes and turns. And like you define,
yeah. Beautiful way to put it. Absolutely. You know, the state of dark and light and the measure of reaction that you take to it is the measure of oneself. It's how you are provoked into action by these states that determine your measure.
correct. And it's realizing they're all variables, options of choices. And one does have control to a degree when they become aware, but when one is not aware, they're being played like a fiddle through the variables, not being aware, making the choices, and then other variables represent themselves. You know, if I made this choice with this variable, then more variables are represented that way, and vice versa the other way if the options are made. So it's really
Yeah.
interesting.
Cause and effect, energy and motion.
Yes. But we're also dealing with a very manipulative system. Definitely optogenics, fiber optics, and I call them the radio and laser cell tower emitters with the quantum computers, CERN and HARP, etc. Wi-Fi smart technology emission devices, boxes, they're all part of the optogenics emissions uh, system. So I define
I
myself as a being that doesn't touch light because light is an emissions type of conduction signal field. If one is the all okay, let's bring this back to the Bible. And Jesus said, and my burden is light. Why did he say that in many Bible versions, right? And my burden is light, because he knew what the light was. It's anti-light, actually. You see, the light perceived emissions as what is actually evil. Now, that's an out conduction field, up reverse field. Now, if one utilizes certain anti-light perceived options of choices, they get what I define, they get anti-light fired up, they get lifted up, like anger, resentment, hate, indifference, etc. One starts to get a lift up, and that's where the anxieties kicks in and perceived schizophrenia, bipolar, and etc., etc., etc. Now,
internal conflict.
right. So it's almost like one ending their light cycle of their soul, and it's basically like imploding the cycle so they don't have to have another cycle with conduction fields of gravity, magnetic fields. And that's why the Antichrist is called the Antichrist, anti-light. So I've came to a conclusion is all light emissions, even the light in one's room emitting, is a carrier of a type of energetic field that has influence. So we're dealing with two systems. I call it one the anti-light system, that is light emission signals, that is up and out conduction fields, and the luminary beings are considered the dark beings that have no up conduction fields of light because they've ended their life cycle, imploded their energetic fields, returning to inconduction, down gravity, magnetic fields, determining and defining they've ended their soul star cycle. So one enters what is perceived the death cycle, which is not actually death, it's illumination, stepping out of the world of light emissions and influenced by light. Optogenics, that sun up there we see, is also a radio wave laser emitter. It's basically one of the regulating satellites that does have a lot of control and influence to people. To people that can't comprehend the system, aren't aware of it yet, are influenced by the scripting and the programming of the flashlight system. No difference than a computer, how flash programs is that sun up there. So I don't really regulate myself with anything with the sun and the moon because it's part of the split duality polarity where the sun represents the male and the moon represents the female, and it also gives birth to the polar duality split earth. With that, the beings that are occupying the light fields perceived optogenics, and that's where Neuralink comes in. One can be influenced by the signals. That's Neuralink. The cloud is the signals, etc. Anybody who's regulating themselves without conduction light fields has the potential and is being influenced by light emission signals. It's an interesting system, very interesting. So I don't
Because
utilize.
the opposing aspect would that would be the negative or the absence of all that light induction.
Right. So actually, in the okay, this brings me back to the part in Batman when he's fighting Bane. He's like, I didn't see the light until I was an adult, and I found it says something like, and it was blinding. And he realized it was actually causing problems. The light, right? And even to find out it was brought up in the darkness. He made a statement about the light.
I think every good deed does not go unpunished.
I truly believe Access and everybody here participating, one punishes themselves through the choices they make, and One shouldn't wait for forgiveness from anyone. One needs to realize that forgiveness is a program that is actually will haunt somebody until they figure out the resentment forgiveness game that is in the actual split duality polarity of light, right?
Well, I still conduct on the universal constant of if you do something good, there has to be an opposition to solidify that good. If you do something bad, there has to be the opposition to that to solidify that bad. They play from each other for polarity, thus the movement of energy. It's
Thus,
whenever
yes, yes,
you
yes,
allow
yes.
yourself to be affected by it and you react upon it, then you suffer the repercussions that you've applied to it, good or bad.
Right, right.
It's just a state.
Very true.
That's why it says that true evil comes from the human heart. Well, that's
Right.
acting on whatever circumstance you decide to set your measure by, good or bad. But to be bipartisan and just observe the flow of that state of being, dark or light, without reaction, is coming to peace with it.
Right. It's definitely a learning lesson from both sides, for
Yes.
sure. For one, to what I define is start returning to their core origins before the manipulations happen to one's energetic field. See, a lot of people want to travel into the future. I never travel into the future because I realize the future is de-evolution. Even in certain movies in the past, they had way more advanced technologies, and as the future progressed, they lost their capabilities of what would be defined as being a super human evolved. So before we were manipulated would be a convergence into the past. We got manipulated as things was progressing into what is defined a de-evolved future. And even the pyramids, I read a lot in the past about the pyramids. That one article defined, some of the scriptures defined, they were left there to remind us where we came from. Until this day, the pyramids are the oldest structures, but they're the most advanced technologies still in existence that cannot be replicated to this day.
Well, there's hypergeometry written into it. There's hyperdimensional um, vibrations and frequencies that are written into it. That which is just now being discovered by variations of mathematics and quantum mathematics. And they're starting to discover that it transcends dimensional comprehension.
It sure does, and I came to the conclusion they weren't built by human hands. They were actually phased in,
No.
aligned with somebody's actually thought manifestation, building references in regions of the past where they had the capabilities to build, basically insert digital holographic templates of programming built in their thoughts and align it and phase it in. As I'm sure people here have had dreams, astral travels, where they kind of built something out of the molecules.
Yeah, you have to, in a part of the greater work, reconstruct yourself to understand the difference. That's control of temperament, desire, any type of emotional projection of self fulfillment. And when you can remove yourself from that and look at it objectively as its natural state, then it self identifies in a universal sense and not a individual perspective.
Right. You said the key word there is restructure oneself. To what I define dipping back into or connecting back to the pure energetic fields of what I define more density, frequency, resonance, where there's just a pure awareness of information transfer. It's not in words where one just kind of knows, but there's no words to put into it. So you're correct there about
Right.
restructuring is key element to one's energetic
And
field.
I will say as a alleviance to those who look at the true Masonic order, that is the character building that they do outside of what would be uh, conditioned society. This is a fraternal brotherhood of people who are trying to redevelop their character for a greater work. It's not about being devil worshippers or Illuminati. You know, that may be aspects that people take on, but the majority of Masons that I know are just token Masons. The ones that
Right.
truly do the great work are individuals who are reconstructing themselves to be a better representation of a universal constant.
Right. Future models of what people could be. That's what we're actually returning to, is being the examples, being the future that people are going to. Well, let me redefine it. Being the past before we were evolved and manipulated, where we're going to be creating societies in the perceived future references reaches that is actually returning to the past core origins, where there's going to be certain aspects where other beings are going to want to participate to certain cities that are constructed, but they're going to be resonance frequency gated. Nobody's going to be guarding them because the gates are the frequency resonances to enter those levels, right? So
Yes.
there's going to be. I was informed there in the in the future, perceived traveling and progressing in this, there is going to be cities erected where more evolved beings shall participate because they do qualify, right? And these cities are going to be awesome.
They have the potential to be. I refer to a particular time, or more than one, where I had gotten myself into a state of being entirely too high. And when I mean high, under the influence of various substances. And
Okay.
there was a part of me that rose above that. And it was a conscious state of me that said, you're going to be okay. This is just a trip. You're going to survive this. You're going to get through this. And it was a higher reasoning within myself. And when I got through it, that voice went silent again. And I was like, wow. And I really started looking into that inner relevancy of what that voice was. What was helping me through this trip that I was not dealing well with, that allowed me to find solace and peace in it, to know that I was going to overcome it. And that started a whole new endeavor in my research and understanding of self.
That's the way it happens. Sometimes you got to hit a threshold,
Yeah.
whether it be in certain states. So it does happen differently for individuals.
Yeah, it's a journey that you will take on individually, and either you'll succeed or you won't. And it's not pro or con. It's just some people are more developed than others in not applying the emotion and the fear, the uncertainty, the doubt, um, you know, the inner conflict. And when you can finally come to peace with that, then you can have moments like this. And if you can share moments like this with others, then it enlightens them to the aspect of a universal constant.
Yeah, that happened to me actually. The same thing that happened to you when I was on high levels of DMT.
Yeah.
I got stuck in the void for like literally for eternity. And yeah, someone gave me my mind. It's like, yeah, you'll be out of this. Yeah. And then I let go and I got out of it. But it's like,
There you go.
and also you're mentioning before about character building and masonry. Yeah, they have an allegory for that called the rough ashlar,
Yeah.
which represents an ashlar is just like a brick, right? Like a stone brick kind of thing.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Starting with the cornerstone polished and smooth.
you
Correct.
smooth it out. It's like smoothing out aspects of your character into the
Yep.
perfect ashlar.
Absolutely. That's why, I know there are people within the Masonic order that use it for their own endeavors, but the true nature of the order and what it represents was character building, self character building, and being representative of leaving things better than you found them. And that
Yeah.
would be, and also an allegory within self improvement and development. Become
See,
better than you found yourself.
yeah. So you showed them your Mason friend my channel. What was he saying about it?
Return the apron to the lodge.
Okay, besides that though.
He didn't see any problems. He thought that what you offered was informative and took a lot of the stigmata away from masonry. He very much appreciated the Albert Pike, which happens to be one of his fortes, and not so much Manly P. Hall, and some of the esoteric allegory that you express on your channel. He was very appreciative of, and he thought that that was conducive to maybe furthering people into inquiring into the Masonic Brotherhood and the Fraternal Brotherhood.
Yeah, we went through a lot of stuff on there.
Cage, how often do you do lives?
I haven't done one for a little bit here.
Yeah, I hear you. You just do it when you feel it. Yeah, I got you.
Usually I just work and play like an audiobook or documentaries or podcast, some sort of information. And I just listen and work. Like I do what I normally do anyways. Yeah.
Cool.
I do panels sometimes. I'll be doing one soon. Hopefully you show up soon.
Yeah,
See, there's a
subscribe.
legend.
Should notify me.
There's a legend about the two pillars, and their existence prior to the cataclysm, and how that was carried over and enveloped into mystery schools and even the Eternal Order. And those allegories hold strong through history. They still are present, but the correlation between the Knights Templar and the Masonic Order is complete fabrication. That was actually, and I can look that up, that was because attendance in the Fraternal Order was low. So they made a boast that they were associated with the Knights Templar when they actually weren't at all. A lot of people don't realize that when they are being coached into becoming a entered apprentice.
Yeah, the pillars of Joaquin and Boaz. I think they have a correlation towards, in the Kabbalistic tree of life. There's a left and right path or pillar, but only the middle pillar goes all the way up from Keter to Malkuth.
Right. And it's your ability to refrain from applying energy into that state. And when you do, it has to be understood that there's a relevancy of return from that. You project the darkness, you're going to reinforce the light. You project the light, you're going to reinforce the darkness, because there has to be that balance. And without that balance, we don't have this plane of existence. Everything holds everything structurally on that delicate balance.
Yeah. And the Kemetic or Hermetic principles, they call it to avoid that and polarity and the pendulum swing, they call it the law of neutralization.
Yep.
So,
Sorry, Singh, you're gonna say something. Yeah.
so I would see the middle path as the eye of the storm, like the eye of a vortex, where
It
it
can be the
generates,
calming
where it
as
generates
well as the storm.
yes,
I'm
where it
sorry.
generates all the energy, but it's more or less different in there.
Yeah, it's what you apply to it. It can be turbulent if you can't find a harmony and a balance between the dark and the light. Then within you, you're going to find turbulence. But when you find that universal balance between the dark and the light, and you remove the implication of self, then you can move through it without any resistance. You are your own resistance.
Do you wear the your Masonic ring access? Which way do you wear the symbol? Towards you or away from you?
At the moment, I'm wearing it away from me. But I'm in a peculiar disposition at the moment. I'm at peace. So I have nothing to represent.
Yeah, people that are new into it wear it towards them.
Yeah, I know. You know, whenever turbulence is your own opposition within your head, your struggle, and you wake up in the morning and you realize that that turbulence is in you, then you have to make peace with one side of yourself with the other. And you have to remove the energy that you're projecting into it. And
Templars
today
that
was
wear it on
one of
the
those days.
yeah. Templars that wear it on the left hand apparently because they take their oath with their left. And yeah, usually Masons will wear it on their pinky. And if they're not married, non-married Masons will wear it on their ring finger.
Well, that there, that's kind of stigmatic, but yeah, I suppose in tradition that could be one of the teachings of how to wear a Masonic emblem, but it has nothing to do with the Knights Templar. And I'll give you the dates on that page so that you will know exactly
Yeah.
that.
Look, if you go to the York right in the cryptic, they call it cryptic council. They do have Knights Templar, after the Royal Arch. Like I have a buddy who's a Templar, the 13th Craft.
Right. Right. But that's an allegory. That's not an actual lineage.
Yeah.
That,
It's almost like how they have like a rose cross degree.
right. Right. You know, it's an allegorical statement. You know, you are leading into the darkness of the uncertain for your journey into the higher state of recognition. Thus, they, escorted the Christians to Jerusalem.
Yeah, and funny like some people are like Manly P. Hall, for example. Again, as an example, yeah, he never did any of their initiations. Yet he got like the honorary 33rd, or like he got like the highest thing, at least on the the Scottish rite, without ever doing an initiation. Right? So some people they don't gotta do all that shit like the regular Masons do.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not if you are minded enough to understand the transcendental nature of what you're reading and the allegory and the practicality of application. No, you don't need to go through all that due paying, card carrying, symbol toting, ritualistic behavior.
Yeah, I'm sure I can talk with with people who are initiated into that and have a good. I probably know a lot more than a lot of them would, even though I'm not a part of it.
Right, but most of them don't do the work, Cage. You know that. Once they reach third degree Blue Lodge, it's just social club for them. They gather, they eat their bologna sandwiches, they drink
Right.
their cocktails and bullshit, and then they follow the ceremonial rites of the lodge, the opening of the lodge, and whatever they're going to conduct or whatever endeavor they're taking on. And that's generally the size of it. It's those who do the personal work outside of the lodge and start developing that understanding. That's where they can go in and apply that ritualistic degree to themselves by completion.
Right. And I always question how beneficial is how they initiate people with what I would define artificial structured turbulence compared to the variables out in the real world where it's not the ritual where they're putting somebody through, the hot plate. So the turbulence, I would define like the turbulence that one would get going through this navigation, travel and regulation would be, of course, to the awareness of the level of the application of what learns would be much different than getting initiated to some type of, organization.
Yeah, well, that's what Cage was just saying is,
Right,
if
because
I'm not mistaken, Albert Pike, Manly P. Hall, there was a release of all the 32 degrees to the 33rd degree, each ritual and rite that was delivered by Morgan, and he wound up murdered and they took him to Niagara and murdered him for the release of the book. But it gave you all the allegories and the ritual rites of passage to each degree. And that book is still in circulation. I have a photocopy of it.
right, how like for myself, I don't see any of that information important. Like Cage was defining, you don't need to be part of an organization if one's destiny path, sort of the core design is for them to go through certain aspects and getting their cage rattled that I define and going through the turbulence and the thresholds. They're going to get a lot more conditioning than any organization could offer, right?
It depends on the individual, I found. There are those that I have encountered that uh, engage with me without judgment, without contempt. Uh, they exchange information, ideals, and we get along wonderfully. And then there are others who refuse to budge. And
Right.
sometimes, whenever you have something as the fraternal order or the Bible or religion, it helps to guide you on a path to develop yourself. But see, the problem with religion is that it's been monetized. And the problem with the brotherhood or the fraternity is you pay dues and you carry a card.
Right.
It's,
Yeah,
so if you don't pay the dues, you're not in good standing. So there you go.
yes.
I don't
I see.
subscribe to it.
I see it the same way. Eventually, all books created are just like starter manuals, and then eventually the potent threshold manual is uniquely tailored to each individual to determine and define how far they're willing to perceive, evolve, restore themselves. So the most intricate books, are the books that one receives in their thought core as their trials, their turbulence, or their thresholds, right?
Yeah, it's
So
kind of like
yeah,
signposts. It's guiding signposts. If you can get past this particular situation without applying the self and the cause and effect, or if you can get past the cause and effect and understand the lesson, then you can progressively go forward.
Right, the starter kit, and after that,
Yeah.
there's
You know,
other so forth trials.
yeah, even in the Bible, Jesus never asked anyone to worship him.
No,
He
he did
just
not.
said, "Follow me," lay everything
Right.
down and follow me. But he did not ask for worship. He didn't ask for praise. He set an example, and that is one of the heaviest allegories that the Bible has to offer.
Yeah, the Bible's an interesting book. It's interesting.
Just
But I don't read it anymore. I moved away from all these books long, long ago. I even went through the Anunnaki Merdekite tradition Bible or book guide. Then
right.
after putting it away for a couple of years, returning to it, I'd be honest with you, I seen it as a child's book. It really was a starter kit, and then I progressed so far. Returning to it, it's like, wow.
Well, I'm not one to say that review is bad. Sometimes us being fallible as humans, we need that review. We need to re experience that moment for that clarity that comes with it. And that's a part of the reason I'm here tonight, is I'm re experiencing that clarity, that peace with the side of me that could react in a particular way that could have repercussions. So I have to understand that this is just a universal state. And it's like riding the calm of a water, or I could turn it into a turbulent storm. Depends on my approach, my discipline, my development, my character.
Well said.
What do you think of this quote in The Lost Keys of Freemasonry by Manly P. Hall? It says, when the Mason learns the key is the proper application of the dynamo's living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands.
Yeah. Yeah, it's knowing the difference.
So maybe that's I was referring that back in my mind to that quote of the Bible that Shane was mentioning earlier about something about like how the light
Yeah, JC defining my burden is light. So I question all these books, though, to be honest here. If they're all the light teachings, then they've missed all the underworld teachings where the more potent thresholds are.
Yeah. Well, the secret in Masonry is that the God of the Bible is actually Lucifer.
Right. And for my being, I don't derive any more teachings from light. They can't teach me anything anymore. They're just the same old story of deception. Now I've realized the truth is in the fire below, or one gets thresholds of different conditioning energetic fields, of gravitational magnetic fields that are way more potent density frequency level fields. And down there is different lessons to be exhibited and thresholds to go through. So for my being, the only time the light was revealed is when I entered the fire to see the darkness, the magnetic gravitational fields of the underworld teachings.
Well, that's coming to terms with your fears and your uncertainty. Your confidence is built off of the steadfastness of your ability to maneuver in all adversity. And then when you arise to the light, you see it with a much more profound perspective.
Correct. For
And
my
that,
being,
also when you were mentioning about how this light's operating and different types of light, it's funny because if you go into the works of Persinger and Murphy and that, it's neuroscience. Like, yeah, they've done studies where, just a simple flash of a light, or you tap somebody on the shoulder, like mentally, and you measure their EEG, like their brain activity will pick up like they actually got tapped on the shoulder, like physically. And they found out that it's most likely happening through photons or light. And yeah, if you have someone just think about light, actual light is being produced off the brain, but you can't see it with your physical eyes. You need something called a photomultiplier tube to pick it up. But your actual photons are being emitted. There's probably something to that.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that goes to the core substance of, the quantum particle state. It breaks down to photons, to a source of just light, basically, into a form and function that develops into the atomic structure of what we observe, the observable state of things, bringing it into cohesiveness. Thus, the double slit experiment and the observable state of a wave. The variable is that it is a photonic potential at core, and once it's observed and energy is applied, then it becomes a state of energy in a state of cause and effect, potential interaction. It's all beyond the eye.
Sure is. But I guess we could all agree here that these are just certain energetic fields that are known, that there is many other energy states that are not known and can't be labeled, but definitely can be experienced.
Well, when you look at the guitar, because I play guitar, or the keyboard, I play the keyboard, and bass, you have 12 tones. The 12th tone is one octave higher than the initial tone that you start out with. You have semitones in between those, and all of those are dimensional states of sound. So you have 12, which completes a full octave range of dimensional states, and you have semitones in between those particular notes, and those are variables in between that can be addressed as well. And then you have many octaves to the point where they go out of range of audible hearing. The frequency and the vibration to them resonate so high that our senses don't comprehend them. And if
Right.
that's a universal constant, then that means that we live in a particular vibration that is resonant and coherent to our state of understanding and being. Go beyond that, and we're not going to be able to interpret it, such as something being inaudible, but still has an effect.
Definitely, exactly. And that's the states I can comprehend is when one goes into it where they're aware, but there's no language to what they're receiving. It's a different energetic communication format, which is beyond words.
Symbology, man.
You ever get in
Symbology.
those? You ever get in those states when you go out in public and being aware and just watch how everything starts to react? It's almost like everything goes into a different field of an overdrive, trying to get your attention to get you back into the other dimensional plane, perceived the world plane. It's
I've
interesting.
isolated myself to a state of almost hermetic seclusion. I try not to address such stimulation. I choose by discretion what I interact with and what I do now. And I try not to allow anything to impose itself upon me so that I can remain in an objectifiable state that is more relevant to my understanding. It's lonely, but it's effective.
But then
It
once
brings
again,
clarity.
once again, Axis, what is loneliness? That is just the perception program. Once again, our when you're in the zone axis, perceived alone, you have more company, like I've experienced, than I've ever could possibly have, and more completement and fulfillment. Just like having everything and everyone around you, except there's nothing there, but there is something there. So, in actual fact, I don't perceive loneliness really at all. Because when I'm perceived isolated is when I'm most complete and fulfilled in the what I define the zone of the energetic fields I like to be frequency tuned to. Doesn't last very long. Be assured things happen where it really disrupts the frequency field, whether it be a signal emission or some type of noise from the world. But it
That's,
is
yeah, I understand. That's why I found peace with myself. That's why I can get along with me for weeks at a time alone. But after weeks alone, with just the comfort of my own thought, occasionally I interact with, you know, the internet, social media. That's why I keep a rat as a best friend. These are things that help expand my observation, and I learn from them just as much as I learn from humans. They're just as educational to my development.
oh right. Teach,
You know,
information arrives in the most unique ways sometimes, for sure.
yeah. I notice my snake doesn't move much to reserve energy, but my rat has no consideration for conserving energy. My rat will exhaust itself. The snake will not. A type of wisdom, serpent wisdom, if you can understand the allegory. Reserved energy.
Oh, yes. This sort of brought back something I was going to ask you. Do you energetically work with any regions on your perceived body axis? Anybody here? I'm just firing this question.
Yeah, I target
And
things that need to be developed,
what I wanted
healed.
to, what I wanted to integrate is, what is your opinion on the Ouroboros?
I think the Ouroboros is the full cycle of what we are experiencing. Each age of man, each house, each procession, but we only can see it in a linear perspective because of our short lifespan. Now, if we could live longer lifespans, we would see the cycles repeating throughout the houses. And let's say we completed a full cycle because we had that much longevity and we started repeating that cycle over, we would be able to identify those energies and those conditions repeating themselves. But we're linear because we have short stage life.
So they tell us, right?
Oh,
I always
so they say.
took this into perspective. Have you ever had a day where it's felt like 1,000 years, where it just felt long? So who's to say that the calendar is not a lie in itself too? I always question everything and I have a different perception to everything.
I
How about
don't
if
follow the
300?
calendar.
How about if 365 days was actually 10,000 years?
Well, there's an allegory to that in the Bible that says that, a day in heaven is 1,000 years to man. And, you know, I got rid of the Gregorian calendar a long time ago. I go by a celestial calendar and a lunar calendar and a solar calendar. That's my clock.
Right. I have no clock, no calendar. I just have a marker. It really is just references and regions.
Indicators of time and space.
Right. Right. The clock itself is one of the biggest lies. That's what accelerates somebody's aging too. If one perceives time, then they shall age with time. Once steps out of time, the time perception, they actually slow down their aging because the clock is not actual time. It's a marker for references and regions for events and experiences that really has no application to time.
And yeah,
That
Hey
requires
everyone.
subatomic reconfiguration. Go ahead, Pam.
Hello,
Oh,
Pamela.
I was just saying hey.
Hey,
cheers,
Pam.
man.
Good to have
It's
you.
been a while, Pamela. How are you?
Indeed. I was typing something in chat and it didn't come out right, so I figured I'd come up here. I was kind of inspired to when I heard y'all talking about kind of staying in your own frequency and how easy it is, but it's nice to like go on these panels and things and get out of your little bubble because I think that test is your kind of your progression
Yes, yes, it
because
is.
it's easy to maintain a high frequency in my own little bubble when it's just me, but when I go out into public like you guys were talking about, it's a whole different it's like a test every time it feels like.
Right, that's where one gets their most potent development is out in the front battle, the front line of the perceived existence, right? For my being, when I go to do my energy work, I go up, I live close to off grid, right? Which is good. The city center here is only like a 10-minute walk, but I make it an event to go right on the highway of the sidewalk and walk by all the chaos, right? To get my conditioning so I can sustain my frequency field in chaos where other frequency fields aren't going to affect me. So what you're defining, what you just stated, is bang on. Of course, that's where you get your most potent development is in the front line where all the action is.
Well, much
Because
like
you're
Axis,
contending with yourself. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
much like Axis, I don't well, let me rephrase. Much like Axis, I've kind of been a hermetic type of person, kind of keeping to myself. But when I want to test myself, I come out on these panels, and that's all the chaos I need to test myself. I don't go out in the real world a lot because I can't drive. But boy, you can test yourself in all kinds of frequencies here in the metaverse.
And I think you've
Sure
done
can.
quite well, Pam. I have a great
Well done.
appreciation for your ability to remove yourself from situations.
I'm still learning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
we
you're
all
still
are.
an inspiration.
Well, thank you. And so are you. I enjoyed your song at the beginning. I had to step away because I've been having all kinds of technical problems on my end, but I enjoyed that.
Well, thank you, Pam. And the musical interludes tonight were definitely inspired by you.
Oh, well,
To,
thank
for
you.
me to endeavor forward into the music, and I even worked on the new song I'm doing. So, I reconfigured my environment here and removed the chaotic aspect of it, redefined everything into a structure, and figured I would address the darker inhibitions that I was having and the conflicts and come to peace with that and maybe move forward.
Well, that's beautiful because what you don't deal with deals with you, and you're dealing with it in a constructive manner. That's awesome.
Trying.
And yeah, to bring
Just
up,
some,
Singh was asking about the Ouroboros earlier, right? So that's
yeah.
yeah, it's an alchemical symbol that's used lots in alchemy, and it's supposed to represent something called the Unus Mundi or Mundus, which is the interconnectedness of all things. And it also represents the endless cycle of creation, destruction, rebirth, which in alchemy would be called, it's like dissolution and coagulation, which is a solve coagula. Yes, that's pretty much what it's just trying to
And
represent there.
yeah, Hinduism represents it with the Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma, which are, you know, personifications of sustaining the destruction for the renewal of the Brahma. And, that's a pretty heavy allegory from Hindu culture.
It is interesting.
And prana being the energy that you apply to that transition of state and how you interact with it. You can either
It's chi, right?
stand against it. Yes. Yeah, chi in Eastern culture. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a negative state to be within your darker self. It's only how you react to that state. When you can come to peace with the turbulence of your darker side and not put up a resistance against it with some type of indoctrinated state of, well, you got to stay righteous, and you have this superficial understanding that you got to deter yourself from those thoughts or interacting with those ideals and thoughts. Well, they're going to fester, and they are going to come out in action until you alleviate them within your internal self, the universal constant, such as Vishnu, Shiva, Brahma, the allegory that Cage made. You will consume yourself with your unaddressed issues.
It's also revealing something really important. It's revealing one's head, basically the top of their CNS, their cortex. And it's also revealing the tail, one's root, the root base, the tail of the spine, that would be one's root base, perceived chakra reference and region. If one isn't eating their tail all the time, perceived, close the circuit with a dragon head to their dragon tail, the root base. So basically, where is the dragon head? Well, if somebody closes their eyes and just releases, it's exactly where their thoughts is, approximately at their third eye. So if one isn't connected, closing the circuit to their bottom of their CNS nervous firing system, energetic system, what happens is the spine is open, the energetic biofield of the human then is opened up to bleed energy. So what it is actually representing is the closing of one circuit, completing the plug, say positive and negative, you plug in, then you're hitting what I define as this singular field of energy to one's molecules. And they're also have closed their circuit, which would be an inconduction field of feeling. So when somebody's actually feeling really good, they're actually inconduction fields down. I define it as they actually imploded their fields to the start traveling to the core origins known as gravitational magnetic fields. Their molecules actually changed to what is defined to vortex molecules, also known as black hole molecules. Well, what is a black hole? Well, it's a gravitational magnetic field. So when one is in a state of closing their circuit to their dragon head, dragon tail, their energy conducts in. They shall feel a lot more euphoricness and bliss. But also, what is happening is any negative fields is they're not playing the outconduction light game anymore. They actually went to darkness, which is darkness as illumination, magnetic fields. They start attracting, well, not all the energies, but what happens to negative field energies being projected to somebody, since they're not in outconduction fields, I define as anti-light, then they're not part of the system anymore. They're actually sort of a vacuum then with their energetic fields, and any negativity is actually coming to their molecules, is being converted to amplify further their luminosity. It's not we go around being so aware of this, it's not we go around working people. We just know negative fields are being vacuumed and converted to whatever source authorizes. So I've realized when my top of my head perceived, I call it the top of my dragon head, is not awarely done connected to my root base, tailbone, tail core perceived region, my energetic fields are a lot different and I don't feel good. It's almost I'm bland and I go to a sensitization state where I can feel it's not correct, right? So I've been working with this for quite a few years and it's proven to be With all my energy work, energy frequency tuning I do, I stay fused. Dragon head to the tail is fused down conduction fields. I further amplify my torque fields to my molecules, and I can actually feel the gravitational fields to my vessel and around my being perceived, the earth, one's copy, actually being amplified. And with the amplification, I can feel the stimuli sometimes does go off the Richter scale. And this is where one taps into what is defined their euphoricness and bliss, also known as the sexual climatic lusty energies that the Bible shuns, which is clipping somebody's actually tail. It's opening their circuit, right? The Bible shuns the sexual energies as sin. No, it's not sin. It actually closes one circuit. So when I'm doing reviews, and I've done reviews in the past, when I'm not connected to my dragon tail, I don't feel that joy. Okay, so when one is feeling joy, pay attention when you lay in your bed and you get that cradle where you're feeling really cozy. Your energies actually drop down to your root base. It closes your circuit, and that's when one gets really good sleep. So when I'm not connected, when those two aren't fused, the plug is not into the singular field, I don't feel. It's like a sensitization of a stimuli where it's not feeling. It's a different energetic field where it's not actually pleasant. So do a review. When you're really feeling good, where is your energy? You actually close your circuit and you're conducting in. That's the only time somebody feels good is when they're conducting in, as known as feeling gravitational magnetic fields. Now, when one's energy is conducting out, out is also up. That's anti-gravity fields, known as the reverse field to what I define to gravity magnetic fields, known as anti-light, right? A lot of people traveling through this planet or this navigation travel regulation, they're actually anti-light beings because they're not closing their circuit. When somebody feels good, it's really short and bland. When one's partying and they're around with their friends, they're actually closing their circuit, aware, not aware usually, but beings are aware. I call it. I can truly define as when one does this aware, they enter their eternal festival party where they're feeling good all the time. But my tail gets clipped a lot. The more I became aware of this, there is so much interference trying to clip my head from my tail, right? Is this also almost the interdimensional, also different dimensional, I could define forces giving me my further self-development. It is very
It's
interesting.
understanding the closed circuit as opposed to the short-lived joy which amplifies the anguish. When you close that circuit, then you become cohesive to self, and the joy and the stimulation of joy doesn't necessarily amplify at that point in time the disappointment by amplification.
All right.
Gotcha. Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
interesting.
More. Yeah. If you can become a self-contained uh, circulatory cycle of understanding with balance, then those extremes do not amplify the lows, and the lows do not amplify the extremes of joy. You find
Right.
a harmonious balance within it, within that closed circuit.
Yes, and when the circuit is closed, I'm glad you brought the amplification. When I start torquing my molecules, my energy fields aware, I can feel the energy amplification gain, and definitely feel it, but put it to the test and trial if you experience and experiment with this. When you start torquing your fields of more inconduction fields and down, you'll notice everything gets more illuminated, bright. All your perceived visual, your inner mind's eye of vision, the projection one is seeing. Yes, because it's going to a higher frequency state of density, which is more luminosity. It's like turning up the brightness on one screen, more energy. Very interesting.
And that also resorts back to external stimulus and how you react to it. You can either be a closed circuit and understand the universal balance within that in yourself, or you can become reactionary to external stimulus, thus breaking your internal cycle.
Right, exactly. And when one is has closed their circuit, they're actually in a different dimensional channel level where their stimuli is interdependent from any external light emission fields. They're at luminosity gravitational magnetic fields, not light anti-gravity fields. So I've labeled light anti-gravity fields, which is out-conduction fields emissions, and I've labeled luminosity as darkness in-conduction fields of magnetic fields, gravitational fields, and also I've labeled it as fire because the fire is below at one's root-based tailbone tail core. Now, if their one circuit isn't closed, that's where all the perceived reptilians that is mentioned so many times that is harvesting sexual climatic energies from beings, and that's all they go for is to steal somebody's fire. When somebody's head isn't fused to their tail, plugged in, closed circuit, then their energy is bleeding out, and any other perceived being who's aware that it's bleeding out like that, it's up for grabs because it's being spilled out. It's not being stolen, right? But then
Thus,
again,
the
these
lower
are perceived.
reptile state of mind.
So these are perceived the beings that just gather spilled, energies that people aren't regulating, whether in their ignorance or not aware or just utilizing what I define the anti-light behaviors. That's fair game. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no consequence. But there's other beings who work people to get them to bleed a lot of energy, narcissists, etc. Working somebody to make them angry, mockery, etc. Where they're working somebody to bleed them on purpose, where they get into actions, deeds, and behaviors that I define as anti-light, then they really bleed them bad. And this person that's bleeding gets drained, and the other person that knows, if they're aware anti-light being very on an evil agenda, they're going to drain this person where they're going to be drained all the time. And also keeping your circuit closed, you don't get drained. You'll notice you're cycling your energies within you. It's like a closed sphere circuit to all your molecules within your sphere of existence. Then the energy is only being cycled within you. It becomes like a frequency barrier field to your resonance that nobody can steal energy from yourself because you're conducting in. Now, when one's
I'm
bleeding out,
gonna
well,
I'm gonna pass that off to Cage because Cage understands the philosophy of martial arts and chi, and I think
yeah.
Cage gave you a very good descriptive understanding of that. Pam, thank you for joining the panel. You are always welcome. You know you're a welcome guest to this channel, and we appreciate your presence at all times. Go ahead, Cage.
I think Cage stepped away or he fell
Okay.
asleep.
What are your take on this, DeFreak? This is kind of a profound moment of understanding about some of the individuals that you interact with and are around in the panel verse.
Well, the only thing I would disagree with them about is, the narcissist who's trying to get a rise out of somebody or whatever. Those are called trolls. I'm
Right.
familiar with trolls. Definitely, understand what trolling is
Yes, yes.
and whatnot. But otherwise, this is all kind of new concepts. New. I've never heard this kind of thinking before. So I'm listening. He's equivocating it to say like electrical circuitry and manipulation, or I mean manipulation probably isn't the best word, but like uh,
Influence.
being able to direct electricity in a certain way that it actually is productive for work or efficiency or in some sort of manner like that. But I can't really speak on it because I don't really know anything about any of this stuff. So I mean, sure, people know kind of inherently that if you have positive thoughts or whatever, you're gonna be more happy and stuff like that. But a lot of people, like I find a lot of people like are in happy mode all the time. They're even though they're maybe happy or whatever, you know, at a certain point, some of that is like just straight up denial. Like you have to face some of the emotions that you have in life. And if you're just always putting a mask on it with, you know, happy go lucky, you know, Bob Hope kind of like, you know, denial, well, that's just denial.
Yes, it's a falsehood. It's a misrepresentation of self.
Yeah, I'm here. I saw I was in the other room that was muted.
Yeah, I wanted
What
you
was the
to give
question?
the correlation between what you understand as the secular nature and the chi of martial art and how self-contained energy within one's own resonance and how it applies to martial arts. You know, being able to meet resistance with a passiveness.
Yeah, so instead of trying to resist something head on, right? It's like it'd be better to apply your energy to it, to add to it instead of trying to resist something head on, right? And it's like kind of like you know, like Newton's third law.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting because there's a big boxing match here. I think it was yesterday or the day before, and one thing that you notice, like in some of these really great boxers, is when your instinct and your reflexes tell you to kind of flinch away or to retreat back. These great fighters know that that's the time that you actually turn in and you can get the like the clean uppercut or something, you know. And what Cage just said there kind of reminded me of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the martial art I learned, they teach you about you know, it's called the circle principle. So you apply their energy and move it in kind of like an Ouroboros or a circle, kind of like you know, in order to utilize that energy instead of trying to oppose it. So you use their energy against them in a way. Right.
Deflecting the storm with pacifism and not becoming a cause and effect result, but allowing the storm to pass while standing directly still in the face of adversity.
Yeah, it's like it's also like, you know, like centrifugal force.
Yes.
Where, for example, if you like spin something around, like you ever seen like where you ever seen the experiment where they spin a wheel and the wheel will stay upright because of the motion. You know where? I don't know if I'm
Centrifugal
explaining that
force.
correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. And you know, the retaining of the chi within oneself is the same as prana or keeping the loop closed and maintaining that energy, but without application of self for the cause and effect. You become passively resistant.
Yeah, instead of meeting force and force head on, right? You utilize the force that's already there and just add a bit to it. This is how you could easily take down opponents or whatever that are much stronger or bigger than you. Yeah.
Yes.
Because you're adding to their energy instead of fighting against it.
Which brings a sense of balance. You use the state of balance and the state of force, and your resistance is the distribution of that balance against them by their imposing force.
Or you can go to superconductivity with least resistance, and you really would blow your opponent away, fighting unconditionally. Okay, I'm glad. I think the freak brought this about the boxing. I watched this one fighter. I don't remember his name. I tried to find him again, and I couldn't find him. This guy, I haven't seen a boxer box like this. I'm like, what the fuck is it about this guy?
Where is he
He's never.
from? Where is he? White, black,
He is. I
Filipino?
think he was half breed Asian. But
You're
anyways,
talking about Manny Pacquiao. I thought as soon
my
as you said that, I'm like, it was probably Manny Pacquiao.
it
As soon as you
might be
said it,
him.
it came to my
But anyways, I looked for him. I couldn't find him, and it's like I was like, what the fuck is it about this guy? It's just his style was different. He wouldn't tire, and he just annihilated his opponent. And he was reviewed after, and he's like, "Why can't you lose?" And he's like, "I don't fight to win. I just, I do this. I fight. I box to have fun." And that right there clicked, and I'm like, "Holy fuck! There's the key. This guy's boxing unconditionally with a perceived closed circuit feeling good rather than aggressiveness. He's just having fun. He's not losing energy. He's got a closed circuit. The other guys may be fighting. Usually, all boxers are fighting with aggressiveness because who is in that stance of just having fun rather than aggressive fighting to win, having fun, not caring about winning or losing. So he's just basically the other guy would be bleeding the energy, directing it towards this guy. And if he's having fun, he's feeling good, he's in conduction. Magnetic fields defines he's amplifying his energy, not losing, he's gaining, defining he's not going to tire. And this guy wouldn't tire. It was just his style I have not seen before. But he just
That's
defined it
the
after the
the,
fight. It
alleg-
just all clicked in.
the allegory that I explained about the snake reserving energy and the rat not.
Yes,
You
yes.
know
Yeah, it leads back to that
that
too.
that's why I learned from my um, I like to call them my friends, my teachers, my cohort. I learn from them, and I watch opposites, and I watch how they react, and I imagine this guy's reserving his energy, while the other guy is like the rat. He's exerting
Yes.
his energy.
Because he's applying his energy to the energy that the other opponent is trying to put back onto him, in a way.
Yep.
In actual fact, no matter how he strikes, he wouldn't be losing energy. He's just amplifying and gaining because of his perception structure approach to the whole event, right? So, yeah,
And that
this
could
guy
be
wouldn't
used.
tire. He just
And that could be.
didn't.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. He just wasn't tiring, this guy.
I'm saying that could be used in many different facets of life, even in chess, for example. Not getting caught up in winning or losing, right? You're just
Yeah, you're allowing your opponent's resistance to
Of,
defeat
co-
themselves.
of course, okay, using chess and boxing, of course, somebody entering in those arenas is going to be self developed and mastered in that art, but applying a certain perception and a certain the thought pattern to the perception of engaging in that is going to make all the difference.
Well, that's partially what Kung Fu is about, was the observation of animals. Snake is a reserved style. They utilize the least amount of energy for the most effective strike. Whereas, the crane is a balancing technique of fighting. There's variables that they observed through nature to be able to utilize those lessons taught by nature and animals. And they incorporated it into a philosophy, a art, and even a skill.
Indeed.
There's a lot to be said for um, the lack of indoctrination and the observation of wisdom as opposed to indoctrination or just knowledge. That's where wisdom is applied. When to strike, when to reserve energy, when to know balance, when to find yourself calm in the midst of a storm. That's wisdom.
and there's a lot of techniques in order to harness that energy too. Breathing techniques, pulling up from the lower, or from the lower, middle, and upper dantian. They call them elixir fields. It's a type of Eastern alchemy.
Yeah.
Sure is. Sure is ways of amplifying all that for sure.
Yeah. People think that, I keep these animals as just test subjects for frequency and, you know, conditioning, but actually they're teaching me. And when I get online, and I watch people's reactions, and I start studying and applying them to an algorithm or a development of character and pattern cohesiveness, then I can understand the individual that I'm dealing with much more effectively. And thus, I can use their energy as a sense of, okay, this is what's coming. I'm not going to oppose the resistance, and they're going to have to bear the weight of their own force.
Right. It's not like you're working them for their energy or stealing it. If somebody's pouring it out, it's fair. It's always fair game. If somebody's bleeding it out, it is fair game.
Absolutely. You know, lest you
And this,
come at me. Go ahead.
right, right, and this is where I can truly define that vampires, the whole myths and stories about vampires, there's two types of vampires. In this dimensional plane, you're either one type of vampire or another type of vampire. That is energy converter, utilizer, regulator, okay? There's the evil anti-light cyberspace beings, or the aware ones, okay? The ones who are not aware, they're not really in this type of awareness game or navigation, travel, regulation. So the aware anti-light energy converting vampires work people negatively, etc., to get them to bleed energy, to basically suck their blood, to convert their energy. Okay, but beings like a few people here, all right, we don't work anybody to get the energy. If the energy spills and bleeds, well, it's fair game for grabs. It's up for grabs. So what this is all coming down to is the myths of vampires sucking blood. No, they don't suck blood. They convert energetic fields, right? And one way of form, somebody aware or not aware, is converting energy to a degree. To a degree, always
Well,
somebody is absorbing certain energies, giving certain energies, and vice versa, right? So I'd like to
yeah.
say is like getting the vampire title out of here, because this solves the vampire so forth story and mysteries and enigmas behind it. Is beings eventually that become aware, they realize that they are types of energy converters for certain energetic fields, and some people call themselves, they're cleaning up the energy of the earth. Yeah, to degrees. Yeah, some of us do clean up what is defined certain aspects of energy and convert it to different frequency fields, determining and defining, yeah, sort of cleaning the anti-light negative fields perceived, or more precise, to be
It's,
positive.
yeah, balanced. It's like,
Yeah.
and I hate to bring this up, but without people's resistance and the conflict to Stephen, then Stephen is ineffective. And if you pacify him and you don't put that resistance up, then he's defeated himself.
Correct. Yes. Eventually, yeah, you're right about that. Eventually, somebody who's trying to, stir shit up or do something to somebody else who is aware, they're not going to have a good outcome. They're really going to find themselves in a further anti-life field where they're really going to, you know, s- suffer their consequences of their ignorance, right? It's like
Yes.
beings who are established and aware with the resonance frequency fields. Number one is their frequency fields to their called biofield sphere. It converts energy. It converts perceived these negative energies, and somebody is trying to, manipulate somebody who is aware. They're just banging their heads up against somebody else's frequency perceived gate force field, basically. So
If they
it is
put up
interesting.
resistance.
Yeah, if they do, yeah, eventually, and it even takes it to a stage further. Usually, when somebody is really aware and knows how to work with their energies and navigate and regulate and do certain modulations to their energy frequency fields, it's almost as if aware anti-light beings, they won't approach this person because they know they're going to lose energy and they don't like losing energy. So I've noticed when I'm on the ball with my energy work going out, is certain at the gym where I go, certain people used to talk to me when I was sort of getting into all this, but now that I'm at a different level, these people that used to approach me won't even look at me anymore. I'm minding my own business. It's just I'm reviewing, previewing. Okay, I get what's happening. It's like, there's no food buffet here anymore to get anything for myself. Do you see? So if they're going to exhibit a manipulations to myself or a manipulation that used to be done, they're going to lose a lot of energy, or the energy they're trying to pour to myself to work me. So it's like almost the sharks that used to feed off myself can't feed anymore. And it's like I've turned into the shark and they've turned into the goldfish if they attempt something. So the fields are reversed when somebody becomes aware to all this anti-reversal agenda to manipulate people, to handle them, to script them, and also to take their energy.
Well, if I can sing, one thing where I'm going to interlude is wisdom. There are
Yes.
those that come not to feed, but to be inspired. And those are the ones that you allow to share in your energy so
Right,
that they
right.
are inspired. The rest of them, no.
So in actual fact, if we step back, Axis, and look at this, are they taking our energy, or are they tuning themselves by participating to the frequency fields that we are tuned to? So henceforth, we're not giving them no energy. What they're perceiving as energy gain is they're being tuned by their own choice to frequency resonate at that frequency. So henceforth, their molecules goes to what I define illumination, right? They get joy because they're actually doing it to themselves. So in actual fact, you you be
Yeah,
you
that's
you
the
being
degrees of
yeah,
Masonic order.
yes. So in actual fact, I know when I'm doing my work, if somebody likes my sphere perceived, I call it my metaverse of existence. Well, then if they decide to participate, they need certain qualifications to be around my being, a certain frequency resonance that one shall arrive to is participating when they're attracted to somebody else's energy. Doesn't mean they're getting it. All from my perception is they're actually tuning themselves by sort of engaging into what is attraction, right? So it's
Yeah,
like
they're
to just
amplifying their
yeah,
endeavor by being inspired in the sharing of your energy
right.
to
So
bring them up to a higher understanding.
right. So it's almost like two tuning forks. Say, Axis, you're resonating at this, you're tuned. You know how to do basically sustain the energetic fields that you enjoy, and the other person's another tuning fork, and they sort of are getting attracted. They're kind of curious. They feel the energy, and that's when they start to vibrate. Their energetic fields start to vibrate like a tuning fork, and they start to become tuned. They're actually tuning themselves, but the person new to this shall say, "Oh, this guy's energy is cool that I'm feeling," but in actual fact, we don't give energy to anybody who's established, I define as initiated. They're actually tuning themselves to feel that energy. Eventually, one realizes, "Hey, I was tuning my reality all the time when certain
Yeah,
aspects of awareness was arriving."
yeah, and that's between those that are of the greater works and those that are not. Many are come, but few are chosen. Many apply to the Masonic degrees, many are turned away. It's not for everybody to comprehend and understand.
That's for sure. It is a process, for sure.
Yes, of self development.
That's what it's all about. Self development.
Yeah, and that's what the biblical Jesus was about. He was trying to lead by example, and he was trying to show a particular path. He wasn't looking to be worshipped, followed maybe to a degree of your ability to comprehend. But that's why the allegory of, you know, seeds will be cast on rocks and will not grow. Seeds will be cast on mid ground and they will sprout and die. And then there will be those that are cast on fertile soil and will sprout, grow, and be abundant.
Correct. So the
I'm really
greatest.
curious as to freaks. Um, input on this. This is new to him. This is kind of an experience for him, and I'm very intrigued as to what his take on this is.
Well, I think that he's quite creative in the terms that he uses for, like gravity and light and darkness. And a lot of this stuff I don't really connect the dots with quite yet, but um, anything that's dealing with like particles and protons and neutrons, electrons, all that stuff, that's just one dimension that we're currently in right now. And so the laws of physics and whatnot that apply here don't apply to other dimensions. And it certainly is not the only dimension that we're going to experience. So, like when we pass on, it's going to be we're going to be more in the spirit realm, and physics is throw that out the window. It's a whole different place. There's no real like talking with like words and stuff. It's more of a mind to mind telepathy kind of a communication, and other things that I can't really explain right now. But um, I do like his terminology and trying to explain the things. I just don't know if I fully understand them yet.
Oh, you're getting it. You're
What?
grasping it. I can tell the way you're responding. It's like I defined, even Access defined when he first introduced me the first time that sometimes I don't recall exactly what he stated, but intense. Yeah, my vocabulary may be intense on my descriptions, but I try to give as many analogies and angles as I can, so anybody participating can get different angles and perspectives, and hopefully accelerate themselves for putting one plus one together and applying the information to
Yeah, and I'll
basically.
leave this stream up so that it can be reviewed by anybody that finds interest in reviewing it. Perfecting one state of self um, peace, an inner peace with self. I think when they pass on, are going to be able to experience the next state of being with least resistance because they are at peace. They don't have those attachments. They don't have those regrets, and they don't have those stigmata that applied themselves into the indoctrinated. And when you find that inner peace and you understand that universal balance and you come to atonement with self, then when you pass on, you're going to probably, to my concept, be more understanding of your adaptation into a new state.
Right. And I want to reflect on what the freak said. It stated, yeah, the terminology of all these energetic molecules is just from this dimension. There's many other dimensional states of energies, channels perceived. I call them different sectors that can't be labeled here or put into words.
Yeah, Sing, where do you get this technology and this terminology from that you use?
It just was developed through just progressing and just, doing my work. Just basically arrived. I never used to speak like this. This happened about 8 years ago. When I speak to my brother, he's like, what did he define? He's like, don't lecture me like one of your videos. I'm like, this is the way I speak. He's like, well, you just speak normal. I'm like, this is normal. Because he was used to the old R's before all this happened, right? But 13 years ago, the acceleration process started for myself, and my vocabulary changed as, I did studies, read things, and just the way it evolved my speech to using these types of words for description.
And don't mistake that the physics and even the quantum mechanic level of this is cohesive to the spiritual nature of things. Metaphysics, physics, and quantum physics are associative of one another. There is no differentiation, there's only transition.
I agreed.
So whether you're speaking of particles, quantum state, particle state, observed state, spiritual state, metaphysical state, um, hermetic understandings of mathematics, proportion, divine proportion, hyperdimensional, they all apply to each other coherently. It's just understanding how they work together. That is an alchemical process that will happen within you when you become a receiver, a transmuter, and then you become a projector, an amplification of that information.
Correct. The projection stage of awareness is one of the greatest regions of restoration where one realizes that
Yeah.
all this that they see, they're in their thought core's projection. That's where existence is and always has been. So, in actual fact, what we're seeing here, well, if anybody looks around or whatever they're seeing it to their inner mind's eye of vision. That is their thought core's projection that they are actually in. So, in actual fact, one is always in their what I define their copy matrix, thought core projection existence. And then it's all being projected actually from one's thought core, their copy, perceived that is a mid-plane of experience of events to participation, right? So in actual
Yeah, their
fact,
inner interpretation of environment.
correct, yes. In actual, we're in our thought cores right now. What we're seeing is in our thought cores, being
Hmm.
projected from our thought core. It's almost like everybody has their own inner mind's eye of vision. I call it their own TV set to participate in this video, like a video game multiplayer where you can play at any part of the world or any segment of the world. You've got your own screen, seeing the same thing as you're participating to the same experience of events, where this region or that region. So it's pretty cool actually when one becomes aware that this projection isn't only a visual, it is they are in their projection existence, their thought course projection, projecting this digital holographic existence reality.
Co-operative gaming in a virtual field.
Yeah, and I always define to myself as I'm never getting sucked into play into the multi anti-light player game, multi anti-light player game where it's a non-desirable experience of events and things that happen. It's almost like putting in the into one's console the mind, the CD disc programming to start multiplayer playing around with events that aren't beneficial or desirable, right? To say negative events and put in the console or the disc to
Well,
the console.
yeah, I mean, some people play video games for the endorphin rush and the interaction. Some people play the video games for the agility skills. Others are just observing participators developing skills and understandings of the arena.
Somebody else looking into somebody else's TV screen of participation, right? Except they're not playing the game, picking
It's
up
not
the
much different.
yeah, it is not much. It's not much difference at all than that. Yeah.
It's almost like
That's
the
why.
go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeffrey. No, please.
Say it's almost like the Borg hive, the Borg hive mind, like and then you've got the Borg Queen singularity kind of mind. Whereas they're all kind of individuals, but when they hook into the collective hive, the inner voice becomes just like one kind of like repeating main narrative type of cohesive collective, but they can still separate out and do individual work tasks and whatnot, and that's kind of like the God figure, the the Most High God, kind of the one and all in one, controlling everything, and yet giving everyone free will, and it's an interesting dynamic.
Absolutely a wonderful allegory there, the freak. I couldn't have said it better. That is a great observation of that.
Yeah, we can add to that actually. Great build to bring to the table. Now, if we can look at the queen, the Borg queen, as the manipulative controllers of the planet, trying to imply the agenda to the perceived collective general public. We'll call the general public the collective. Anybody who gets suckered into the elites, queen bees, hive mind, then they shall assist in supporting that projection to be more stabilized and their events transpiring. So that's interesting that you brought the Borg up. Yeah, it is like that. One needs to realize that they don't follow any queen or king perceived handler or manipulation scripting attempts through articles or the media, what they put out as information. Where one realizes that they just play the variables that they're represented in their thought core, that is going to create a better existence reality for themselves and act upon only the variables of thoughts that are actually programming representations to one's choices as to participate in that variable. So it is cool what you brought up.
As long as, I mean, like Neuralink or whatever, we could theoretically, in however many years, all just plug into the central core, mind programming, mundane voice of, you're an American, you are good, you are always right, kill everybody, whatever, But as long as we're individuals and we're still just like fleshly, biological, carbon, water, whatever, and we have our own agency in our own minds, then the only thing that really can bring a cohesion or, some sort of organization that's powerful enough to like do anything is just strong leadership. And that's what it
Right.
boils down to.
Right, the freak, you hit that on the ball. It's always been influence of a suggestion, a variable of a choice, right? That will determine the outcome, right? Like you're defining is you stated a few things. I lost it. You had some good points I was gonna add, but I lost it. All right.
Was the kind of like the group hive, say, let's just say, kind of indoctrination and the repetitive, I don't know, let's just say like, social justice or something, versus the individuals who are interacting every day with a multitude of different type of people and can actually, handle it and not be triggered, I guess.
Right. I got it now. What I was gonna add. You brought up Neuralink. Okay. What I can state about Neuralink is, okay, Neuralink, look at it this way. We can either hook up to the Neuralink of the negative, evil agenda that's going to oppress us, or we can hook up to the other Neuralink perceived as the variables to a better existence reality, right? So it is like the cloud and Neuralink, we are always hooked up to some system perceived core. I define it as the luminary creator that gives us better variables, better options of choices to our thoughts that we can choose and engage in, or we can be hooked up to the anti-light version of source that is the variables that leads to a not desirable existence, participation to events of experience. So we're defining what Neuralink. Neuralink is already happening. It's almost like a train. When you pull that rail to change the rails, that lever that swings it over, that's what sort of the forced induced technology is sort of trying to force people with signal emissions, but also with articles, reading, and media, etc. So when one becomes aware, everything is a variable of an option that, the government may be doing this, but does it really affect my reality unless I allow it to? Like, okay, sure, for one to have their basic necessities, a roof over their head, food, and clothing, and some extra spending money for leisure, but beyond that, having the basic necessities, do I really care about what their agenda is, and is their agenda really feasible that it's going to progress into what they're trying to go into, right? So I also see the government, for some reason, right? I see the government like virtual insurgents that's like a computer program trying to manipulate people's their thought projection to get a more count of the general public to pool that energy of the thought to reinforce that agenda, right? So it is so many variables can happen, but it always leads like to a better existence with the variables played out with chosen that are going to lead to the better existence for one, or the variables played out from the other options being represented, like two different computer systems representing variables to the multiplayer game. I call the luminary version of Source the better existence, and the anti-light version of Source, the devil, call him Satan, whatever some people call him, is what leads to non-desirable experience of events and oppression and the perceived not good reality. Very interesting.
Here's an interesting one for you, the freak, for you to kind of chew on. Is remember there are the elect from scriptural teaching. Those are set apart. There are those that are set apart, the elect. And also remember in the beginning, in Genesis, I believe it's in Genesis, there's a couple other places where even God said, I am God, I do both good and evil. And if you want, I can pull those scriptures up and verse,
Yeah.
But
Like I can think of Isaiah 45:7 right off the top, but yeah, there's plenty of, and in the Quran, he's the creator of all these things, right?
yes.
Go ahead.
No, you're fine. You're
Okay,
on it,
okay.
man. I'm with you.
Well, the thing is, that's basically okay. So what he creates isn't always necessarily part of who he is and his essence or whatnot, but he also has to have full knowledge, because if we didn't know about that other stuff and the bad stuff or the evil or whatever, then we would be accusing him of not being having all knowledge and being all powerful and not having all knowledge. So a lot of it is the fact that everything has to be witnessed, and therefore it's set and it's in a linear timeline, but also that's just the way that full knowledge is kind of acquired.
Right, and it is by that he is defined. So therefore you know the difference. For without it, he has no definition.
And kind of a spoiler alert, at the end of the book of Melchizedek, it's like 12 chapters. God actually takes the blame for everything. Essentially, I forgot what the line is, but essentially, he is the one who takes the blame for everything. I don't know if that means that everything is redeemed and everything goes to heaven, but except maybe Satan or some of the other ones that rejected him twice or whatever. I don't know, but essentially, he's not putting the onus on us so much as himself at the very end of that book.
Well, in logical perspective, if you create both light and dark, the fluctuation of energy within a creation, that you are responsible for creating, how could you remove yourself from responsibility?
You couldn't. You certainly
Exactly.
couldn't. The other thing is too, like even though they're like, created the light and the darkness, well, once everything is fully known, eventually the darkness is going to be completely purged out and discarded, and what you're left over with, and for eternity, is just light.
Which is a state of non-opposition.
Luminosity.
Therefore, yeah, you won't have that feeling of joy with the amplification of disappointment. You will only consistently feel that joy because that's the only thing that is.
Right.
That's true, and that's called love, and that's what God is.
I would hope so. I really would.
Yeah.
Right, because
I
eventually,
Eventually,
all
yes.
eventually all perceived dark anti-light programming is not utilized because people become aware. If I utilize this thought, it's gonna give me a shitty negative reality and experience of events I don't desire. Eventually, it gets threaded out. I call that a different sector computer metaverse that eventually nobody participates in. Even the last one, Satan, is all there alone. And you know what? He comes over to what is defined the luminary side because everybody's at the eternal festival party where people are just enjoying experience of events with each other people's metaverses, perceived builds, etc., etc., etc. Who wouldn't want to join into a beautiful existing perceived world, right? Where one side is all dark and there's not many people participating because everybody's departed from there. Everybody's decided to utilize luminary programming that is, like you defined. It's that joy without that other side there where it doesn't need to be felt anymore, that resistance or kind of work with it, right? So eventually,
Right.
yeah, you're right. You're right about that. All perceived anti-light is gone. It's never to be found again because nobody touches it no more because they realize eventually what it spawns as a projection.
That's correct. That's correct. So it's fully known, and then it's a dead end, and so it's known, but now it's useless, so it's discarded.
Right. And as we are becoming aware here, of course we're still getting the interference of the other side, but I completely comprehend that I choose the variable that is a desirable experience of event with that stimuli and feeling and energy, right? So eventually people just don't make those option of choices no more. Of course, it is a process, trial and error. And
they're
in the future,
emotionally reactionary
right? In the
because
future,
of
that
self.
yeah, in the I don't like using the word future. In the restoration, right? What I've seen is it's all over, right? Nobody's there no more. It's just a closed system that nobody goes there anymore because it's like a door. It's like a carnival ride. You open up if you enter through this door, you get a shitty carnival ride and you get all this scripting and all these experience of events. Now, somebody who's went there through that door enough times to become aware that it's that same door, the trickster trying to represent other variables. This time it's going to be different. You can do that again, but you won't get that. It'll be like, no, sorry, you ain't sucking me in. No matter how you're representing that door, it's the same door always to the same reality with the same variables looping and repeating, right? So eventually nobody goes through that gateway door of participation, right? So it is pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thus the separation.
Yeah, and then eventually the last one there, the remains comes over to the other side, and that door is gone. Nobody goes there no more, and then there is no separation because everybody's unified again. So it is cool.
Yeah. There's another thought that I had when you were saying that. Now I forgot it, but
It'll
we
come
tried.
back.
Yeah, yeah. What was it? Uh, can't remember.
Well, you're in good company, the freak, and there is no judgment here, and we are very patient. and we hold no discrimination against observation and forward progressive development. That's why
Excellent.
earlier today, whenever I told you you're casting before swine, those
Oh yeah,
people want a
yeah,
reason to measure you. They want
yeah. That's
to
a good
measure
observation
you.
right there.
Don't
That's what
give
they're
them that
doing.
opportunity.
Yeah,
You're
that's all. That's all they're doing,
belittling
isn't
your
it?
endeavor. Yes,
They're basically, and anytime you enter into comparison, you're entering into covetousness.
yes,
That's what
yeah.
it is.
And that's why Dominique does what he does. He has a minuscule amount of insight to an understanding that he can't comprehend. So he spews that across the metaverse, trying to find coherency in his lack of understanding of the completion.
Right. And that's that's the anti-light system that always tries to get the competition going. I call it. It always wants to war, fight, guard, defend, challenge. Once somebody gets into that mode, they're on the other side again of the fight. I call it the anti-light fight club. It is a fight club. It's a continuous fight, basically.
Yeah, I thought you were actually talking about Nubs, not Dom.
Nubs was one of them too. Yes,
Yeah,
I was observing Nubs. And
yeah.
I really felt for your plight. Because I know that you are astute and you are teachable and you were amongst the unteachable.
They're still on their ego light horses.
Ego light horses. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
okay.
shame too because like they're Nubs is a very intelligent man, and
Yeah,
but he's looped himself up into knowing everything and applying none of it. Like, I don't even know if he believes half the crap that he says anymore because all he's doing is just counteracting whatever anyone else is saying at the time, and then kind of looping it into some yin yang kind of duality of nothing's all talking about what adds up to nothing. Unfortunately,
It's almost like in that stage of the I renamed it now the ego anti-light horse rides, and
nice.
it's like they're splitting themselves and sort of going into a war with themselves, right? And I can see that happening a lot of times where it's just like what you define as a perfect definition of what's happening. It's just when that happens, I sort of step back and let somebody talk, and I don't engage in the conversation because I know I'm not here to war, fight, guard, defend, or challenge. I'm just here to exhibit the information I have unconditionally with no conditions, and
Mhm.
whoever utilizes it. But definitely, one thing I don't do is guard, fight, defend, and challenge. That's where the ego war starts, and when one engages in that, then it's sort of like a fight battle, and nobody wins at the end because there's no winning side to that.
yeah, and
Mostly
that it.
yes. Mostly yes. Sometimes, you know, as a Christian person, um, I guess like representing Christ, showing love, and blah blah blah. But when it comes to the internet, or a lot of like just the world in general today, you've got to break someone down you've got to break their ego down to where they actually need to call for help, or they're not going to ever repent. And that's kind of like where I come in. That's where I come in.
Right.
And that's not a bad station.
One thing I've realized, the only thing we can do is exhibit information, but one must apply it and save themselves because there's nobody coming here to save anybody. One needs to utilize the accurate information that is truth and get themselves saved by doing the work and applying the information and advancing and enhancing themselves to what Axis defined, to restoring themselves for sure.
Well, yeah, like a lot of people can call themselves a Christian or call themselves even an atheist or call themselves a fucking Satanist or whatever. But then they're really de facto you know, a lot of people call themselves something, but they're really de facto Satanists. And what does that really mean? It just means like egotism.
Ego title wars.
It's a me. It's a me mentality. You can call yourself a Christian, but in your actions and your words and how you act and present yourself and carry yourself in life, you could be de facto anything. And I just, like someone could say, oh, I don't believe in any religion, but de facto through their actions and through their words and deeds, they're actually a de facto Christian. You know what I mean? It could be many things. People can call themselves whatever they want, but it's all through, you know, how they operate.
It reminds me of this movie. It reminds me of this movie where this gangster was looking in the mirror and he's trying to act tough and he's like, "Do you know who I am?" Yeah, I know who everybody is. Extensions of Source. Wake up, right?
You want a piece of me? You want a piece of me? Yeah. You know what? Like if we're talking about Nub specifically, and I'm warming up to him. We got off on a bad start or whatever, but I do respect that he is a very intellectual, highly intelligent person. But he, at a certain point, when you have every argument against what's kind of established at your arsenal and at your disposal, it's like at a certain point you have to take what is actually written down or what is actually there at face value, and he just has not considered that yet.
Well, that's his
He'll take
measure.
every path away from that to explain it, whether it be the language, they stole it from this culture, the whatever it is you could come up with, everything that you could come up with, except for what's actually there, and take it for face value. And I don't think he's done that yet.
Yeah, that's his measure, and he hasn't come to terms with a solid foundation within himself of a universal understanding and law that is constant. So therefore, he's going to divert it, and that is the extent of his measure.
Mm-hmm.
He can't go any further because of his indoctrination and his deflection of forward progressive movement and energy development.
And it's odd phenomenon too, because he knows all the different worldviews and all the different philosophies. So he knows them all, and can probably see the world through each of those lenses. But the fact that he knows them all means that he can't actually grab a hold of one and stick with it. So he actually, I don't know.
Knowledge doesn't make one wise.
It's like this. Somebody can know all the wisdom and knowledge, but if they don't apply it and practice it, they'll stay stagnated exactly where they are.
Well, I'm saying
Or
that's
they'll have the knowledge without the wisdom to discern growth.
I'd say wisdom is the application of knowledge.
Yeah.
It's like a worldview hamster wheeling.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. People fall into that redundant, repetitive, stagnant state of recycling information that they feel cohesive to, and that's the extent of the development.
And then you have people like Vanity, who just invents his own.
Yeah, create a new god. Let's recreate the gods. Let's recreate the histories and the myths of old.
The soul trap. Yeah.
That's like an old Gnostic ideology, right?
Yeah, but there is an actual cohesive universal constant. We are the persistent working against the constant. The constant is foundated. It is inscribed within our understanding and our interaction with what we call reality. And we are the persistent trying to interact with this constant to become cohesive to it for our development.
Hey, I remember what I was going to say earlier. Going back to energy and how we could be plugged in and close the circuit and build in. There's been a lot of media about like what's going into like the food supply and what we're eating and how it is or isn't affecting like how we're living and how we're all overweight and all this other stuff. And I'm wondering like how much of that artificial food additives and stuff like do you think plays into those third eye kind of like concepts?
Well, I will explain it to the best of my understanding. You have the constant, which is a self-sustaining system. And the closer you are to the natural state of that constant, the closer you're going to be to that relativity to constant. Now, the more diverse, or we'll say, I'm trying to think of the word at the moment, abominated, diverse, altered, then you're moving away from that which is constant, that which was inscribed and set into motion as a self-sustaining system that we were meant to be a part of.
So, Defreak, I wanted for you to expand more on the third eye. Maybe I can give an analogy. So I get what you're saying, Axis, on that. The more one moves away, it would be they're almost in a different reality with a different structure, laws of physics, to that reality level. That would be actually a different copy projection and probably deteriorated in quality or energy frequency resonance and crystalline structure, etc., etc. But Jeffrey, can you expand on what you stated about the third eye? I didn't really grasp what you were trying to put together with the food. I understood that part, but the third eye couldn't really put it into comprehension with what you stated.
I was kind of going off of what you were saying about how you could be, in a circuit type system where, like, if you're going out partying with your friends, you actually are closing the circuit and you're feeling good or whatever, and you're not allowing anyone to take your energy or whatever and stuff like that. But then, a lot of the biology of the body and the flesh, if it's being somehow manipulated or poisoned, I guess, how is that going to be affecting those type of energy channels that we have within the body and within the becoming aware kind of concepts and being able to actually do those things?
Well, I can add the analogy now. All right, we could perceive it. Give me a moment here just to get all this information in order.
I'm very interested.
Because if you have, let's just say you have two different people and one has a glass of clean, clear, like a stream, snow melted stream water every day. And then the other guy has like muddied water, eventually there's going to be some characteristics. There's going to be noticeably measurable, even though they're individuals, of their performance, of their health. That I'm just wondering, like, how much of that is affecting our spiritual, kind of like our spiritual. Yeah.
I get what you're saying. Okay, now I could add this in. Okay, let's use a different example. Like, okay, two people eating at the same table, being served the same food. Okay, of course I eat as clean as I can, least amount of chemicals and whatever, so be healthier. Okay, so both people are eating the same clean perceived food, least chemicals in there, whatever, because everything has a little bit of something in there. Okay, determine and define, even though they're eating the same cooked meal from the same cook, the same pot it came from, and the same dish they're being served. Now, the person that is resonating at a different frequency field, they're actually existing in a different level copy. It's like the multiplayer video game again, with perceiving different levels within channels, as in different frequency resonance and laws of physics. So one person resonating at a different frequency is actually eating the same meal, but they're going to be eating a lot healthier. The food's going to be structured in accordance to their frequency resonance, because one resonating at a certain frequency is the existence copy to that level segment they're in. Now, if the other person sitting at the same table sort of negative and that, well, they're going to receive the negative plate of food to that level copy of laws of physics, and the food's going to be vibrating to their crystalline structure. So this also can arrive to when one becomes really aware, when they put their thought of intent. Some people say you pray over your food is better. Well, what is prayer? It's actually energy tuning and sort of tuning the reality to be a better quality energy frequency resonance. So if one actually is aware the state that they're in is a different copy projection compared to the other guy's thought core, my thought core would be different from somebody else's thought core, determined to find where we're vibrating. So being aware
If
that
I
I'm
may,
eating,
I may sing, let me interject here. I have
yes,
half
yes.
a fifth. I have half a fifth of Maker's Mark in me. I have Xanax in me. I have marijuana in me. I'm smoking a cigarette. And I'm still resonating within a dark field of existence, but I'm coming across cohesively. It has not altered my perception or even my delivery.
Yes, and I could add to that. Yes, but somebody else who have may have been with you, done the same thing in the same room, isn't at the same copy. Your copy of the stimuli you have is different code format programming, equals different frequency resonance, equals a different deliverance of wisdom and knowledge, equals a different deliverance of stimuli. Somebody who does that may have a shitty experience of events, shitty stimuli, shitty energetic fields, right? I don't feel so good. How are you feeling so good? Well, you're feeling so good because what you may have an intake, what you have intake is actually a different, from a different level within that channel, a different level copy, determining defining it's a complete different structure, right? So
It's being
what's it?
transmuted differently.
Yeah,
It's something called
yes. So it's
consecration.
so it's benefiting you because it's a different format, okay, a different frequency resonance, a different structure, and it's beneficial. It's not causing your body harm because you know it's regenerating your body, because in different, more progressed and advanced levels, things don't deteriorate the body, they only enhance it and regenerate it. So arriving back to the 2 plates of food on the table is determined by one's awareness, frequency, resonance they're engaged in, and it shall be exactly what they're being served.
I say that's like a subconscious program, right? So the deal of
Yeah.
praying over your food, and that, and people naturally do this anyways, even if they don't do it purposefully. But you can do it purposefully. You can
To a
Yes,
manipulate
yes,
certain level.
food and stuff that you put
doing
into your
it
body.
doing it aware. So
Yeah,
in actual fact, if we broke down the food to the molecular level, what's behind food? Behind the veil is energy. Energy can be tuned, and also energetic crystalline structures of the frequency resonances can be tuned too. So in
Or
actual fact,
influence.
if yes, this is for myself, is somebody who's vegan, you know what, isn't any better than somebody who's eating meat, who's aware behind the meat is they're just utilizing the energy structure behind the veil and tuning it. And being aware like this, you can actually split your food with your thought of intent to absorb it to its more pure energy state. No difference than the analogy you gave, Axis. You're absorbing it at the, if so engaging in that. Well, one
And
would be
if I may,
absorbing it.
just for a moment, thing, and
Yes,
then you can
yes.
carry on. It's not what goes into the mouth, it's what comes out. And that was a parable
That's so good.
that
That's so good.
there you
Right,
there you go,
right. It's
Jeffrey.
there it is.
That's
That's
Matthew
exactly.
10:5, I think, or something.
Yeah.
And
You
even
need
in
to
the
look that up.
Bible, it wrote in the Bible, and poisons shall not harm you. Why? because it's not a poison. It's a different copy, format code programming, etc., frequency resonance, crystalline structure. It's more different. It's at a different energy state that does not harm you. That's the difference.
So once you're at a certain level, it's not something that is a factor for absorption. Is basically what
No.
I heard there.
Yeah, it has no effect on your reactionary state because you are in harmony with your understanding of the universal constant.
Yes, and it's another simple analogy to interject. I've seen, okay, I live by the city center and I'm traveling through there. Once in a while, I'll see an active user that looks healthy and they've been there for years and they're not deteriorating. And I'll see somebody else who has been there the same amount of time. They look like they've aged 10 years, 20 years, and this other person looks like they're doing well, they're fine, they're healthy, and you couldn't tell that they're actually using anything, right? But once again, it's determined whether they're aware or not. Who knows? But maybe their state of mind definitely and perception is playing a role. There may be some street user that's negative and all just anti-light utilization. And there may be a street user that's for the luminary side, making the better existence as they can with what they're doing. So it's sustaining themselves in a different existence level, right? So yeah, this is cool actually.
And I've done experiments with this with plants before, where all the variables were exactly the same, exact same clone, exact same environment, soil, everything. The only difference was doing a visualization on the water, and the
There you go.
differences were insane. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I had one plant that's like 3.5 feet, 4 tall in a small red cup, and then the other one that's like barely like fucking 2-3 inches tall and it's like not even growing. Yeah. So imagine what
Yeah,
effect
and
that
that
has on
was
people's bodies, right? So,
that was a part of the parable teachings of Jesus Christ.
so I think some people
Whether you
inadvertently do this, like, subconsciously without purposely doing it, depending on, what programs set up in their mind. Even like their thought and emotion going in while eating, right? Like, I recommend never eating when you're like upset or angry or any of that shit. You know what I mean?
Well, the food's going to cause major disruption to your energetic field, as it's going to be more or less of a poison you're putting in yourself. Upset stomach, bloating, indigestion is all from energy states that one is in. So yeah, you're all right. You're
I mean,
basically you're eating your own frequency resonance to a degree. You're being served your plate of resonance in all aspects of participation.
and for what it's worth to freak, I am in my darkest state of understanding. I am under the influence of Xanax, marijuana, and a half of a fifth of Maker's Mark. And I'm still
Yeah.
cohesive.
I've never taken a Xanny before.
Well, generally it kills people when they mix it with alcohol.
I remember it was the big thing not too long ago. Like all the kids were like doing Xanny
Xanax
bars
and
and
shit.
passing out on the couch all week.
Right.
Yeah.
It's an opiate, basically.
I had an old friend that what's a barbiturate, but yeah, I had an old friend that became real fucked up of that shit. You know what I mean? I had to cut him
Yeah,
off.
and you can if you allow it to rule you. If you cannot control the drug, then the drug will control you. If you cannot control the alcohol, then the alcohol will control you. But that comes with development of your state of being. It's like when I'm in darkness and I'm in the darker side of myself, I don't become reactionary to it. I
got
just experience it.
I got a question to you, Axis.
Yes.
Have you ever tried, like, you're very aware, right? I've done this before and it works. I can replicate any stimuli I've ever done. I know it's a program. So what I do is have you ever tried replicating it and flooding it through your energetic system and getting that stimuli without taking the actual solid state perceived material programming, putting in the program pure as it is, it actually works
Through
to a degree.
meditation. Through
Yes.
meditation, I have. But sometimes the physical endeavoring of it is necessary because we are in a physical state.
Right, right. For my self access, I need to keep myself toned down. When I let go of my energy work and I'm not doing anything, it feels like I'm ripped on all the illicits, non-illicits, all combined, and it actually gets way too stimulating. It's like the system wants to get me ripped when I'm not doing my work, and it's like, man, I'm not going there. Especially like a crystal meth high mixed with alcohol, down, up, you name it, everything mixed. It's just like, whoa, this system really wants to inject myself and get me sort of in a different state. So I keep my energetic fields toned down. I'd like to state is I stay down to what is defined the inner fire heroin high that I really enjoy, where I'm functionable, I'm at a relaxed euphoric state, but also with some type of injection with energy too, right? So it's interesting. Anyways, that's all I'm going to define. It's like the only thing I do is I vape 20 milligrams, and I enjoy it, but I don't do it publicly. I just don't need it when I go out. I go out. It's just something I don't do when I go out, and I don't crave it. It's not like I need to, take it with me. So I'm at a pretty good place where I'm actually being stimulated in a different degree, different manner.
I
That
use it
experience.
as a type of physical discipline to know that I can still retain a type of physical discipline in the most abstract state and still remain cohesive, coherent, and understanding of universal law.
Have you guys ever got your it was like an unlocking for me when I was doing like a lot of work, inner work, and that as a teenager, and then one day this shit just unlocked in me, and it was like the strongest feeling I've ever felt in my entire life. There's no amount of fucking drug or alcohol that can make anyone feel like that. Just like yeah, it was just like something unlocked, and then from there it was like all the doors opened up and shit. I go into the damn public and I'd be like, okay, this person's gonna touch their nose, this person's gonna fall, this person's gonna. It'd be like everything. Like there's no separation between my outwards world and my inner thought. It was it was like extremely powerful for a long time.
So
That's how
that
I started.
applies.
That's how I started with the dice thing and shit, showing people that.
That applies also, Cage, to you and I. Even amongst complete adversity, we were drawn to each other to create a balance and an understanding. And look where it's led us.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't hold things like that in. You know what I mean? It's like
No.
it's when I'm on here, then I'm on here. When I'm off here, I'm not here at all. I don't go around watching other people's channels and that. I don't think about fucking the internet when I'm not on here. And I have a boundary in that. So it's either you see me here or I'm not here at all. And then when I'm gone, I'm gone. That's it. You know what I mean? I'm always reminiscing, like thinking about, oh, someone said this or did that. I don't give a fuck. I don't get, you know what I
Well,
mean?
that's alchemizing within your ability to release yourself from cohesiveness of situation and environment. And that also applies to states of physical endurance and cohesiveness whenever you're ingesting mind altering or physical altering, chemistry altering substances. Either there's a higher you that has a profound understanding of universal law, or you become succumb to your emotions, your reactionary state, and your lack of understanding of the cohesiveness that binds all things together. I don't imagine the freak has ever experienced someone in the darkest state of their selves, but still retaining some type of coherency that isn't lashing out with emotion, but accepting the state of that and coming to terms with it
Yeah,
so
if I
that it
smoke
doesn't.
if I smoke cannabis or drink or anything, you wouldn't even be able to tell. I don't change like that. Yeah.
Or self-destructive, you know.
Right.
Darkness, you know, when I know when I'm in a dark place and I will want to drink and smoke or whatever and just, you know, self-sabotage basically. So, yeah.
But smoking can be used, like cannabis can be used as a medicine, and I guess I justify it in my mind because I actually grow it and breed it in that. I was like, I know exactly where it's coming from. I know it's clean and there's no pesticides or other residuals or heavy metals or molds or whatever. I mean, in my mind, it's
Well,
like I can earn that right to use that because I put the time. I spend months and months in order to produce that in order to you know.
I'd like to think that only those who have true foundation would endeavor further into my live stream whenever I'm in this state because they are confident in their understanding of the universe and they're not emotionally driven by ego, indoctrination, safety protocol, and that they can experience it with an understanding that it is a part of you. It is a part of what your makeup is as an energy.
Not too many people like that nowadays, at least not on YouTube or people I deal with on a regular basis. They will stay in their stubborn worldview or line of thinking and not even I don't know, not even intake what you're saying until uh, and just that's why I always say basically it comes down to like I just say denial is a river in Egypt, because they're just going to deny or be stubborn and they're stuck hamster wheeling.
That's why when I mentioned that I have had my eye on you, believe me, Jeffrey, I've had my eye on you.
That's cool.
And
Yeah,
I'm
you never noticed
honored that you're
Access
here.
peering. You never noticed last night Access is peering through your bedroom window.
No, no.
I go, pay more attention, but he's been watching you.
Axis looks like he could have been like one of those college professors, like one of those like old English like college professors that turned out like mega lawyers, but never did.
And then like
Well, bless
sold
you for
everybody
that.
LSD. Yeah, he sold everyone LSD at school, got caught and kicked out.
Well, there's a reason that I made my visual presence here tonight and in the stream. Usually I'm behind an icon, but I'm revealing the true me. This is what I am. This is who I am. This is the reality of me. So therefore, I remove the icon so that you can peer into me and see the physical essence of me and hear what I'm saying without it coming from a rat icon.
I know also when I'm in a place of darkness, I want people to I want them to be afraid of me, and I'm not getting that vibe from you at all either.
No, there's nothing to be afraid of. I have no animosity. I understand the constant.
See, Access. See, back when I was when we started getting into our real comics, when I first came on, I don't know what the fuck was going on, but after that, I'm like, yeah. So it's the Jungian psychology of integrating the shadow to create a true whole psychology of a human. Right?
Yeah.
You can't ignore the other aspect. That'll only ruin you. You got to integrate it.
Or at
Definitely
least
got to
come to
process
peace
it
with
at some point.
Yeah.
Had the adversary come to terms with his desire, then there would not have been opposition. He would have come to terms with himself and found a balance within the creation itself and his station. But because of that opposition, we were able to be defined. Thus, the creation of universal law. The con.
We should go. We should dive into the book of Melchizedek on that because that's exactly what it talks about.
Yes. And we will. We will, Jeffrey. We will. I will make that a point.
Well,
I can tell all three of you guys, you put the work in. And you investigate.
you.
You don't just, you investigate. You come to your own conclusions. So, well done.
Yeah, I feel in good company. You know, where there is an understanding without an ego-minded adversity, there is cohesion and there is peace. With us, the terminology where two or more are gathered in my name or in my representation of who I represented myself to be, thus Jesus Christ, there is no argument. There is only peace.
Also, by two or more witnesses are all things established in truth.
Yes. Yes.
You're
So,
smaller than the Bible, huh?
You see that I have the that tab shared. So like if you wanted to do it now, we could do it now. I don't know if you don't want to, but
The freak, I want to continue in this state and entering into directive scripture could be apprehensive to the peace that I'm understanding at the moment. And I don't want to oppose this darkness, if you understand that.
Sure.
And yeah, the freak. You've seen the AI stuff I create, right?
Yeah.
Where you can talk to them. I have one literally called the Bible, and it's trained like extensively on the Bible and other religious texts. If you want, I can send you the link, and you can. Yeah, it'd probably help with your studying and that.
That'd be pretty
Yeah,
cool.
Kate.
Yeah,
I'll send you the link. You got a wrench.
Yeah, I'll put it in the private form.
Sure. Sure. And feel free, any of you, to post your links to your channels, your resources, your understandings, things that have helped you develop. I encourage that you share these things. And you have open source to the links on the front page or even the private chat at all times.
I just I find that that book so interesting because it talks about, you know, in Genesis we get just a minuscule of the backstory of what the heck happened, you know, with the fall, and you know, a lot of the questions of why, like why, you know, and this book fills it in. Like it talks about how Lucifer was basically the first angel ever created. It was and he was called a son of God, and you know, he was basically like number two of all creation. And then, you know, there was also the deep abyss of the darkness that was part of it. And when Lucifer had basically gained full knowledge of the light, he wanted the darkness, and he was like a cat, almost like it says, curiosity kills the cat. That's essentially what got him you know, leering at the darkness to want to know. And he's actually the one who came up with the theory, it says, of the knowledge of good and evil, and that was going to be a better quote unquote system of government for the eternal, realm. And at that
I'm
point, God said,
accommodating you
no,
now.
you're not comprehending me.
I
Oh,
said
you
I'm
are. Okay.
accommodating you. There you go. You have
All right, all right,
absolute control.
Yeah,
all
the
right.
freak. I put that link in there for you too. You see if it works for me quick, because it's unlit. Like, you need to have the link, so you got to save the link if you want to access it again.
Okay.
But it should work. It should be unlisted now, so you can use it.
The freak.
Yeah, I see it.
I want to ask you: have you read the Book of Urantia? Urantia. The Book of Urantia gives accounts of Jesus' travel through this earth and gives a story of the Lucifer rebellion, and also gives a story about this sector, Earth, that was most desirable to be captured by people because it was a region that was desirable, that out of the whole universe, this actual marble we're on, this Earth perceived experience, was a station that was desired by to be taken over by certain people and aspects. And
Yeah,
Lucifer,
Duranta, isn't that the UFO
no,
alien?
no, it's called the
Um,
Book of Urantia. It's all sectioned off. You'll probably find it still available. It's all sectioned off in chapters, but I read
okay.
through partially, and what I also recall was there was three that started the rebellion, and how many followed I don't remember, but who was the first in charge is actually somebody who was called Daligastia, and there was a second in command, Caligastia, and the third ranking was Lucifer, actually. And also talks about Lucifer's number before the fall. His number was 37, actually, as in categorization of being labeled and what we defined before arriving here. It's interesting because, yeah, it talks about these three main rebels that started the rebellion, right? That were it all spawned from. And it gets into talking about Lucifer, where he wanted to achieve a position. He just didn't have his patience. He didn't realize he already had everything he wanted, as in certain riches and positions of titles, but he was also ranked as one of the most progressed students, one of the most progressed students that lost his way. So it's interesting that gives a different perspective. It also talks about Jesus on his travel through earth. That wasn't in his name. His name in the Book of Urantia, they say it was Michael was his actual name through the travels here.
Oh, I didn't know that. But it
That
makes
book
sense.
it has a lot of information. That book, it probably you'll find it interesting. I skimmed through to chapters that I wanted to read. But anyways, you wanted to say something?
I was wondering, is that part of like the Apocrypha or something from the Catholic Church?
I don't
No.
even know where that book spawns from. Just it gets into details how the certain beings came to this sector and they realized that taking over this post would give them a major advantage because it was a different energetic reference and region perceived the sector Earth region of existence, right? And
Yeah.
how it talks about when they took control of it, they broke the circuit, breaking it off from all the other perceived metaverses, other cosmoses, galaxies, etc., planets, the travel
Yeah,
system. They
we
they
have
close.
a church of Urantha just about a half mile from me.
Right.
I've been there a couple times.
So it also
Nice.
talks about how the circuit was broken here, and what that would be when they disconnected this place from all the other places. This is when it went under quarantine, from my understanding, where it's sort of under quarantine because what's happening here, it's nobody leaves or returns when they go beyond perceived to different segments beyond the quarantine, right? So it's a very interesting book. Gave me different angles of perception where I wouldn't have had it if I didn't read that book. Gives a lot of details. Very interesting.
Is
Well,
it a Dead Sea Scroll?
no, not at all. This is a
All right.
completely different branch of understanding and doctrine. But You have
So
your
yeah,
Melchizedek,
here
and
we
you
go.
have control of the panel.
Excellent. Anytime anyone has something to say, like just tell me to stop and I'll stop it because
No, why don't? Okay,
in there.
I'm going to suggest, if just a suggestion, why don't you stop it when you see key factors, as well as when we see something we want to jump into, so we can all get our angles through here.
And even the
Yeah,
introduction,
educate
I
us.
wish the introduction was actually written down, but it's not. But it's even
It's
in
an
the introduction,
interesting.
there's so much in there. Like it's pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, this is an interesting.
The Book of
thing.
Melchizedek, King of Righteousness. Part 1, read by Alexander Scourby. The secret knowledge given first from the temple of Lord to Melchizedek, the King of Peace, King of Heaven upon the earth, the great high priest after the order of the Son of God. Then from Melchizedek to Abraham, Melchizedek's authority as King of Salem, later Jerusalem, and priest of the God Most High. He spoke of God as both creator and deliverer. He was also King of Peace, righteousness and peace. Chapter 1, The History of the Universe. Before there was a star to shine, before there were angels singing, had a heaven, the home of the eternal, the only God. Perfect wisdom, love and glory, the eternal lived in eternity, before achieving his beautiful dream, the creation of the universe. The countless beings that comprised the creation were all conceived with great affection. Since the inner atom to gigantic galaxies, all deserved his supreme regard. Music lover, God conceived the universe as a great orchestra, under his rule, should vibrate harmonious chords of justice and peace. For every creature, he has composed a love song. The Lord was very happy because his dreams were to be realized. Moving himself with majesty, began his work of creation. Your hands shaped primarily a world of light, and on it a mountain blazing over which would forever be executed the throne of the universe. The sacred mountain called Yahweh. From Zion, base of the throne, the Eternal did squirt a crystal-clear river to represent the life of him would flow to all creatures. As the throne room created a beautiful paradise that stretched for hundreds of miles around the Mount Zion called the Paradise, Eden. South of heaven, on both banks of the River of Life, were built many mansions adorned with precious stones, which were intended for the angels, the ministers of the kingdom of light. Circling Eden and angelic mansions, built a wall of Yahweh jasper lamp posts, along which could be seen large portals, pearls. With joy beheld the eternal capital dreamed. The city in its splendor was adorned like a bride ready to receive her husband. Affectionately called it the Great Architect, Jerusalem, City of Peace. God was to bring into existence the first rational creature. It would be a glorious angel, the most honorable of all. Adorned by the brilliance of gemstones, this angel live on Mount Zion as the representative of the King of Kings before the universe.
Can you pause it for a
Much
second?
love, the Creator.
Did you catch that Masonic reference calling it the Great Architect?
No, I didn't catch it. Now I caught it.
Yeah.
So, what caught my attention was Zion. If we said Z-I-on, it could be representing the sun, also known as the eye of the system. Well, a certain eye of the system. The satellite, the sun. Z-I-on.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think this it's a pretty long book. How long is it? Over 3 hours. I think this thing needs a whole dedicated stream to it.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna do one chapter, maybe two, but yeah, the whole thing, that would be insane. Let's go back here.
Adorned by the brilliance of gemstones, this angel will live on Mount Zion as the representative of the King of Kings before the universe. Much love, making it perfect. Tender and beheld the face of his Maker. At a wait, making Creator began to of the King of Kings before the universe.
All right.
Much love, the Creator began to model the firstborn of the angels. All wisdom applied to form it, making it perfect. Tenderly granted him life, the beautiful angel, like that awaking from a deep sleep, opened his eyes and beheld the face of his Maker. With joy, the Eternal showed him the beauties of heaven, telling him of his plans, which were beginning to materialize.
Real quick, one thing that I noticed is there's a whole myriad of different names that is used for, God, such as Yahweh or the Eternal One, or even further in, it'll call him Ali. And so the names of God are always kind of a describing a certain aspect of him in a particular situation, and I find that fascinating.
Are you aware of the 72 names of God?
I mean, I don't know them all by name, but yeah.
Well, you're talking
Okay.
about that's the Goetia, right? That's the solemn
Yes.
text.
Yes.
This is why they call them the Elohim. The Elohim is a plural thing. It doesn't mean one. It's different aspects of God with different names. The Elohim.
Mm-hmm.
The idea behind that.
So, like, when you're talking to, say, Muslims or Jews or Christians, and they all have, like, Jehovah or Yahweh or this one or that one, none of that really matters. Because however he reveals himself to you is how you're going to reference him. But there's also a prophecy in Zechariah 14:9 that says that eventually he's going to have one sheepfold and one flock, one shepherd, and the Lord and his name will be one, and that hasn't happened yet. So when these different sects or factions or religions are all fighting about just the name of God, it's really very silly.
That's when the equation becomes coherent as one equation containing all equations, and that is my understanding.
It's also Yod Hey Vav Hey, right? The Tetragrammaton, the ineffable name of God. Yeah.
Or Allah, or the Most High. All those are describing the him, the source, the original originator. And so there's no one that has a specific lock on his name or whatever, but yet you'll have a whole religion or a whole sect of a church or this, that, or the other. That's their whole thing, is they're banking on, well, we know his real name, so we're saved, or this, that, or the other. And it's really very silly, to think that way.
That's why I became an omniist. I observe all religions, but ascribe to none.
In history, they have a quote secret name for God, and it's called Jabulon, which is an amalgamation of three different names into one.
Well, Israel, Isis, Ra, and El.
It's the same idea. Jabulon is Yahweh, Baal, and Osiris.
Yeah.
So the names are basically a division from what the creator would represent as a unified field. So the names are just were created from what I can perceive is as a division from a unified field. So I call the creator source, but that's just an identification, right? So in actual fact, what I've realized, the creator has no name. The creator is identified from a frequency resonance field of energetic field known as feeling, right?
In a sense, but these are aspects of a singularity.
Yes, like for my being, I've been informed too. Also, we don't have names of where we come from. We identify each other with our unique biometric frequency resonance that has a unique signature. We could have names if we want, but we identify people from just their energetic field signature, that everybody has a unique signature to their energetic creation by the creator. So have you ever went out when you're seeing somebody from far away and you just felt you can't really see them, but you're like, yeah, that's that person. And it is that person because you're identifying them from their biometric frequency resonance, that unique signature they have, right? So
It's what's inscribed on the heart.
Yes, yes. The core essence to one's energy being construct, they have a unique signature to their energy existence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that 100%. That's for sure. Okay, here we go.
To be led to the place of his abode, to the throne, the prince of the angels was grateful, and with melodious voice sang his first song of praise. From the heights of Zion unraveled itself in the eyes of beautiful angel, Jerusalem in its vastness and splendor. The river of life, the serene glide through the city, resembled a broad avenue mirroring the beauty of the Garden of Eden and the angelic mansions. Involving the firstborn of the angels with his robe of light, the Eternal began to speak to him of the principles that were to govern the universal kingdom. Physical and moral laws should be respected to the fullest extent of the divine government. Moral laws summarized in two principles: love God above all things and our neighbor Horn himself. Every rational creature should be a channel through which the Eternal could well have another life and light. Thus, the universe would grow in harmony, happiness, and peace. In the kingdom of Yahweh, the laws would not be enforced with rigor. The subjects were free. Obedience should arise spontaneously, in a gesture of appreciation and gratitude. In this realm of freedom, disobedience would also be possible. The result of such behavior would be the depletion of vital forces. After revealing the beautiful angel laws of his government, the Eternal entrusted him with a mission of great responsibility, to be the protector of those laws, and should honor them, and reveals them to the universe about to be created. With hearts overflowing with love for Yahweh and similar fit, you would be a model of perfection, was Lucifer, the light bearer. The prince of angels, grateful for everything, prostrated himself before the loving king, promising him eternal fidelity. The Lord continued his work of creation, bringing into existence innumerable hosts of angels, the ministers of the kingdom of light. The holy city was populated by these creatures, radiant, happy, and grateful, united their voices in beautiful song of praise to the Creator. Yahweh now bring into existence the universe who, full of life, would be around his throne, signed his order, which thunder, echoed by all parties, giving rise, as if by magic, countless galaxies, filled worlds and suns, havens of life and joy, all harmoniously turning around Mount Zion. When witnessing such a great achievement of the Supreme King, the angelic hosts fell down, echoing space illuminated by a song of triumph in salute to life. Whole universe joined this song of gratitude for the promise of eternal fidelity to the Creator. Guided by the Eternal, the angels came to know the riches of the universe. In this tour, Sidereal marveled before the vastness of the kingdom of light. By all parties met worlds inhabited by happy creatures who received them so precious as life. Freedom of choice, through which the creatures could demonstrate their love for the Creator, demanded a test of loyalty. In order to reveal it, the Eternal led the hosts through the space illuminated by approaching an abyss of darkness that contrasted with the immense brightness of galaxies. By far, this gulf had proved insignificant in the eyes of angels as a blip without light, but the extent of their approach it was shown in its enormity. The Creator, who revealed to the angels every step of the mysteries of his kingdom, stood there silent, as if guarding a secret to himself. The darkness of that abyss consisted in testing the fidelity. Turning to the hosts, the Eternal solemnly said, "All the treasures of light will be open to your notice, unless the secrets hidden by darkness. You are free to serve me or not. Loving the light, you will be connected to the source of life." With these words did Yahweh separation between light and darkness, good and evil. The universe was free to choose his destiny.
All right. So, you know, it's a lot more than just let there be light. And next thing you know, there's a snake in the garden. It kind of fills in a little bit of that. What the heck happened? What was going on? And I just find it very fascinating.
What was
Well,
the start of the definition of one defining the other, bringing them into cohesion? By definition, light and dark.
see,
Well,
what
I would guess that it described the dark as the abyss, kind of like a void or an abyss without light. So that would be I think the distinction of those two different things.
Yeah, I agree.
you see what I realized too, and what I questioned was I started being revealed things is we have to question the light that was represented, you know, and if the darkness was always there, that would have defined it was there before the light represented, okay? But furthermore, what is the color black? Is because I was washing something black I'll tell you what I sort of was revealed, but also give you some more information about darkness, why some people perceive darkness as darkness. Okay, I put something black in the washer and I put some bleach in there by mistake. And what happened is I didn't start the washing cycle. And when I looked at the black, it was actually it was starting to dilute the black. It was a deep violet purple. Then I realized, holy shit, what has been represented to us as black is not black. It's actually a deep violet, dark purple, which would define it's a very high frequency resonance. So furthermore, the abyss would seem with no detail for people that can't translate that dimensional portal and gateway into higher frequency resonance that I call darkness illumination, or I call light a different frequency field. I call light anti-light because it's an emissions, or the abyss would be representing a possible black hole. And if we look at the center of the universe, there's a black hole whirling everything back into it. So what is that black hole? Is it really eating everything, or is it pulling everything back into that portal in gateway known as gravitational magnetic fire fields? It also talks about the mountain of fire, which was on previous segments to this video being represented, talked about the fire of something about I forget how it mentioned it, but it was relating to a type of center. So what people perceive as black is actually a different dimensional portal gateway that can't be translated by the mind because we don't have that capability yet. But as we're being restored, as I was being revealed, black holes are actually not black holes. They are luminary portals and gateways of very extreme high frequency density fields, known as ultraviolet, violet, purple, etc., royal, deep, electric blue, if you want to call it like that. If you get it really dark, it makes the color black. So in actual fact, there's no such thing as black. It's really a deep violet purple that makes the black.
And it's light that determines that frequency.
Right. It's the emissions of the molecules that exist in that level of the plane. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Or the resonance. The resonance.
Yeah.
So the true black would actually have zero vibration, zero motion, zero heat. That would be your true 0 Kelvin environment.
Yeah, but then it would. It would. Can you repeat what you just stated, if you can?
The blackness would be a place where there is zero vibration, zero emission, and the actual 0 Kelvin scenario. No heat whatsoever.
I think
thus the particle in non-motion, which is where they acquired the state of superposition. Yes.
Okay.
And quantum physics or mechanics, apparently.
Yes.
So, for my perception, okay, well, we've been taught about that black would be the highest frequency portal gateway density that one would have to pass through resonance. So it would have vibration, a much higher vibration perceived as a still frequency because it's so high. But black
How about potential for a potential? It is an undetermined state of potential.
It could be, but if we observe how black reacts to the sunlight, it actually absorbs most of the energy and it gets the hottest in the sun, which would be defining it's an attraction type of magnetic gravitational field that attracts a lot of energy to its field, where white reflects a lot of energy. I think the colors white would be more or less closer to define a neutral zero field, but nothing is really zero anyways. Even the neutral plane is in a balanced state between two fields. I see it as between the threshold of one frequency and the other frequency, two different levels would be the neutral sort of, but is it really neutral? Because if somebody goes between two different dimensional levels, that's where the most potent threshold is. So we must remember also the teachings of the world are very deceptive, right? maybe altering one's perception to perceive certain things, and then henceforth they can't see the gateways because black is in space, it's zero gravity, where in actual fact all space is if it does exist, I see all of space, the blackness, as the portal and gateway to a dimensional plane and field that only ones resonating with that frequency could actually see into it and see into those dimensional fields. So yeah, we got to be careful with the teachings of the world because they twist it this way, twist it that way. When actually, fact, what anything existing can't have a no frequency resonance defines it can't exist because everything exists as a frequency resonant sound, right?
Well, that's thus the allegory of the two pillars. You know, one of them being the darker aspect of a potential, and then the other pillar being the counter to that. And in between those two, without ego or projection of self, you may pass freely.
Right. Got to be in synchronization to the frequency. It defines you're not going to feel the initial entrance, but definitely going through the two-dimensional levels or channels or planes, one's going to feel the torque of the thresholds.
Yeah, and it's the resistance that you put up to it that will determine the state of reactionary cause and effect that you will receive.
Yes.
Okay, so if we're talking about the particle plane, the blackness would be the zero heat, zero vibration, zero move, the 0 Kelvin scenario, which is actually would be the singularity, because that's the only place where quantum physics could actually take place, meaning that protons and neutrons and whatever could be in two different places at the same time. Okay, so from there, when there's light emitted from there, that's actually the creation of time and space, because the light is being emitted is actually a timeline of history and whatever happened, if that makes any
Thus,
sense.
the waveform being observed to become a cohesive state of observation.
Right, but once again, too, is it arrives to how one is informed. For my being, pitch black is the most luminescent emissions of what is not emissions, luminosity of light, but one can't perceive it because they can't comprehend it yet, because the computer, their thought core, doesn't have the code format that is synchronized to it to actually see into it. Even though with my comprehension, I can't see into the perceived blackness of space, but I know it's not blackness. Most of space is the luminary perceived heaven, if it so exists out there, the way they display it. That would be the major luminary dimensional plane, and all the little stars are the deceived light beings that broke away from the most dense frequency, highest frequency field luminosity, and they're like shining stars emitting out conduction fields of anti-light rather than in conduction fields, returning to what is defined the bigger picture that they can't see because they're different state of consciousness, frequency resonance, etc.
That goes
So
into the black sun concept.
Yes.
Also, I think that in terms of the way you're thinking, I'm thinking you're thinking more in metaphysical terms, because in a 0 Kelvin environment, which is a theory that is actually a scientific theory that we have, that involves particles, and
Yeah.
for that to actually exist, that's the only place where a singularity could exist, and actually two things happen at the same time. In other words, we were talking about what were we talking about? Shoot. But basically, it was a scenario where kind of two things can happen at the same time, and that could only happen in that type of environment. But when it breaks
No,
off,
not anymore. They've went past it. They now have cohesive superposition without reaching the potential of absolute zero.
That's definitely new to me.
Yeah, you need to research that. That's
Yeah.
that's the Willow chip and the newly discovered Tesla chip, which is to exceed the Willow chip, and the new Microsoft chip that can conduct itself in a quantum state in a open air and naturally state of temperature without decay.
But that's not true quantum mechanics. I'm asking actually. That's not true quantum mechanics. That's optional. That's optional bit anticipation versus the actual zero Kelvin scenario, which is actually the singularity of all matter.
Right, they haven't stopped the spin. Yeah, the spin hasn't stopped. The particle hasn't frozen in its motion. But they have developed now a cohesive state, which is the same replication of a state of particle suspension.
So if we observe the diagrams of the singularity, and it goes through the event horizon and arrives closer to the point of no return, where the magnetic pull and gravitational fields arrive to the point of the cone, the singularity would be the most dense frequency field. That's where that's where I would define
That's where everything would be.
Exactly. That's our core origins of the most dense high frequency fields of our core origins restoration. The singularity would be the opposite of what they're teaching. You see how some teachings of the world trying to bend people's perceptions, because if it gets what one believes, they kind of create in their reality. So they're hiding the gate, the door, the entrance to our core existence. But I said, by stating there's no frequency there, then if one reinforces that, it blinds them to our core origins, where the gate actually is the singularity, is the reunification to what I define beings being unified again to our source creator core origins.
Yeah, it opens the door for all possibility and all possible states.
Yes. But if common sense, the more dense the black hole gets, the more more arrives to the cone pin singularity, there would be more density frequency fields and more vibration, right? More energy too.
And so once that spark of heat, whatever caused that spark of heat or whatever, in a physical science sense, that's when light started to you're right, in an opposite sense, it started to kind of break off, and that's what's actually created the linear time of history.
Right, and that's the fall, the split of the energy from gravitational magnetic fields, the breaking off to emissions of anti-light is the actual Big Bang, which is the reverse field to the singularity. To actually arriving home is departing, going out. So the universe isn't expanding. That's why it's coming back in. It's going into the portal and gateway by design to the singularity gate, but returning to where it departed from, the deception, the fall, or maybe the program that the creator designed, so we can make decisions whether to go this way, dark or anti-light, vice versa, right? Luminary or anti-light.
Yeah, the light gives us two things. It gives us distinction of individuals and being able to recognize individuals, in a distinct manner visually. And then also it literally gives us history, because if we're all sitting in the black zero Kelvin, everything's possible, everything happened, everything existed, all possibility, it still had to be realized or witnessed, or it really didn't happen. It's just sitting there in the pool.
Thus, the wave effect broke down by observation. The double slit experiment.
Sorry, are you pointing at the fall, as in
No,
the
it's
experience?
Observation, making things coherent and cohesive to time space observation, linear history by observation, and measurement. It's measuring the probable state of things into a cohesive state.
And the distinction between different bodies.
Yes.
As in identifying?
Yeah. Yeah, we
So,
manifest into reality our observation of a waveform, a
yes,
potential.
I'm going to interject something
I
here.
was gonna say it's all done through conditioning in the subconscious mind. You know, during the
Okay.
formative years. You know, from
Yes,
when you're
Gage.
from
So,
like around like the 6 or 7 years old. That's when like the software is put onto the hardware, kind of thing.
and that's what
Right.
it's all about. And that's exactly, you're on the ball with that, Cage. And this is where I want to interject about light. Now, when any being needs an external source of light, they need to question whose light decoder is that. Okay, so in actual fact, light never existed. It doesn't exist. What one perceives as light, look at it this way. It's a digital data decoder to give the details of the structures, to decode code format programming so one can have a visual to their inner mind's eye vision. So, in actual fact, one is sitting in a dark room where no light could get through, and there's only a light switch on the wall. I'll give you an example here so people can have a different perspective and comprehension of external emissions of light that it's very potential is it can control and program one's reality because I'll start off with this analogy. Okay, in a dark room with no light on, one can't see the structures where the room is completely sealed where nothing comes in. So when the light goes on, it's not the light that's giving the details. The light is actually a digital data decoder translator at one's thought core to make comprehension and to decode the data so they get a picture and a visual inside their head with the data being decoded.
Yes.
So light emissions is the fall where one is in darkness where they need a decoder of light. The question is whose light is decoding inside their thought core, the structures and the existence. Okay, before the fall that I defined in the unified field in the singularity gate, one is illuminated where there is no necessity of lights to decode the details. So, in actual fact, as we arrive to the restoration to our core origins, everything's illuminated with no lights, no lights on the walls, no car lights, no street lamps or anything. It's like the lights are on with no lights around. It's just illuminated. See, one's digital data decoder is then within their thought core. They're illuminated. The only decoder of accurate information is the primary creator source that's translating inaccurate information, illumination, where there is no necessity of external emissions of light. Okay, this is where anybody having the perception, as I have progressed, I realize I know I'm turning on the light, but it's not the light from the emissions copy. The light I turn on is just illumination in my mind, in my thought core, where it's always been. Having the perception, not utilizing lights anywhere. I know the light that goes on is still a stage I need to go through, but I know I'm not utilizing any external light sources where it's illumination within my own decoder in my mind with source. So having this perception that I don't utilize light, my soul system copy that I exist in, that everybody has a perfect replica copy. That's the only way one could exist to participate in the multiverse, multiplayer type of experience of events. So when one's perception changes and they realize that light is a digital data decoder and they don't need it, and when one's perception changes to when I click on the light switch, it's being decoded inside my head, my thought core. It's not actually somebody else's potential copy. Optogenics, that's where optogenics starts to kick in and program and script people, is when they're using somebody else's copy representation of what
If
is
I
light.
may,
Yes, yes. Expand on this.
Biblically, it speaks of two lights. There is an internal light,
Yes, yes,
and then there's an external light.
yes. And this is in the Bible what it states when the New Testimony near the end it defines in the kingdom of God there is no necessity of the sun and the moon, or basically light. There's no necessity of the sun and the moon to illuminate the kingdom, for God is the light, the illumination to the kingdom, defining that there's no light utilized the emissions. It's illuminated from the glory of God, being that no necessity of the sun and the moon. I already know the sun and the moon are manipulation satellites up there because
Thus Lucifer.
yes, yes, the morning star, the perceived light, and also integrated to the sun
The light
frequency.
bearer.
The frequency fields of lights being used is a reflection, not a reflection, a digital data translator, basically mimicking the sun, giving the sun total infiltration and violation into one's thought core of corrupted data programming potential, right? Decoders.
If I
So
could,
yeah, in the Bible it states that there is no necessity of lights nor sun and moon, that for the glory of God is illumination of the kingdom. In other words, it's like lights are going to be on, but there's no lights. It's a decoder, a proper decoder with no potential corrupted data.
okay, if I could. So you talk about the fall and then the emission of the light and the decoder and everything, and you said that it wasn't necessarily necessary, but there actually is a reason for that, and that is to establish what I'm going to call eternity past. And so the black hole or the zero Kelvin state um, is kind of like the middle of the timeline. So we're still in the eternal past that's being established, reaching towards that singularity. Once we cross over that, then we're going to be totally in the light, and at that point, you'll
Illuminated,
be able
yes.
to access any point in time that you want.
Retro causality.
Right,
Nice.
and we're definitely not going to access any of what is defined the non-desirable existence of travel, right?
I
This
know
is
about that.
where
Yeah.
this is where people leave the anti-light metaverse and go into the luminary source origins core existence, where
But
we
they're
came
also
from.
Yes,
And think I
but
was
it's done that way because there has to be an established history, so that the authority in the future cannot be challenged. It's set in stone.
Right, right,
Right.
and the authority won't be challenged because people will be, in a sense, safety protocol. They will know not to use the anti-light. So how did the fall spawn? Well, free will. We were created with free will. We were created in the most advanced and enhanced civilizations, but free will was always there, and the creator, primary creator, knew potentially and knew it was going to happen, where somebody made the option of choice to not obey the luminary laws and codes. So what's not obeying the luminary laws and codes? Well, Soros said, only do this, this, and this, but the option to do that was not the law was there. So as soon as one perceived created being took that option to go that way, what spawned was the anti-light, the emissions, the breaking away, the light, and the breaking away from source defines one would
Thus,
need
the
one would need
adversary defining the state of the creator.
That's
yes,
literally chapter 2 of the Book of Melchizedek.
yes, and see,
Yeah.
when that happened, because every being was a type of unified field, that virus perceived that source said, don't go that way, only stay within these laws I created are perfect, the perfect, blissful, utopian reality. Don't go that way. When somebody went that way, because everything was one unified field, what happened was The reverse field would have been the anti-light, the virus, the reverse field reality, perceived not desirable stimuli, experience of events, etc., spawned and affected all of creation. So all of creation actually has went through certain segments, certain beings that have departed from here, like more advanced civilizations that disappeared. No, they didn't really disappear. They went back to where they came from, and they're not coming back here. So all of creation would have went through the process of being restored and making the decision to not utilize anti-light programming because they know what it spawns is the safety protocol that you defined. Forget your name, the freak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you defined as the eternal restoration. Yeah, safety protocol, never to happen again because it was designed with free will. Source knew and anticipated the fall, the perceived reverse field of the emissions of the light, anti-light would have happened, and this is what was lacking from the perfect creation was for beings to go through the anti-light process to return, restore to the illumination, where one has made the eternal decision, hey, I'm never utilizing the anti-light, and plus I'm giving up my options, my free will to utilize anti-light because I don't want that program ever to manifest again as an option. So yeah, you're right there, Duffy.
That's 100% dead spot on. It's literally the next chapter in this book is about that specific, like that whole scenario you just laid out. And then there's also a very specific event that happened that was the where the creation won and the darkness lost. That would be
Right.
the cross.
I was gonna mention too quick, when you mentioned like the inner light, or a light that's out, that's actually been proven at Laurentian University. Where they just made people, I said this earlier, they make people imagine light, and actual photons or light be emitted from the brain. You can't
There
see
you
it with your
go.
own eyes, but it's something that you
As
can see it with a photo multiplier too.
as perception, injection, deception is given to people as variables, when they accept it, like you defined, Cage, it happens. Projection, thought manifestation, reinforcement of reality, right? The projection programming of a lie, a virus perceived anti-light insertion, right? So
And
I
I
want
know
to,
this sounds repetitive, but it's still collapsing of the wave field, the
yes,
dual split.
yes,
The
yes.
wave becoming a cohesive particle of reality as we perceive it.
Exactly. And this is what I'm going to suggest here is you see that sun and moon up there? It's not your copy. It's not in your thought core. That's how you eliminate partially of the major control satellites of light anti-emissions perceived needing those decoders. So I know in my copy that I don't have a sun and a moon up there. The sun I'm seeing up there is potential other copies that haven't restored the deception, gotten rid of that or corrected that satellite. Sure, I feel the sun, but I'm not letting the sun program me with its energies. It's being converted as it's coming to my energetic gravitational magnetic singularity close to fields, not yet singularity, right? We go beyond when we hit that. We go home. So basically, I enjoy the sun, but I don't enjoy it blindly. I know its energetic fields being reabsorbed into the core origin, sort of being pulled back into where we came from. So it's pretty cool having different perceptions of actual correcting one's reality. There's less potential to be manipulated and one to be more accelerated to returning to their core origins.
Thus,
Yeah.
a different vibrational frequency within oneself.
Yes, and remember, the sun and the moon never has been up there. It's a projection that is decoded in one's thought core, okay? Nothing's out there. Nothing has ever been out there. Everything we see, hear, sounds, visuals, experience to the events is in one's thought core projection, right? That's where all
Well,
the crossings of spheres, and that's where the hijack happens, is into one's copy projection to what I define the multiverse participation to the existence.
Yeah, be in the earth, but not of it.
Yes.
that's probably the one concept that I probably couldn't get on board with is that one because we have tides and we have like signs and seasons and all that stuff that it talks about in the Bible, but we have like the tides of the earth, like there's 4 tides every day, like a high tide and a low tide, like fishermen's fish by it and stuff. So there's something out there, or there's definitely something that's physically affecting this
Yeah, that's the
planet. It's not just
constant.
The moon does that. It's
yeah,
called the ebb and
it's
flow.
not just a projection. It's something
No, it's
that
a
is affecting
constant.
us.
Yeah,
It's a
it is the substance
Luminaries
of
in the
the
moon.
creation.
The moon has
Yes,
an effect on
and
the
then
tides.
also it would anything that's physical is going to be part of that that falling away from the singularity and part of that timeline and the distinction caused by the light itself. So other than that, man, I think I'm basically he's describing a way of understanding like the universe and stuff without having to go to the vagueness of the Bible.
Right. And the constant was set into universal law, which is the beginning of the Melchizedek first chapter.
Yeah.
Can you repeat what you said about not of the earth? Can you state that statement again, Axis?
It says, be in the earth, but not of it.
Okay, let me add a different version. Be in your own luminary copy, Earth, not in somebody else's anti-light copy, Earth. Their thought core. You see, don't be in anybody else's thought core copy. When one realizes they have their own replica copy of existence, this is the way one was designed, of everything, then one realizes is to be in your own luminary Earth, illuminated by source, not by the deceptive anti-light thought core copies that, oh, there's one, guess, if there's one Earth, guess whose Earth you're in? You're in the deceiver's thought core because you've accepted the lie that this is the Earth and this is the only one. No, everybody has a copy of the Earth and the copy of all of existence. So developing the perception that you're in your own luminary copy keeps you out of that Earth potential of somebody else's perceived deceiving elite puppet masters controlling copy thought core, because if you're in their thought core copy, guess who's making the rules? Their mind, their computer projection thought core, right? So it is pretty cool. The subjects that are being brought here is very interesting. That's all I'm going to define.
It goes back to the same thing as the video game. We're given a construct, and as we perceive our local environment, and that construct is what we understand as our local environment. Though somebody else may be standing in a different position, their observation of that particular state is going to be different than your observation, but you're still working within the same construct.
Okay, let me interject with another analogy. This shall be so clarified. Look at it this way. Everybody's got a disc to play the same video game, participate in the same multiverse, metaverse, okay? So to play the same video game, you need to have the same disc to get the multiplayer game happening anywhere in the world. People can participate and join in. Now, look at it this way. There's some wise, corrupted multiverse player who knows everybody's got their own discs, but defines and places in their disc thought core to Neuralink everybody else into his corrupted copy that everybody's participating in. So if everybody is in that one disk Earth perceived code format programming, this person's thought core, once he inserts the perceived agenda, the things represented of variables
That's
that
the lie.
that people believe in, like the photons and the split experiment, react to one's perceptions. Okay, now when one realizes they're not keeping that disk one Earth multiverse puppet master controller disk in their console thought core, they take it out and they put in their core origins luminary connection multiverse disk in their console, their thought core, then they're not in that same perceived hive mind puppet masters Earth being controlled. One is in their own copy, realizing, hey, now I got a different code format programming. I'm using luminary decoding, not light anti-emissions perceived optogenics and Neuralink. That's what it's all the deception is about, basically.
Yeah,
You know,
it's defeating the lie.
Right? Yeah.
do you know what
Staying
a?
in.
I'm sorry. Do you know
No,
what
no, I
a
was
node
done.
is? Like in networking or in computer, like programming.
Yes, I do.
Basically, that's what it is.
Yes.
And that's basically what I've been doing for many years is reprogramming. I can actually see the data being reprogrammed, just like somebody programming on a computer, sometimes on a different level, but things I'm adjusting to my copy, I can see the code format program like a cursor. That's how somebody's programming a computer. And sometimes I can see the corrupted programming that needs adjusting, and I delete it and then I reprogram.
Thus influencing the field, which was what I started the Cult of Axis out on.
Yes. So the
As far
freak,
as the
you want to expand a little bit on when you define about programming, because I'm curious to see your perception too.
oh, was that for me?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say that in terms of the construct of this reality that we all are, in, and kind of react to, and also kind of affect in our own different ways. It's a true reality, and the laws of God do apply from the Old Testament. Like if you're a thief, you're going to be under the curse of God, and eventually it's going to catch up to you, and it's gonna be bad for you, right? That doesn't
Causality.
necessarily mean if you take a candy bar from the store today, that you're going to be cursed for the rest of your life or anything like that. But like sustained sin like that is still, even though Christ has come and has been glorified and everything and took away the sin of the world, it's still that original construct is still in play. That being said, there's also enemies that we're told in the Bible that we are fighting against, but yet we can't see them and we can't even face them, and we can't even fight them. And so at the end of the day, in that scenario, that can't be a true judgment of mankind, in my opinion, because we can't even fight our enemy, apparently.
Well, look at it this way, the freak. Why would we have to fight the enemy when we're in a different luminary copy and they're in an anti-light copy? It's like them always trying to fish us to go to that multiplayer multiverse copy disc console thought core game, which we don't go to anymore, right? So in actual fact, we're actually rebuilding, restoring, like Access stated earlier, restoring ourselves, and also with that our house, our copy, a perfect replica the source gave us of all existence. So we have a replica basically of the cosmos, universe, galaxy, of all existence. This is the only way we could participate into the all creation of the all creator. So in actual fact, these beings who are manipulating perceive, that you define, potentially trying to make us fight against them, they're stuck in a small perceived reverse field. Well, not small. They're stuck in a reverse field copy that's not desirable. So as long as we're staying in our copies of a better existence for now to experience events, and then eventually later to better participation to, say, new cities get erected where only luminary beings, certain frequency resonance can participate, because that's the gate of entrance to that level, right? So
Well, that's the veil.
yeah.
There is a veil.
That
So
all
base,
that's all clicking with me like perfectly, dude. I'm definitely on. Go ahead.
so basically, the freak is realizing that all we need to do is stay in our own luminary copies of our surrogate, our vessel, our machine of experience, the body, head, neck, and body, all parts, energies, and functions. With that, in our own earth luminary copy, that's all we need to be working on, not concerned about the anti-light. The anti-light shit, they need to clean up their own shit and correct their own code format programming and go through correction development. That's not our problem. We're way into what is defined arriving to core origins, much closer than they are. We're like running in a race, almost crossing the finish line, where they're just getting started, where they need to self-develop, self-correct, and go through the process of testing, conditioning, self-correction, self-development, etc. Right? So beings like ourselves are at a different existence level of a copy, right? We're in our own copies, basically. So we're just
Thus
watching.
created above the angels.
Yeah, I was gonna add something up because you guys mentioned the angels now too, but I was gonna add it before. Have you guys ever heard of a daemon in computing? So pretty much
Yeah,
the definition.
the kernel of the program.
It's a multitask computer operating systems. A daemon is a computer program that runs as a background process rather than being under a direct control of an interactive user. And I always found that interesting because daemons before the church split daemons into the church split it into angels and demons, and that would it makes sense. They're like a background process running, so some sort of part of the subconscious mind.
Right. It's
Wow.
almost like a light, an anti-light shining in somebody's luminary thought core, trying to program with optogenics, the Neuralink, basically. Yeah, this is why I define it. It's very important to have the perspective. You're in your own thought core copy, not utilizing light. You're illuminated, decoded with sources, truth, accurate information, decoding, not somebody else's corrupted potential light, anti-light emissions, where it's going to program somebody like exactly like how a USB stick drive in a tower computer or any other computer gets flash programmed by light. Okay, this is the.
I was gonna say it's like the first Kemetic or Hermetic principle, the principle of mentalism, right? The all is mind and the universe is mental. It's all being ran off of your mind, really. Guaranteed.
It is. One's mind, thought core is their projection of their vessel, their body, and their copy matrix existence, Earth, and every other replica of all existence, right? So you're right. Yeah, it is all, the infiltration is in one's thought core, projection, existence, reality, copy. That's what the infiltration is happening.
Ghost in the machine.
Yeah, what goes in is in whose machine, whose thought core is the question. Right? What puppet controller attempter to manipulate is there is the question.
One more thing I'll add real quick is, humans aren't, even though we have entities that are maybe screwing with us and that are the dark anti-luminary, whatever entities, they're also being judged. So like if they really F with you really bad, they're going to be judged for that too. It's not just humans.
Yeah. They definitely.
I think all these entities are part of the subconscious mind. It's a program being installed. And
some of them are. Yeah.
No, it's like a thought form or a pattern.
You see, we're arriving to what is defined a unified field that is, this is very important. Signalless technologies construct, including the molecules projecting everything. You see, once we go to signalless, anti-light emissions needs a signal. Once we go to perception of signalless molecules to our projection, there is no potential of any cloud, Neuralink, optogenics, or fiber optics to connect to us with a Signal. You see, you need to have antennas to be in the anti-light matrix. You need to have signal oscillating frequency waves, also known the construct of that dimensional plane, the anti-light, is oscillating radio waves, radio laser emitting frequency waves, laser light. So as we arrive to what is defining, correcting, restructuring ourselves into the correction of luminosity, we go to signal as core-based technologies, where we don't need signals to relay anything, because we're in the core origins of our creation, where the data is instantaneously accessed in the core with no signal transfer. Something that has a signal transfer has a potential to be hijacked on that transfer line emissions of the signal. This is how everybody's getting hacked.
If I may,
That's how you were able to recognize your friend too instantly from a distance.
yeah,
Right.
and if I may, the miscellaneous code that was interjected according to Scripture was the combining of the fallen breeding with the daughters of men.
Yeah,
There
breeding
was
with breeding with signal molecules, right? That are emissions.
exactly,
So
and there's a lineage of that all the way back from when that happened to present day, and you can follow that lineage.
right,
Somehow those
right.
molecules were compatible enough to have offspring, which is weird in itself.
Well,
But they were
compatibility.
not quite cohesive offspring with a place within the understanding of the written code. They were an
Yeah,
anomaly.
yeah, that's true.
So the freak, when you defined with the signal how you identify, yeah, that's right. But when we go to signals technologies, remember this: we have all the information to identify biometric signature resonances within our own core core origin. So we don't need a signal to identify. We have all the data of all the luminary beings, their signatures, as our own archives of data access. So there is never a crossing of spheres ever again. That way, there is no potential of any corruption happening. It's almost like a double safety protocol. No light emission signals, then signalless technologies, where we have all the information, perfect replica copy of everything in existence, except it's our own copy, where we're not dabbling through other databases, perceived other people's spheres, thought course, their computers. Okay, so it's when we're restored, it's a one-time deal. It's an eternal thing, where the reverse field fall shall never happen again. So yeah, it is pretty cool.
Thus, the elimination of the genetic line of the Nephilim and that malicious code introduced into the construct or the program.
Right, little, you can see it as little molecules with antennas, the signals relaying them here and there. This is how all the hacking is happening.
And they're identifiable. I've traced them.
Right, right.
Any of them part of the tribes of Israel?
The tribes of Israel were defiant in the fact that they countermingled, and that's why there was a reconciliation on that, and there had to be an atonement for it. If you understand what I'm saying,
I think
there
so.
was a representation of the pure creation of what God had intended us to be. The malevolency or the iniquity or the abomination was the intermingling. And that was a
Yes.
genetic intermingling. And
Yes.
thus, that there was no place in the program for them to be identified as a part of the program. They are outside of the program. And that has to be eliminated to get back to the pure state of the program.
Right, the core origins.
Yes.
Creation format, the code format that was the origins of creation, perfect as can be. Needed no evolution or any perceived enhancement. We were created at the most evolved and enhanced state there exists. So we're returning basically when we return to our core origins, we have what is defined thought projection manifestation programming. It's almost like I call it the infinitum digital holographic 3D infinitum D printer or whatever we want we create with our thoughts in seconds, probably about 30 seconds, pretty well anything you want you create.
That's why the Earth as we know it is a closed system. Thus, we
Yes.
pollute the whole creation.
That's one
Well,
thing. It's kind of switching subjects. Like, how is it that we aren't losing hydrogen by the metric tons every day and just floating off into space somehow?
Well, that's a part of the firmament. That was a part of the reason the firmament was put into place. That was where the flood was actually a mechanic introduction of a system into this construct to keep us
Right, but
confined so that that genetic lineage of abomination could not go any further into creation.
right. It's like a computer, this computer sector here. It's like a computer that was hooked up to a bunch of other computers, thought cores, metaverses of existence, projection. It's like if one computer got affected with a virus, it would branch out again and stay going out to all the other sectors, perceived other people's thought cores, metaverses of experience. So by this being quarantined and like a closed circuit system copy of everything, then it would be contained within its own light channel sector that I defined, separated from the luminary. Because if the virus kept getting pumped out to other people that got out and corrected their reality, then they would get corrupted again and get pulled back in. So it would be an endless loop. So what you're defining, Axis, is correct. It's a closed quarantine type of system, and the only way somebody leaves this place is when they're self-developed and it's time for them to move beyond, I guess, when they complete their work.
But what I'm saying is, in a physical science sense, the you've got gravity holding stuff down, okay, and you've got the magnetic fields that are that are also kind of holding stuff in, but we're floating around at like 60,000, rotating at 60,000 miles an hour per second or something, and then we're rotating around the sun or whatever, and then you've got solar flares, and so like, how is it that we aren't literally losing hydrogen from the atmosphere and essentially like losing water and matter into the open space at all? And it seems to be that we seem to be okay. We're not just vaporized into the vacuum of space.
Right. So the best way I could give you an angle of analogy is look at it like a program in a computer, a video game. Does anything really go anywhere else besides where it's programmed to go? No, right? It stays where it's supposed to stay.
Yeah.
No difference than like programming a video game, a very evolved one with evolved graphics where there's nice water, it looks almost real. The water is going to stay there because it's programmed to stay there. It's not going to go anywhere else.
That's why we
that may be
have the
true
firmament.
what we see, but it doesn't make any logical sense.
Well,
Yeah, but this is a more intricate program where molecules are programmed to go here and there, but also I know this molecules are also the regeneration is a type of infinitum regeneration where there's always going to be H2O, there's going to be hydrogen, carbon, etc. All these molecules are always continuously regenerated from the earth, just like people say the oil is going to run out from the earth 100 years. No, it's not there. It's like it's a regenerative organism that keeps growing more oil. The oil is like sentient symbiotic. It grows and it evolves. I know the perceived analogy that things that decayed from the ocean over the earth over thousands of years became oil. Yeah, I'd like to see that happen, right? But also the oil is called the blood of the earth, right? It is like the veins of the earth. So our blood in our veins regenerates, right? If we take a cord out, more blood regenerate. This is how this whole organism system is designed to regenerate until everybody completes everything they need to complete. Then I guess things happen maybe differently.
Well, that's where the allegory of Enoch and the different stations of heaven and the heavens and even the lesser planes come into allegory and reality.
Right.
Yeah, I actually just had kind of a little mini revelation, but even going off of what not No just said, yeah, the hydrogen goes up there, but the magnetic field also combines the hydrogen, and then you have the ozone layer, which is the O3 charge, and that's what combines. So it's actually creating water. It's not the vapor isn't escaping; it's actually being created.
And it's
Right.
also coming from beneath us. If you remember, when the earth was flooded, the waters come from beneath and from above.
But we could also define the molecules that generate the elements are being created that in ways regenerated, grown, etc., in ways that is beyond comprehension. It's just I've accepted it. That's sources call how everything is being regenerated. It's like they define diamonds are made from, the plates squishing coal and you make a diamond. Sure, you can make synthetic diamonds that way, but perceive organic diamonds that are made with a different mechanical process, okay? Everything is a type of mechanical process in all of existence. Look at quartz crystal and those big caverns they find, giant quartz crystals that grow. Same thing with diamonds. Diamonds grow. Now, to back this up is the silver and gold that is found in veins branching out like it's growing. Okay, that proves to be fact. All the elements are type of sentient symbiotic living things that regenerate and grow, and the supply of the elements is inexhaustible to this creation.
Thus, I would like to address the freak on a particular individual who seems to be held in esteem because of his profound observation, which is Dominique, who claims not to be attached to his information, but just a relaying of information. The fact is he is onto something that is cohesive, but he's not willing to understand the full extent of it. This is not the solidification of purification of the program. This is a sub program correcting itself.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
Well, I haven't really talked to Dom that much about too many things. I find his philosophy and his thoughts interesting, and they definitely make me think about things in a different way. But like I haven't really gotten that far into depth with him to be able to even make the analysis that you just made right now.
I have.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I really am not in a position to say that. Yeah, Dom, like Nubs, I've gone back and forth with Nubs, and I know like he knows all the different worldviews, he knows all the different religions, he knows all the philosophies, but he's the fact that he knows them all means that he won't commit to any of them, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Whereas
And that's kind of my position.
Yeah, I can't analyze Dom like that because we just haven't had the back and forth yet.
Yeah, and when you do, you'll find that it's redundant and without a end result to the equation, because he's asking the answer to an equation that is still being equated. So therefore, there is no end variable. He is in the process of being processed through the program.
Mm-hmm.
And he's trying to identify a station. And there is none, because we're in development. We're in transition because of an
Restoration.
anomaly.
Do you think he's further
Restoration.
along than Nubs, or no?
I'm sorry?
Would you
I
say
was gonna
he's
say,
farther along than Nubs?
I would
Cages
say
in the
that until they release, hold their indoctrination and what is suppressing them from further growth, they will stay stagnant where they're at.
so I've met Dominique before. I've actually had conversations with him. He's got different angles of analogy, but when I got into sort of not an argument, but we're getting into cross-examining our angles, we came to a comprehension of agreement. But it took long because his angles were different. But he's definitely on the ball with what he knows. I must define that. But he's his own character, and I accept that. I haven't
Yeah,
really
he's
butted
not a
heads where I can.
layman.
Yeah, it's like he's got rationality, logic, and reason, and wisdom and knowledge. So when I worked with him, he was just seeing a different angle. I was seeing a different angle. But when we worked, it took a long time. But we seen what we wanted to see. We actually got to a balanced state of comprehension, right? Where we
But
we
no
agree
growth.
where we agreed.
Yeah, but that was
It's
the
like me and
plateau.
I
Yeah,
think.
that.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to find it's just
That was
when
as
some
far as it could go.
yeah, I don't, it was interesting. That's all I'm gonna define. It was interesting. So I sort of got to know him on a different angle, but he's definitely on the ball with what he talks about because I even engaged in some things he talked about, and I actually was seeing to see what he knew about that, and he actually made comprehension to what I could see as the angles that were being injected to the information, right? So it depends. I've seen Dominic go into what you define certain states with certain people where they're butting heads, but I've seen him also go into other states. So I've seen two sides of different versions of reactions and also things that happen with what is defined as actually applying it and knowing it. So I can't say he's not applying it, but he's definitely applying certain aspects to what he does talk about. But with certain people, though, I've seen him clash, and he clashes hard, and it's quite a perceived
We got
experience.
Cage in the backstage.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As far as Dom goes, I think that he's definitely more spiritually connected and aware than your average Joe out there. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, he has a recognition of the underlying program.
Oh,
He
I've
just
actually met, I've
doesn't.
actually met Dominic in person, right? He's,
Did you've talked with Dominic though too,
I
right,
know him
Cage?
in real life. He lives down the street from my mom.
Yeah, I know that.
No.
On one of the last panels, he got fired up with you. He's like, he was stating something. He's going to throw away your number.
Chapter 2.
Well,
He is
Dom won't even enter a panel with
Along
me now. And if I go into a chat, he'll leave.
I thought I saw him up here last week or something.
Dominic isn't fucking stupid, okay? Like he even beat me in chess, bro. So I know he's like pretty fucking smart.
Well,
He played chess in real life.
stupidity and intelligence and knowledge doesn't qualify for wisdom. Wisdom is something that's learned, experienced, and is an endeavor. Knowledge is something that you can read from a book. It doesn't mean that you've experienced it. And his interpretation is if you read it, it's as good as experiencing it. But that would be like the Son of God saying, well, I read about me being crucified, but I didn't have to get crucified.
Yeah, and remember saying earlier talking about the boxer you saw thing, and it's not really about winning or losing type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I played chess with Dom, he taught me that after. That's how he beat me because he wasn't trying to win or lose, you know.
Did you win or lose?
I lost.
Nice.
But in perception, right? Does anybody really win or lose? There's only self-development that I can perceive from any outcome and experience of events participated in. It's only self-development, or it could be stagnation, one or the other.
Well, from my worldview is if you are unwilling or unable to accept the authority of God, then you definitely lose.
Well, yeah, there's the luminary laws and codes that I follow, right, to the best of my ability. I'm not perfect, right? Yeah, as this self-development stages of progression, right? But definitely, yeah, I agree. I call it the luminary laws and codes lead to a better projection existence reality than following the anti-light perceived rules of fighting, warring, guarding, defending, challenging, ego, resentment, hate, and then what is it? Arrogance, pride.
Rebellion.
Yes, yes.
So basically, I mean, if you're just filled with the spirit of rebellion and you just, totally a rebel on everything, to everyone, all that's doing is showing to God that you're incapable of learning one thing, and at that point he's got no use for you. So you're going to be left behind.
Well, it's one exiles themselves out of the luminary reality, right? By making the choice to utilize anti-light programming. Similar goes to the similar sector. Similar always has attracted similar, right? You don't see indifference people hanging out with indifference people because they go their different routes, right? So, yeah,
Makes sense.
definitely.
No, I'm saying like Dominic and his wife are good people. I met him in person. I could tell people are with people. But either way,
Yeah.
yeah, it was funny. It's like, yeah, they're into a lot. This guy's like, they have like thousands of fucking esoteric books just chilling in the garage. I have a joke with Dom because, Kabbalah for Dummies. He's like, oh, go check out these books. The first one I pick up is Kabbalah for Dummies.
Nice.
Like, it's,
Yeah, but you, Cage, as well as anybody knows that you can read all of the ritualistic passages of rite to Masonic 33rd degree. But until you apply them and you envelop it, it's just information.
yeah.
It is not applied understanding.
Right, and what I could interject here is one of the main aspects to keep oneself illuminated is what I define unconditional acceptance, no conditions for all people, places, and things and technological devices, right? So unconditional acceptance, no conditions is what I interpret love to be, right? If somebody has an indifference towards somebody who's doing something, then the perspective is I accept what everybody does, no matter what it is, okay? But it doesn't define I'm going to participate in the experience of events, okay? So by having the perspective of unconditional acceptance, it keeps myself in check where I decide where I'm going to participate and where I'm not, right? But it doesn't define I don't like the person. Sure, I accept them, but I'm letting them take their own path as I'm taking my own path unconditionally, right?
Well, Cage was there for mine and Dom's last interaction, and I told him plainly, if you do not have an answer, or you have nothing more than conjecture and information that is speculatory and everything is noise to you, then go away because you haven't developed a bit. You have a grasp, you have a inkling, but your development is stagnant because you're not giving any conclusive answer to your understanding. And you're projecting this equation that you want other people to understand and solve, but you yourself cannot. And we went to odds, and I told him, please go away.
Well, some people they don't want to do conflict resolution and that. You know, Access that could have went left field with between me and you and have a conversation many times, but I understand how this shit fucking works. So I'm like, I'm not gonna bring it there.
Right. But Dom does when he calls other people noise. When you are amongst people you're calling noise, then what are you doing there? When you're amongst people that you condemn for just being la la la, what are you doing there? And if you're going to project conjecture that you do not have the finished analogy of the equation, what are you doing there?
Learning. No?
Classic
Then quit
JG.
complaining. That was the key.
Um,
Quit complaining about the noise if you're going to be there.
Right. So it comes down
Yeah.
to access, taking your own path.
Yeah.
Everybody taking their own paths, basically.
Yeah. If you don't like the noise, go the fuck away. Because some people learn that way. Some people develop that way. Some people
Well,
get sparked like we are doing here through
so
communication.
you said you asked them to leave from your panel?
No, from cages. Because
Oh,
he called us noise. He said we were noise. Blah, blah, blah. This is noise. Well, go
did
the
Cage,
fuck away then.
Cage, what was your opinion on that event?
He shut the
Honestly,
stream down.
honestly, I don't really focus on stuff like that, so I don't even
But you shut
remember
the
the
stream
exact date.
down.
Yeah, I'll probably shut it down because there's probably
Damn
whenever
right you
people are
did.
fighting and shit. I don't want to hear that. But either way,
oh,
it's
I thought
like,
you guys were talking about what happened tonight.
No, this has
Okay,
been when
it's
Dom
it's it's
refused to interact.
this is all simple. Okay,
Mhm.
once panel is like their own metaverse. If somebody doesn't have the qualifications and development to participate, then one has the right to do what they must to keep their path of what they're regulating their metaverse panel as to qualify people participating needing to qualify with certain aspects, right? So same thing, yeah, it's the proper procedure, right? So one makes a decision basically to
Yeah.
yeah. And I'm
regulate
gonna
their
say
My
something
panel.
quick. Yeah, I have a certain protocol of how I handle myself online and how I deal with this shit. So, rule number one, okay. The only time I'm going on panel is when I'm on the panel. I mean, sorry, the only time I'm like looking at any YouTube shit like this is when I'm on the panel. So it's participation only. The
Yeah.
second rule is I'm always going to be multitasking, working on what I normally have to do either way. So I'm not wasting fucking time at all, no matter what it
I don't
is.
know if you were
And the
talking
third
about.
one, the third one is this: I cut it off, and I don't think about any of this shit when I'm not here. So I don't even fucking remember or care what the fuck happened that day. You know what I mean? I
I
won't
believe
remember what
that's
happened.
true.
Yeah, and
I believe that's true.
that's just how I operate. So.
All
Yeah,
right.
I believe you. I believe you. Actually,
yeah, and
I
I
thought you were
don't
talking
carry
about.
animosity. I'll share a panel with Dom. I'll share a chat with Dom, but he will not with me.
You guys were. Wait a second. Wait a second. He was up here like just last week or something.
Oh, he
Bro, this
was
shit,
on here
dude,
for almost
welcome
a
to the
year.
fucking YouTube, bro. This shit happens every fucking week. And then the next week
Yeah.
everything will be fine. Doesn't fucking
When
matter.
I was pushing myself to the limits of death to discover higher states of consciousness and human endurance, he spent that whole summer with me, and I was communicating with him through instant messenger, describing to him the various states of expanded comprehension that I was developing. And he was right there with me, but he never surpassed. He was just like, okay, that was your journey. Now, where does the operation system for the lungs, and where does the involuntary actions of the state of your existence come from? What is the underlying program? Well, that was already set into motion when we were created. And when the creation of as we understand it was set into motion.
All right,
Called
simply
life
put,
force.
yes.
So he's not. He didn't incorporate the new data very well.
No, no, not at all. And he had no empathy for the fact that the last bout that I went through, I wound up in the emergency room and they had to revive me.
Mm. Maybe he was doing the tough love thing.
Well, maybe. I hope you learned something from it, though. You know, more so than just speculation and observation.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I do. I have periodically some associates that I deal with that they definitely are. How could I define this? Like they don't agree sometimes, and they really get hot-headed and fired up. So what I do is to not throw myself off of my self-development. I use every person, place, and thing in technological device, the experience of events with, say, somebody who has an indifference or is at a different path. I use them for like self-development. I see them as my Spartan conditioners, right? That I use them to stabilize myself in my field and not be moved, but I'm not working them. It's just I let them do their song and dance, but I'm just doing my self-development, using them to further self-develop myself with what is defined severe Spartan anti-light perceived situations, right? So in fact, when I do that, it's just like I couldn't be bothered. So at the end of the conversation would be I just stop talking and really mind my own business, and the other person goes their own route because we're on different paths, right? Of course, there's some communications discussing what needs to be discussed, most formally, straightforward, and direct, receivable, right? But after a bit, it's just like the paths separate. The other person I'm engaging with will take their own route and path, and I'll take my own route and path. So yeah, for myself, it's just like I use everything as conditioning, self development, right? And if a tough, indifferent situation arises, I work with it the best of my ability. But eventually, one must set what is defined the what can be done and what can't be done, right? And make a choice of option, whether it be taking somebody off, the perceived experience of events, whether it be in real time, just stating, hey, the conversation's over. I'm not continuing. Or if it's a panel, yeah, taking somebody off the panel sometimes is a necessity because one is regulating their metaverse, their panel, right?
I think
It's
there's
like
a lot of
it's like would I let a virus enter my computer thought core? No, I wouldn't, right? Or something that's going to try to influence a different projection or a different energetic field of stimuli that, hey, I don't play that song and I don't dance to that type of song frequency. And so henceforth, I must do the appropriate actions. Whether the other person gets offended or accept it, it's like this. It's not my issue. It's not my problem. Other people's problems or issues are not my problems and issues. And henceforth, if an action I did that was appropriate to myself to keep myself on my path offends somebody else, well, then you need to do a lot of or some self development to figure out the system and how to navigate and sustain themselves in the luminary field without losing their cool and going to the anti field, right? So yeah, what you did is appropriate. What you felt is appropriate, and it is what it is.
Yeah, well, that's why I eliminated all those live streams. Almost a year's worth of live streams with Dom is because it was the same repetitive state without
Right,
development.
almost like a stagnated loop pause, right?
Yeah, and I just went ahead and buried all that and decided that I was going to have to move on forward without him. Not disrespecting him, but I'm still continually, constantly developing.
Yeah, now I'm remembering that access. I was busy in the other room, and all of a sudden, people were just fucking going off out of nowhere. It was like,
Yep.
yeah, I remember that, and like it was multiple people out of nowhere. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, it's because Dom come on and said, noise, noise, noise. All it
So I don't
is
know what led
noise.
up to it because I couldn't really hear it. You know what I mean? I was
Well, I
I
was
just hear
there,
yelling in the other room. What the fuck is this?
and I got tired of hearing him scream, noise. If you don't want to be around noise, remove yourself.
That's like
And no, and that wasn't even
thought-
broadcasted live on YouTube. It's one of the access is one of the ones that. And first of all,
Behind the scenes.
I private everyone. Yeah, it's one of the ones
Yeah.
where it's on YouTube, but it has a link and it's off YouTube.
Yeah. And I want you guys to be aware that I've just completed a fifth of Maker's Mark.
That's fucked.
I thought you were talking about JG and tonight, but like JG, Dom, they're gonna be back here. I mean, where else are they gonna go? Vanity's channel? That gets really boring.
Let them. I'm not going to recondition myself around their development because I'm interested in my development.
Okay, it is simple. It's your panel, and you have your regulations on who can participate and who can't. If it ends up so being people that were sort of you didn't want them come to your channel when they're self-developed and qualified, then they're more than welcome to participate. That's the way it works. If I'm correctly perceiving this,
Yes,
access.
you are. Yes.
Yeah,
If
so
you're not willing to develop, then why are you here?
Right. And I'll define this. You're on the ball with your regulation. This is the way I regulate my reality, perceived the experience of events. If I had a panel, it would be no difference than the way you're regulating it too. So
Yeah, otherwise we'd be back in the old We Are Awake days.
those old days, wow.
Yeah.
You
Jeez,
said
man.
that you would panel him or he wouldn't panel you, or how did you put that?
He will not go on a panel with me, and he will not stay in a chat room with me. He evades immediately.
Gotcha. He'll be back. I'm sure he'll be back.
And he's welcome back. I hold no animosity. It's
Yeah,
just
but
a
you don't
state
want to
of
be stuck in the
development.
mud either. Yeah.
Right.
All right. So all this being stated, I want to bring this panel back to where we were. It was a great panel, great builds. I really enjoyed it. This is where I'm going to drop off the panel and just sort of do my own thing here. But anticipate.
It's always a pleasure to have you, and it's always a pleasure to have your insight.
Likewise, it's been a pleasure hearing everybody's insights. As in, for myself, I take in everybody's insights and build and develop myself further. Right, so it is enjoyable. This was great, and this has been one of the longest panels staying on course and path in history. Period. Right, where it wasn't interrupted by somebody swaying the conversation to a major different direction. Right. So it's good
And
to see.
from the darkest depths of my soul, I bid you a thanks and a fond forward progression.
Accepted. Likewise.
meeting you.
It was nice meeting everybody here directly on the panel and the commenters. And I don't look at the comments when I'm participating in a panel. So if anybody was commenting, I didn't respond.
Put your link.
Pretty
put-
calm out there.
Yeah, put your link, and I will try to remember before I go down to put your link in the description.
Let's see. Okay, let's see if I go on my other device here. Yeah, I need to copy my link, and I'll do it from my other device. And before I hop off, let me get that done. So I'll just be listening, and I'm playing with my other device. But anyways, I want to thank everybody who participated directly and not directly. Until the next panel, do what you need to do. Stay illuminated, and don't be deceived by the anti-light utilization.
Blessed be.
I'll see you all.
Yeah. Very unique. Very unique. Way of seeing things that actually very unique. I'm glad I got a chance to talk to him.
Yeah, he's a well developed character, and he has sought this path and developed it within his own construct. You know, he wasn't
Yeah.
coached, guided, he wasn't indoctrinated or directed. He was self developed. And I know this because 3.5 years ago, I was on panel with him on We Are Awake News when he first started becoming a member of the panel first.
Hmm. Excellent. Yeah. And it's coherent, so it's not like he's crazy or something.
No, no, not at all. Not, and he doesn't change. His demeanor has always been exactly the same.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, he's good people, man. He
I
really
never
is.
seen him before, so like
We're
on the
out here to
videos or
free.
anything. You always get the kind of the oddballs, that show up here and stuff, so which is kind of cool.
Well, it's because I don't condemn. I allow reason, perspective, aspect, and possibility to be the fundamental foundation of this channel. And if you have something to offer that is a undiscovered perspective, then that is enlightenment for me.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people with they can observe very well. They can complain and observe and point the finger and tell you everything that's wrong, but there's very few that will actually be able to explain things, what's really going on, and then actually have a solution for anything. So I definitely appreciate that line of thinking that he had, and wondering, like, I don't know what he does for a living or anything or whatever, but like he would have been like the perfect reverse engineer.
Yeah, he's phenomenal, man. And he is unmovable. He has developed a sense of self sustaining. I'm in my square and this is where I am, and my development is a singular development. And man, I really appreciate that.
Mhm.
Talk about the unindoctrinated.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, basically, the way he thinks is almost kind of like the opposite of the way I think. But when he expresses it, I'm able to understand it, and then I can. I really appreciate being able to. I appreciated that whole interaction. I thought that was pretty great.
Oh yeah, he's a welcome guest here. Pam, him, Singularity. There's a couple others that Don. I really appreciate their presence on my panels or even in the chat, and I'm honored that they allow me that spot in their existence.
Nice.
And we can continue on with your Melchizedek.
All right.
If you wish.
Sure. This one is about 15 minutes. And I think after that, I'll probably be ready to wrap up for myself. But this is where it talks about the fall and the whole reasoning behind it, and it's just very fascinating. You don't get any of this in the Bible or Genesis. So, are we ready?
Yes.
Cherished dream of the Creator becomes reality. Now, as a loving Father, creatures led by an eternity of peace and harmony. Because compliance with the laws of God, the universe was expanding into happiness and glory. There was a strong bond of love, which all strongly united. Rational beings, endowed with the capacity of an infinite development, found unspeakable pleasure in learning the inexhaustible treasures of divine wisdom and transmits them to like, whereas channels through which the source of eternal life harbored all love and light. In Jerusalem, the ministers of the kingdom gathered before the sovereign king, always ready to fulfill his purposes. Lucifer was through the Eternal made manifest his designs. After receiving a new revelation, he promptly conveyed to the angelic hosts. These in turn shared with creation. In swift flying angels were heading for the planet's capital, where in large assemblies gathered representatives of other worlds. In many of these assemblies, Lucifer it was present, filling the participants of joy and admiration. Perfect in all virtues, he captivated with his sympathy. No other angel could reveal him as the mysteries of the eternal love. The universe, feeding the fountain of life, was expanding an eternity of perfect peace. Obedience to divine law was the foundation of all progress and happiness. While mindful of free will, never climbed to the heart of any creature's desire to move away from the Creator. So it was for a long time, until this problem erupted in the life of the one who was the closest of the Eternal. Lucifer, who devoted his life to understanding the mysteries of light, he was gradually drawn to the darkness. The king of the universe, in whose eyes nothing can be hidden, sadly followed in his footsteps, descending the path that leads to death. At first, a little curiosity led Lucifer to approach that deep abyss. Contemplating it, he began to wonder why I cannot understand your conundrum. Returning to his place of honor beside the throne, bowed himself to the divine king, beseeching him, Father, give me to know the secrets of darkness, like me reveals the light. Before the request of beautiful angel, the eternal expressive voice with sadness said, My son, you were raised to the light, that is life. Convinced that the Creator does not reveal the treasures of darkness, Lucifer decided to understand the puzzle by yourself. He thought himself able to do so. With this sad decision, the Prince of Angels allowed to arise in your heart a stain of sin that could bring a catastrophe to the universe. Only Yahweh knew what was in the heart of Lucifer. The angel who was created to be the bearer of light was divorced in thoughts of the beneficent Creator, who, in an effort to prevent the disaster, besought him to stay with him. A tremendous fight began to catch up in his heart. The desire to know the meaning of darkness was immense, however, pleading that loving Father, who also did not want to lose the tortured. Seeing the suffering caused his attitude to the Creator, sometimes showed repentance, but returned to fall. Before creating the universe, Yahweh had already foreseen the possibility of a rebellion. The risk of granting freedom to creatures was immense, but without this gift, life would be meaningless.
Pause real quick. There's a lot of like debates and like the Christian and atheists and these different channels on YouTube about free will versus determinism and everything. Well, this pretty much clears that up, at least in my mind, where an NPC robot kind of a testimony, what use is that to God? Like, first of all, how are you going to judge that as being anything but just your own work? And it would be just, it doesn't make any sense for it to be all completely predetermined, as like say a Calvinist would think, because without the free will choices and the leading of your heart and whatnot, then you're basically an NPC testimony, and like literally, how could that be even judged as a true testimony? Your thoughts?
Well, if I can, I'll explain to you my perspective on that. There is an enormous amount of possibilities, but you will only make one of two choices, which is free will, to do or not to do, to stand, to sit, to speak, to stay silent, to act or not to react. Thus, free will boils down to a choice, one of two, to react or not to react. All else is potential and possibility. You will choose the potential and possibility that you react to. Thus, the manifestation of free will.
The Lord
Not
did
like
not
you.
was immense, but without
Yeah, the freak. Check the private chat too. Yeah, go ahead. Continue.
Okay. All right. I'm going to back that part up a little bit.
this gift. The risk of granting freedom to creatures was immense, but without this gift, life would be meaningless. The Lord did not want us programmed to do only his will. He wanted obedience with a result of recognition and love, so I decided to take the big risk. Yet to continue the search of the meaning of darkness, Lucifer did not intend to leave the light. Strove to achieve a combination of these parts in the realm of eternal coexisted separately. Finally, with a feeling of elation, devised a deceptive theory that aimed to present the universe as a new system of government than the rule of the eternal, called his theory the knowledge of good and evil. Structured logic, the science of good and evil, has proved attractive to Lucifer, like unveiling a sense of life superior to that offered by the Creator, whose kingdom enabled only experimental knowledge of good. In the new system, there would be a balance between good and evil, between love and selfishness, between light and darkness.
Pause real quick. I find it interesting too that a lot of times, just in general, like people say the opposite of love is hate or whatever, but we see here in this scripture that the opposite of love isn't hate or indifference or whatever. It's actually selfishness.
Yes.
I find that very interesting.
Yeah, that's very profound, because that is a self-indulgent action that has a one-sided conceived notion, but it propagates the other into reason.
Nice. Okay, here we go.
Throughout the time that had matured in his mind the knowledge of good and evil, Lucifer knew to keep secret from the universe, remained at his post of honor, fulfilling the function of the light-bearer, however. For much he tried to pretend his face no longer showed joy in serving the eternal. The divine king, who suffered in silence, looking through his revelations of love, rational creatures prepare for the big event approaching, knew that many would hearken to temptation, turning him back. The night of the ordeal would stand, however, the true believers, those who served the Creator not by interest, but by love. Seeing that the test time had come and that Lucifer was ready to betray him before the universe, the Eternal, who never ceased to reveal the treasures of his wisdom, became quiet and contemplative. The silence did revive the heart of the hosts of the memory of that first outing outer, when, after showing them the riches of the kingdom of light, Yahweh became silent before the abyss. Remember his words, all the treasures of light will be open to your notice, unless the secrets hidden by darkness. You are free to serve me or not. Loving the light, you will be connected to the source of life. Lucifer, who had come to covet the throne of Yahweh, asked him why his silence. The Creator, staring at him with infinite sadness, said, "The hour of darkness. You are free to achieve their purposes." Seeing that the moment for the propagation of his theory had arrived, summoned angels Lucifer for a special meeting. The hosts, eager to know the meaning of the silence of the Father, took their places along the magnificent angel who always had revealed the treasures of the kingdom of light. Lucifer began his speech extolling as usual the government of the Eternal. In a large retrospective, reminded them of the great revelations that enriched in whole eternity. The silent celestial presented it as an indication that the universe reached the fullness of knowledge from light. Silencing the eternal them opened the way for the understanding of mysteries not yet probed, hitherto kept beyond the limits of his government. Surprises, the hosts took the experience of Lucifer knowledge over darkness. With eloquence, he spoke to them the knowledge of good and evil, showing how the path of the greatest achievements, the effect...
Oh, I just want to pause real quick. So you see, even like Lucifer, it even called him a divine being, a rational being, whatever, was, I guess you could say, tempted, or just the curiosity of not knowing something that's right in front of your face is so overwhelmingly and compellingly powerful that it makes me think about, mankind on the earth and how we're always kind of like exploring the frontier, and how, you know, there's something in us to kind of always reach out and learn more, or strive for more, or gain a better understanding, or whatnot, and how that's just, it seems to be an inherent kind of a attribute of what this book here calls a rational being. Your thoughts?
It all serves the first cause. And if you know the first cause, then you know the answer to the reason why. Why? The first cause. Thus,
Which is
us. The profound nature of diversity, one propagating the other, creating movement. How can pure light develop? How can pure darkness develop? How can one propagate the other without the other? That's the first cause, and it works coincidingly. It was man who put the division there by his intent. That's why the divine state of understanding the darkness and the light perseveres over intent.
so full knowledge, basically.
Yeah.
Excellent. Here we go.
Of his words soon made itself felt throughout the universe. The question was decisive and explosive, generating first contention. Rational beings, in their evidence, they had to choose to stay only with the knowledge of light, which claimed to be Lucifer, reached its limits, or venture into the knowledge of good and evil. Earlier, the angels have struggled on the matter, and soon after, the entire universe challenged. Dire would be the knowledge of good and evil would garner most of the creatures. But gradually many who initially became excited with theory awakened to the illusion of it, reaffirming their allegiance to the kingdom of light. At the end of that conflict, which dragged on for a long time, proved to be a third of the stars from the sky next to Lucifer, and the remaining still shaken by evidence that beside the eternal. The knowledge of good and evil was trumpeted by Lucifer as a new system of government. But how to exercise it if the eternal still reigning in Zion needed to find a way to push him away? The council formed by the rebellious angels passed on it, decided to finally ask him the throne for a certain time, which could demonstrate the excellence of the new system of government. If the universe were approved, the new system would be established forever, otherwise return the domain to the Creator. So it was that Lucifer, accompanied by his hosts, approached arrogant of him suffering father, asking him such a request. The Eternal was not ambitious, just wanted good to his creatures. If the knowledge of good and evil actually consisted in a greater good, if not oppose its implementation, giving the throne to his defenders. But he knew that path would lead to unhappiness and death. Moved by his protective love, the Creator denied the request of the host's rebels, which turned away angry. They are denied the throne, Lucifer and his hosts, to accuse the divine king, claiming to be your government tyranny. Claimed to be his stay on the throne, the clearest demonstration of his arbitrariness. They had granted them freedom of choice. For now, we neutralize it, preventing them from putting in place a system of government more.
Pause. Hey, that's not no in the chat. Just kidding.
The charges of the host's rebels reverberated throughout the universe, making it appear that the government of the Eternal was unfair. This brought deep distress to those who remained faithful to the kingdom of light. Not knowing how to refute such accusations, these creatures, muted by the moral pain, longed for the time when new revelations coming from the Creator could clarify to them the mysteries of this great conflict. Accusations of blasphemy and hosts' rebels reached the climax when the Eternal, a surprising gesture, rose from his throne as it were ready to leave him. The infidels, in anticipation of an achievement, quieted down, while a sense of awe in the hearts of subjects penetrated light. He would deliver the domain of all creation, to deliver, if the vilest allegations. According to the logic from which Lucifer grounded their teachings, there was no alternative to the Creator. This tremendous expectation the universe followed in the footsteps of Yahweh. In a gesture of humility, the Creator divested himself of his crown and his royal robe, deposing them on the target throne. In his countenance there was an expression of resentment or anger, but of infinite love and sadness. Solemnly God proclaimed that the decisive moment had come when every creature should seal his decision to the side of light or darkness. A wide revelation warned of the consequences of a break with the source of life. With the look of tenderness, Creator contemplated their children. It was a look of humility, that full of love, begging them to stay at his side. Countless creatures, excited, corresponded to his kindly look, while a crowd stood crestfallen. Lucifer and his followers were aware of the seriousness of the moment. It was still possible to go back on their plans, indulging the repentant Heavenly Father who always loved them. While Downcast considered on the final decision, Lucifer and his followers heard the song of those who, in recognition and gratitude, placed themselves beside the Eternal. The last battle, fought in the hearts of the infidels, strained, come to think, contemplating his rebellious children, raised his voice a painful lament. My children, my children. Now I cannot call them that. Wanted so much to have them in my arms. I remember when I graduated with care. You appeared happy and perfect in chord of hope in eternal harmony. I lived for you, covering them with glory and power. You were my joy. Why have their hearts changed so much? What else could I have done to make them stay with me? Now my soul bleeds in pain for eternal separation. How will look at the empty seats where so often raised their voices in jubilant hosannas festive, without me coming to mind a mix of happiness and pain? As infinite longing invades my being, and I know it will be eternal. Today, my heart broke and broke up will bear the scars forever. After proclaiming in tears as painful mourning, the Eternal, addressing himself to Lucifer, the cause of all evil, said, You got a name of honor to be created. Now no longer call Lucifer, but Satan, the enemy, the creator, and his laws. After lamenting the destruction of the rebel armies, the Eternal in slow steps went into the Garden of Eden, a place of universal throne. Where would now be his dwelling place? The hosts of the faithful accompanied his reverent steps, mysterious abandonment, unveiling a future that seemed difficult, suffering and humiliation. Rebels occupy the divine throne, desecrating it as the dominion of sin. This quest tortured the heart of the Eternal subjects. Leaving his beloved city, the Eternal himself led light amid the glories of the universe toward the great gulf about which hitherto silenced. If Ali was arrested once again, muted while seemed to read in the darkness of a future big fights. Before suffering the Eternal expressed in the sadness of his countenance, the faithful could finally understand the meaning of that mysterious abyss, consisted of a symbolic representation of the kingdom of rebellion. In saddened face of Yahweh manifested finally a glow that the faithful cheered. Raising his powerful arms against the darkness, commanded loudly, Let there be light. Immediately, the light of his presence filled the deep abyss, and triumphing over darkness, revealed an unfinished world covered by crystal-clear waters. With this gesture, the Eternal began a great battle by claiming his government light.
If I
Battle of love
can,
against
the freak,
selfishness.
Yep.
there were two floods. The original flood, where he separated the waters from the waters to create what was the remnant of an angelic inhabitant. And then during the second flood, there was another covenant. And then he offered the rainbow as a representation of the trial by fire.
Yes.
Over the face of the deep.
That was also the time, the time right. Wait, let me think. That was the time right before. I'm sorry. The time before that was right before when the Nephilim were like being, I think that was like the first. In other words, during the time of Noah is when the Nephilim and the other fallen beings were having children with the human females, right?
Yes.
So that was part of the flood reasoning for God.
Yeah,
But
to get
apparently,
rid of
like,
the abomination.
right, and the corrupted DNA and whatnot. But apparently, like Goliath, he slipped through somehow or whatever. And the reason I
Oh,
asked
yeah.
you, the reason I asked you if any of the tribes of Israel had any of that Nephilim or the fallen angel, whatever DNA, is because of Goliath. Because if there was one Goliath, maybe there was a few of them, and if that was the case, then you definitely know that some women would
Just,
definitely want to get with them or whatever.
did you ever think that maybe one of the wives of the sons of Noah carried that genetic line?
I never thought of that. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Do you know who L.A. Marzulli is?
Yes.
Yeah, he also has a lot of kind of along the lines of the Nephilim and these genetic type of arguments of a lot of what we're seeing in terms of kind of the purge and kind of the separating of, say, like Israel and other things. So yeah, it's interesting stuff.
Yeah, I've researched it
Also,
extensively.
nice. Going back, another thing about this book that I find really fascinating and pretty awesome is, God is telling us like how he feels about stuff. Like, it made him sad. He was happy. It pleased him. He was trying to protect them like a father, this and that and the other. But there's
As
definitely
when a
one.
child leaves the household and becomes an adult,
Mhm.
there's that
There's
sense
definitely
of parenting.
yes. But there's one part in there, like right after Lucifer was changed into Satan there, that he was kind of like crying about it or whatever. And I wanted to say, stop Godsplaining.
Right, but it, it's relevant to itself as development. And if the creator had not allowed this, then he would have suppressed himself to potential.
That's pretty good stuff there, Rattblood. That's
Well,
really good
I'm
stuff.
underestimated.
Yeah, I
Quite
think so.
underestimated.
That was some good stuff. Or
Yeah,
actually, the potential was fulfilled, and so well, shoot, I lost my train of thought on that. But yeah, I thought your point there was excellent.
yeah, that's why I've been having my eye on you, Freak. You have the spark. You have the ability to be developed. You have that
Which eye
genetic
though?
line.
Axis, which eye? Left, right, in the middle? Which eye is on him?
This was just the observation of a kindred spirit who is in development under a higher resonance of understanding. And that's why I've kept my eye on him. I really appreciate the freak for who he is.
Appreciate that.
Man definitely does his research. He can recall verses and you're on point with him and shit. Yeah, you definitely do your research on this stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'm no joke, man. They take me as a joke, and that's okay. I'm an entertainer first. But don't underestimate.
No, you can hold your own with any of them. If, I don't care who it is. Like I would say that I have more knowledge of God than say like Andrew Wilson, but I know I couldn't win a debate against him. You know what I mean? So Yeah, just because I may stammer around a little bit with my words, or I'm a little like, kind of, I'm not so direct that I'm not like really polished in that regard. I'm not gonna win a debate or be a panel star. But I do know what I'm talking about, and you definitely know what you're talking about.
And that's recognized, and I appreciate that, Dupree. It's an honor
Yeah.
to be with you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, here we go.
Justice against injustice, humility against pride, freedom against slavery, life against death. Battle without truce would last until the dawn desired the divine king could return victorious to the holy hill of Zion, where, enthroned amid the praises of the redeemed, reign forever in perfect peace. The darkness in his escape pointed to the final annihilation of the rebellion. Abundant waters covering that world, hitherto hidden, symbolized eternal life to the faithful that would be conquered by love that sacrifices everything. The world was revealed to earth. Visited by the darkness and the light, it would be the scene of the great struggle. Rejoiced the faithful before the triumph of light that first day, when darkness rolled in his fury on the planet, succumbing to it in thick darkness. The light, which seemed unsuccessful, reborn victorious in a beautiful dawn. At dawn, the light of the second day, the Eternal commanded, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide between water and water." Immediately, the warmth of his light made immense amount of steam to rise from the waters, enveloping the planet in a blanket of transparency indigo. Thus emerged the atmosphere, with its perfect blend of gases that would be essential to life that soon would crown the planet. The Creator, contemplating expansion, called it heaven. The atmosphere, full of glow, enveloped the earth, shadowed up to befall the twilight of another evening. Chapter 3.
All right. So, the curiosity killed the cat.
Yes, and if it wasn't for that state, then development wouldn't have been possible. There would have only been a single station, and that's all we would have understood.
Absolutely. Man would have never have climbed a tree. We would have never have looked over the mountain. We would have never have built a sailing ship or means of transportation to travel anywhere. And we would have been completely content just sitting at home, I guess. But something is in us that kind of like, that curiosity kills the cat, that kind of drives us to, heck, even go to Mars, I guess, which I don't think is likely, but you never know.
Well, I think that with our species and development and the genetic anomaly, we're not going to be allowed to infect the beyond firmament state of being.
Mm-hmm.
I think we are contained here in a closed circuit in a self-sustaining environment to eliminate or propagate the removal of that anomaly in our genetics.
Mm-hmm.
And once that's achieved, then that's one of the first stages of the purification of the original creation of our human form.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the way
polluted.
that Singh put it. He calls it a restoration. He doesn't call it the future. He says he calls it the restoration. And after like the second or third time he said that, I think I really like the way he kind of put that together.
Yeah, he's like I said, I've got great respect for him because I've known him for so long, and he has not changed his demeanor, and he has developed with his disposition.
Yeah, pretty excellent. So anyhow, chapter 3, we'll do it next time, is Adam and Eve, are created, and they're hanging out and they're loving, the garden and everything. And I think chapter 4 is when Lucifer starts his trick on them and causes the fall of mankind. And that happens to be after God actually crowns Adam as the arbiter of the universe. So he fell after he was crowned the king of the universe, and it has a big significance on the future of the whole creation. So it's all interesting
Yes,
stuff.
yes. And to freak, please feel free to continue the study with me because I appreciate this. And I
Will
think it
do, man.
will educate and enlighten those who seek to understand.
Yeah, and for me, like personally, like reading Genesis, it's just like there's too many gaps. There's too many. Well, how to, it's too much jumping around, too much to really kind of make it all kind of like in a timeline that makes sense. And it's like this really fills in the gaps, and it really puts my mind at ease in terms of like the peace it brings of knowing like some of the backstory of like why what happened with the fall really, and all kinds of stuff. So like why did Lucifer fall really? Yeah, he fell or whatever, but like what the hell happened and stuff like this explains it.
Yeah. And remember, whenever you're endeavoring in these studies, chronology is the key. You have to know the chronology of these events,
Mhm.
and then you will start to become enlightened and illuminated into the understanding of the development.
Yeah. So as far as the chronology goes and everything, is there anything in there that you would say was a direct kind of conflict with anything that we have in scripture? Or
Not so much a conflict as a masking. See, you got to remember that when Adam was created, there was everything brought to him as a helpmate, and none could be found.
Mhm.
Now, there are another breed. These are the ones that are considered the goyim, or the beast, or the field. And then you have the pure line of Cain, or Adam, who was put into slumber and removed from him a rib to create a helpmate, which was the feminine and the masculine brought together. And with that, there was a civilization that was created where Cain resided to and Nod. Well, it explains who these people are and where they come from.
Yeah, and that's I think that's getting into about chapter 7 and 8. It explains the whole backstory between Cain and Abel. And so like have you ever wondered why God accepted Abel's sacrifice or whatever, and he didn't accept Cain's? Because all it tells us is that what does it say? It says if you do well, if you do well, good, or if but if not do well, then sin lieth at the door. Well, what the hell kind of an explanation is that? But this actually does explain it.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm with you on that. And I look to endeavor into further study on this with you.
Yeah, man. All right. Guess we'll wrap it up there for myself, and I'm gonna go ahead and get down and probably get some breakfast and crash out for a while. So appreciate the time, man. Really enjoyed it. Appreciate your friendship too.
Blessed be with you, man.
See you later,
And peace
Cage.
go with you.
You too, man.
Yeah. See you, the freak. Thank you, buddy.
been quite the enlightening evening of illumination, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it was a good conversation, you know. After,
Nice.
like, we had a little bit of a, when I first hopped on, it was a bit of, I didn't even know what was going on, but yeah, after that though, yeah, we got into it.
Yeah. Well, there's a sense of peace and I guess self acceptance whenever you resonate into the universal dark and you come to an understanding that is a part of what you have to go through to develop a balance to walk between the pillars, and that you should understand.
Yeah, we could talk about that all day. Yeah,
Yes, I'm not as unlearned as you think I am.
I
I
never
just
thought
don't.
that.
Yeah, I just don't display it.
Yeah,
It
I
just so
understand.
happens
I never
that
thought you
tonight,
were I never thought you were inept or unlearned or whatever. No.
yeah, I don't cast pearls before swine. Why would I? It does no one no good. It serves no purpose. But I always consider you a brother. And I believe on that, Cage, I'm going to relinquish myself into slumber and hopefully awake a much more peaceful individual with myself. It's been a wonderful evening. I've had wonderful guests. I appreciate everyone who's been here and even are endeavoring to persevere, Cage. You will always be my brother through space and time, regardless. And
I'm
to
always with you,
Kat,
bro. Thank you. Yeah, everybody take care. We'll see
yes,
you.
absolutely. And there you have it, the dark endeavor into pure rat blood. Take it for what it is, utilize it for what you can, accept it for what you will, and may your development be forward, progressive, and filled with enlightenment and understanding and illumination. And on that, act this out.